Chapter 1, Supreme Zombie Issa. Something, Manhattan Island, downtown. 1,000 meters underground, Biochemical Research Base, Detention Room Number 9. A man was tied to the operating table. In this completely enclosed environment, there are only dim lights and huge gates. Close to the roof, the protruding observation station is wrapped in tempered glass, and there are some scientific researchers standing on it. Lin Fan opened his eyes. For a second, he was still in front of the computer. However, at this time he has become a prisoner of unknown forces. Lin Fan looked up and looked at the observation station, where the people were familiar. Black Watch is a special reaction force formed by the city military in response to biochemical attacks. Play a pivotal role in the original form of killing. Moser, the strongest evolutionary body produced by the Black Light virus, was once desperate. Armament forces are also prominent in the major forces. Suddenly the dim yellow lights were turned off, and then a few scarlet lights turned on again, and a sharp alarm sounded. Then the huge gates slowly opened, and from them roared like a beast. Lin Fan looked back, calm, but frowned slightly. When his sight was filled with the swarthy black light zombie, he confirmed that he had indeed penetrated into the Protoss and was used as an experimental subject for various tests. If it is just ordinary people, there is no need to spread it like this. As long as it is thrown into the gate, it will be infected by those black light zombies. However, does Lin Fan's special treatment indicate that he already has black light virus in his body? And for some reason, he didn't turn into a black zombie who lost his mind. Dozens of black light zombies climbed out of the gate, opened their teeth and danced towards Lin Fan, and some even scrambled. When Lin Fan's arm shook, the wide leather strap of his wrist was broken, and then he jumped off the operating table. Sure enough, I already have the black light virus. But it's just a physical build-up that hasn't produced special abilities. At this moment, a black light zombie with rotten skin was biting. Lin Fan's nervous reaction promptly avoided him, and took the opportunity to take a hard blow on the cheek of the black light zombie. Then I saw the black light zombie's head blasted. Ding! Kill a black light zombie. Absorb 3 essences. Ding! The system startup conditions are met. The Zerg Rising system is officially launched. Retrieving database. Mission update: escape this biochemical research base. Reward: Zerg Hero card. Lin Fan turned his head and hugged vigorously, raised the operating table over his head, and threw it towards the observation station above. Boom! The operating table exerted a great deal of destructive power in Lin Fan's hands, crashing into tempered glass, creating a gap for him to escape from the prison. Lin Fan rushed to the wall, jumped into the observation station in 2 or 3 steps, and threw off the black light zombies below. Regardless of the Zerg Rising system in his mind, his primary goal now is to escape here. However, the observation station is guarded by black guards. These soldiers have received military training in extreme environments, can face various emergencies, have sophisticated weapons and equipment and advanced combat literacy. However, Lin Fan, who now owns the black light virus, is enough to crush them. The Black Watch soldiers set fire to Lin Fan. Lin Fan's pupils turned black, and the damage of the hot weapon was still very considerable to him, and the intensity of life under the set fire continued to decline. Boom! On the operating table where he had been smashed in before, Lin Fan smashed the Black Watch's fire collection team immediately below. The operating table is made of extremely high-quality metal, weighing only 2 tons, so these soldiers have now turned into a pile of corpses. The observatory's gate has been opened, and it was left by researchers who had escaped before. Lin Fan ran down the aisle. Base broadcast, attention! Note: Experiment 9 escaped. Arrest now! Lin Fan met the Black Watch soldiers who were reinforcements at this time, but only 3 adults were allowed to run in parallel in the passage, so he could not come in enough soldiers to suppress them at one time. Don't resist, hold your head with both hands and get down. Get down. Otherwise be killed immediately. The two front black soldiers warned Lin Fan loudly. But Lin Fan didn't intend to waste any more time, and rushed up to clasp the necks of the two Black Watch soldiers and pushed them out as shields. Kill the target. The Black Watch soldier outside the aisle lifted his assault rifle and set fire to cover Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan had two Black Watch soldiers as shields, reducing the damage caused by the set fire, and sprinting out of the channel quickly. The Black Watch soldiers who were close by Lin Fan immediately compared. The non-human physical quality made Lin Fan, like a bulldozer, kill 30 Black Watchmen and restore the strength of life through the characteristics of the Black Light virus. But this is a military base, with more than 1,000 soldiers. Heavy weapons such as grenade launchers, sniper rifles, and bazookas, it will take some time if they break out. However, Lin Fan has absorbed the Black Watch soldiers, disguised in disguise, and mingled with the team searching for subject number 9. More than 500 Black Watchmen at the military base are coming down to search Lin Fan. But I did not know that Lin Fan was standing among them. Through the assassination of assassination, Lin Fan kept changing the shape, went up to the ground, and separated from this military base. Crossing the military blockade, Lin Fan took a taxi and stayed away. But he will definitely come back in the future. When he came to the wilderness suburb of Manhattan Island, Lin Fan killed the driver, obtained information, and entered the National Forest Park to hide. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward: Zerg Hero Draw Card. Ding! Extraction is complete. Congratulations on your access to the Star Wars Zerg Heroes, the highest Worm Mother Issa. System: database permissions are being transferred to Supreme Zombie Issa. 2 worm eggs stood up in front of Lin Fan. One of the worm eggs was extremely swollen, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, with an emerald-like shiny epidermis, showing what was hatching. Flutter. As the eggs hatch, it ends. A slender beautiful leg emerged from the worm egg, with a touch of chocolate on the light-skinned skin, and on that delicate knee, a scarlet ghost-faced brace contrasted. Then the exquisite face belonging to Issa, the highest worm mother, emerged from the eggs. She had long grey hair, tied into 2 regular horsetails, and extended to the calf. Her cheeky face was full of coldness and indifference. But those emerald green eyes were filled with joy and expectations. When Issa completely broke away from the eggs, her plump figure was wrapped in a red shirt and cheongsam that did not reach her knees, and the amount of milk produced was tightly bound together. Issa has seen the Lord. The highest worm, Issa, half knelt on the ground, said reverently and respectfully, "The system has transferred the database to Issa. Please ask the Lord if you have any questions. You can consult your humble servant." At this time Lin Fan's had many questions. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 2, Initial Zerg Base Hatch. Lin Fan raised Issa and asked, "Isha in my impression should be one." Issa is a Zerg female hero generated by referring to the impression in her mind as a reference. Issa was flattered by Lin Fan's support, and a hint of red flashed on Xiao's face, softly explaining. Lin Fan nodded and said in his heart that Issa was not Piazza. At this time, Issa turned her head, and her jade finger pointed at another worm egg, saying to Lin Fan, "Master, this worm egg is the seed worm egg, which is one of the 10 million seed eggs released by the Zerg civilization. It has a strong evolutionary potential. You need to enter the stage of dominating transformation, which will let you know all the ins and outs." Lin Fan then unlocked the seed eggs according to Issa's instructions. Beginning of the transformation phase. Immediately after the seed egg's opening was sensed by Lin Fan, it expanded and became larger, turning into a biochemical cavity 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Lin Fan entered the biochemical chamber, and the emerald green liquid was quickly filled, dragging him into a vast darkness. The universe represents time and space. No one knows how long it has existed, and no one knows when it will start and when it will end. past, present, future. Everything is covered in the universe, just like the stars. Zerg, the earliest races born in the universe, they devour, evolve, plunder, and reproduce. After numerous evolutionary evolutions, the Zerg have a total of 36 masters, with swarm powers that cannot be measured by numbers. However, after the division of wisdom, not only did the internal fighting between the masters, but also the heroes and the worms of the company were fighting. The powerful Zerg civilization has almost suppressed the two silver civilizations, the Protoss and the Terran, who cannot breathe, but because of the cracks in their respective interests, the forces are scattered, giving the enemy a chance. The Terran took the lead in sounding the horn of war and launched an attack on a master. However, due to internal fighting, the unsupported master was embarrassed and was destroyed in isolation. The Protoss witnessed the triumph of the human race, joined this war, and successively won, convening the 998 million silver civilization that was suppressed by the Zerg to counterattack. The 36 dominating forces of the Zerg have shrunk rapidly. Although there are a large number of zigzag swarms, a large number of counter-offensive forces that can't hold up an attack are constantly being killed. In particular, at this stage, each of the masters was still splitting their tactics, creating a lot of flaws, allowing people and other Protoss forces to drive in. Eventually, on the mother star of the Zerg civilization, 72 Supreme Elders of the Protoss and 108 Grand Marshals of the Terrans laid out a lore array to destroy all of the Zerg's dominators here. In that battle, I don't know how many civilizations were destroyed. The starry arc battleships, sky-fired artillery, and various forces were intertwined to form a cruel chapter of death. However, the Zerg is a big man who suppresses the human race and the Protoss for many years, although lost to the loopholes of the system, the camel is thinner than the horse. 10 million seed eggs were sent to the boundless universe. At the same time, the 36 Zerg dominated the self-exploding parent star and fell asleep in the void, confusing the sight and sound with ordinary worm eggs that cannot be measured in numbers. Time that has not been traced has passed since then. Lin Fan's heart only shocked, and the powerful force in the inheritance covered the starry sky. The planets were nothing more than chess pieces, and even used as weapons to attack the enemy mother star. There are also arc motherships that are many times larger than the planet. Just sailing can crush a large number of stars into slag. System, detect the presence of foreign blood in the dominating body, perform optimization functions, erase its side effects, and increase blood potential. Character template generation. Master, Lin Fan. Bloodline, Black Light Virus. Physical ability, 3rd order. Mental abilities, 2nd order. System, after the identity is confirmed, binding mental fluctuations, performing certification, and opening the initial Zerg base incubation capability. Lin Fan emerged from the egg and found that it was already dark. It should have been several hours. And in the inheritance dream, everything seemed to be stunned. At this time, Issa once again half-knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Master, you have now accepted your identity and can hatch the initial Zerg base and develop the swarm power. Occupy this planet. Task update, main line, occupy St. Petersburg Biochemical Research Base. Reward, Worker B Variant Branch Digger." With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan made a hooded robe with black light virus and hid his body. Hatch the initial Zerg base. The biochemical cavity behind Lin Fan quickly collapsed, and turned into a worm egg, and then swelled again, but this time the scorpion worm appeared, constantly swimming, expanding the initial Zerg base, and also releasing a kind of fungus blanket beige material. Initial Zerg base, 1 larva, 1000 biomass, 100 seconds to hatch. Have 3rd order physical ability, 3rd order mental ability. 1000 larvae can hatch each day. May evolve again. Unlocked arms, Worker B, King Bug, Raptor. Lin Fan read the information that appeared in his mind, and had a superficial understanding of the behemoth that was quickly generated. The initial Zerg base is about a few meters high. Tens of meters long and wide, with 3 larval egg tracts, from which the adult arm-sized larvae are continuously produced. Because there is no relationship between bacterial carpet tumors, the bacterial carpet can only cover the area of the initial Zerg base radius of about 300 meters. The fungus blanket is very powerful. It can provide the Zerg with additional ability bonuses, allowing Zerg to have faster movement speed and regeneration ability within the scope of the fungus blanket. And within the scope of the fungus blanket, the kingworm does not need additional spiritual connection. Issa stood half a step behind Lin Fan respectfully. Master, now we only have 500 biomass to use, and the number of worker bees directly determines the speed of initial development, but without worms as guards, worker bees will likely be affected aboriginal killing. At the same time you need the spiritual connection of the kingworm to carry out Zerg activities outside the fungus blanket. 1 for each service. I need more information. Lin Fan nodded and said. Is about halfway. Observe, my master. Immediately on the fungus blanket next to the original Zerg base, the 3 larvae that received the order began to cocoon. Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 3, Elementary Unlocked Units. Worker bee, Zerg collector, suitable for any resource collection operation. Have second-order physical ability, first-order mental ability. Incubation requires 1 larva, 50 biomass, 15 seconds. May evolve again. Kingworm, it can expand the vision of Zerg forces, find enemy tracks in advance, and transport Zerg units for flight. At the same time, provide spiritual connection for Zerg units outside the fungus blanket. Have first-order physical ability, second-order mental ability. Incubation requires 1 larva, 100 biomass, 30 seconds. May evolve again. Raptor, it has extremely fast moving speed, high combat ability, and because of the abnormally simplified genetic structure, each larva can hatch 2 raptor. It is very easy to form large-scale swarm combat groups. Have second-order physical ability, first-order mental ability. Incubation requires 1 larva, 50 biomass, 20 seconds. May evolve again. After Lin Fan read the information of the soldiers, the worker bees had hatched and climbed up to him. Worker bees, a scorpion-like Zerg species, have 2 huge pliers, with several claws borne on each side of the body, and web wings growing between each claw, prompting them to magnetically float. Dissolution in the stomach softens most substances and filters impurities. Then the worms hatched behind the worker bees. Raptor has sharp claws, sharp fangs and invincible backstabs, and the flexible tail provides balance for the explosively powerful hind legs, which can change direction almost immediately and consume the enemy stiffly. 2 fast-moving worms stood in front of Lin Fan. This creature is unprecedented. The evolution of body structure is a killing weapon. After innumerable epochs, the swift worms continued to be the original Zerg army, eliminating all competitors, so we can see the value of this biological weapon. Suddenly 4 wild wolves came out of the jungle. It belongs to the National Forest Park, and fierce beasts such as jackals, tigers, and leopards are wildly stalked. Lin Fan chose this place because there are almost no traces of humans. With black light virus, Lin Fan can easily kill these wild wolves, but they are suitable for testing the combat effectiveness of the worm. Kill the wolf. As soon as Lin Fan waved his hand, Sun Meng immediately ran out and rushed at the 4 wild wolves. These wild wolves did not eat for several days, and when they saw the rushing worms, they even stimulated their ferociousness and faced them. However, in Lin Fan's eyes, the wolf is only a first-order physical ability. Even if the number is doubled, it can only be crushed by the fast insects. The 2 fast worms separated, 1 left and 1 right, looking scattered, but they were actually to prevent the wolf from escaping. The wild wolves were running extremely fast, but suddenly they found something under their feet, just like applying glue, which was difficult and exhausting. Lin Fan smiled. In addition to adding the Zerg movement speed and regeneration ability, the fungus blanket will also reduce the non-Zerg movement speed. Obviously, the wolf didn't expect that the fungus blanket still possessed this ability. The running momentum was interrupted, and it was smashed by the raptors as soon as it was rubbed. The raptor's claws are very sharp. Even if the wolf creature has the title of Copperhead and Iron Brain, it has not prevented the raptor's claw from nailing its skull to the ground. The 4 wild wolves were nothing but appetizers, and the raptors easily killed these targets. Then the worker bees crawled over and collected the wolf's body. These wild wolves added 40 biomass to Lin Fan. Zergs are known to gain the essence by devouring corpses. Essence can advance the Zerg. But this kind of thing is difficult to keep. Quickly disappears after leaving the body. So it can only be absorbed in place. However, Lin Fan now lacks more biomass. Therefore, he gave up letting the worms devour the corpses, and the quality of the essence was extremely high. Even if the worms were absorbed in situ, it would not be enough. After the wild wolf episode, Lin Fan looked again at the newly hatched king worm, which is a scary worm. But it's just scary. The shape of the king worm is more like a hot air balloon. It has a visceral cavity for transport in the body, which can survive in a space environment. The body is covered with a developed visual structure, and can scan a wide range of fields without blind spots. At the same time, king worms have a large number of tentacle structures, which allows them to spiritually connect the worms. Let the king worm lift off and hide in the clouds. Lin Fan connected the king worm's field of vision and found that everything was taken into his eyes by a radius of almost 2 kilometers. The ant crawled, the spider predated, and even the sand rolled. Nothing was too small, and nothing escaped his eyes. At this time, Issa reminded softly, "Master, we urgently need sufficient resources to develop the swarm of swarms. After the worker bees have found out, the resources around this place are extremely scarce. Please set your direction. Destructive collection. Don't let go of all available resources." Lin Fan plans to raise a force of the worm army, lay down the St. Petersburg biochemical research base, and quickly win the reward of the worker bee variant branch digger. Because excavators have many functions, such as excavating to create ground traps, moving the initial Zerg base, strengthening the strength of rock formation barriers, and infiltrating into deep soil layers to search for energy resources. Energy block is 2. The key to the Zerg base. Second order Zerg base, 10,000 biomass, 1,000 energy blocks, 1,000 seconds. Have 4th order physical ability, 4th order mental ability. May evolve again. Associated with 10 stabbing followers as a counterattack. Unlocked units, Spinal Reptile, Hydralisk, Poison Blast. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 4, Raptor's Debut. Destructive collection is one of the multi-point combat strategies of the Zerg overconsumption of the planet. It is possible to obtain the most available resources and use it to log into the enemy planet, which will seriously damage the planet's ecological environment. But now Lin Fan wants to let the swarms perform a destructive collection. Definitely a suicide. It's just that the trees in the National Forest Park are used as a cover, and it is only an expedient measure. Sooner or later, it will be discovered by the satellites of the major forces. After absorbing the Black Overwatch soldiers, Lin Fan knew that this world has Iron Man and Superman, so these superheroes who maintain world peace will inevitably become a cuckoo stick for the development of the Zerg. At this stage, the initial Zerg base cannot be moved, so you must get the excavator to hide the initial Zerg base underground. At the risk of being discovered in advance, Lin Fan will also perform a devastating collection, and must fight against the forces of this world. After a few hours, the night was dark and dark. Dozens of worker bees collect all available resources nearby in an orderly manner. And Lin Fan has also assembled 100 fast worms as the first stage power. The swift worms hunted and killed all nearby animals, and marked the site with the smell, which made the distant beasts dare not set foot. There is nothing alive within a few kilometers of the radius. As the internal Zerg hero, Supreme Zerg Mother is not good at confrontation, but the third-order mental ability is enough to temporarily protect the original Zerg base after Lin Fan goes out. After Lin Fan hatched 5 king worms again, he could connect all the worms at once, and immediately set off to the St. Petersburg Biochemical Research Base. The perspective of the king worm almost covers a radius of several kilometers in front of the swarm. This allowed the raptor to avoid humans on the main line. However, in places like city, the dark garbage dumps and the dilapidated narrow alleys are all homeless places where the wanderers live. These dark minions can only be reduced to the bait of the swarm, and the world evaporates. Lin Fan stood on the top floor of the building opposite the St. Petersburg Biochemical Research Base. The huge drowsy moon behind him added a little arrogance to his figure. Due to the escape of the number 9 test subject, the St. Petersburg Biochemical Research Base blocked all passages, and even the commander here made all the experimental areas under 1,000 meters to make chickens and dogs jump, but there was still no way to catch even Lin Fan's clues. Because Lin Fan is no longer there. The rushing worms had already appeared nearby. All raptor obedience, hit the base blockade, do not let go of any living creatures. Lin Fan's order was transmitted to the head of each raptor through the king insect in the air. The worms no longer sneak, but show their terrible faces, and emerge from the shadows without fear. This is the first time that humans in this world have seen a worm. The speed of the fast worm is very fast, and the 100-meter trapeze can't compare with it. The sudden attack caused great casualties of the Black Watch. Ah, what are these? Bullets can't penetrate the shells of these beasts. Fax squid. Damn, my arm was severed. Medic. Captain, there are too many of them, everywhere. Then you fire everywhere, notify the tower and turn on the automatic turret. Captain, no, we will also be affected at such a close distance. Recruit, can't you see? We're dead, but we can't let these beasts rush into the base and kill them. Remember, there is this city behind you. The captain's roar shocked the soldier next to him, and he renewed his fighting spirit, but the next second, the captain's head was bitten by a raptor. The men who had just risen were half in an instant. The blockade is a barricade set within a half-kilometer radius around the base, and access is subject to close scrutiny. Generally, 8 Black Watch soldiers will keep a length of 20 meters to increase the response time. But 20 meters is just a blink of an eye to the fast worms. They are fierce, fast, and not afraid of death, and they can scare ordinary people away and lose their ability to resist. In addition, the basic equipment of the Black Watch cannot fight against the raptors. The assault rifle's lethality is at the first level. Although it can also kill the second-level physical raptors, the raptors are efficient killing creatures. Do not move. The extremely high speed of movement makes their movements more difficult to capture. However, the automatic turret on the tower was activated. This is a double-mounted 20mm machine gun that can blast the armor of the tank with a range of 1,000 meters. This information was clear at a glance in the memory of the Black Watch soldiers absorbed by Lin Fan. The warning sound inside the base has been sounding for a long time, but it is still empty outside the base, because it has been killed by raptors. Hundreds of Black Watchmen with extremely high quality cannot kill even the assault rifle of Fast Worm. And most of the strength of the underground facilities has to catch up, even if you take the freight elevator. It takes 10 minutes to have enough troops to suppress the swarm. So now only automatic turrets block Lin Fan's footsteps. As long as the 2 automatic turrets are removed, the worm can drive in and cut off the cables of the freight elevator. By then, all the soldiers here will be killed. But it must be completed within half an hour. Otherwise, nearby military bases will inevitably come with heavy support. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 5: Iron Man and Gears of War. Machine guns have a very fast rate of fire. As soon as the worms can't escape, they will be broken immediately. However, the magic skills common to all Zerg units, submerged, to prevent the fast worms from being locked by machine guns. But it also prevented the speed of the worms from entering the base. Lin Fan doesn't want to kill any fast-moving worms. They are just injured and will recover soon. Even if they are seriously injured, they can recover as soon as they return to the bacterial blanket. So he removed the 2 towers. On the top of the building where Lin Fan is located, there are many small container-like integrated air conditioners. The electronic eyes of the machine guns are now staring at the ground, which is a defensive loophole. This allows Lin Fan to blast at least 1 machine gun to reduce it. Firepower. Holding a ton of collective air conditioners overhead, Lin Fan threw it towards an automatic turret. The electronic eye of the automatic turret scanned a foreign object over the sky, adjusted the height of the barrel to shoot, and blasted the collective air conditioner in the middle of the air, and only some debris fell off. However, what the automatic turret expected was that, behind the collective air conditioner, there was another collective air conditioner. Boom! This automatic turret was smashed, and then a big explosion. At this time, another automatic turret adjusted its priority and aimed at the sky to lock Lin Fan for fire suppression. However, at this time, all the worms near the turret came out and constantly attacked the wall below the turret. The fast-moving worms' sharp claws planed high-quality concrete like cutting tofu, and the thick steel bars inside the thumb were also snapped by them, and dozens of them acted together. The wall was quickly dismantled, causing the automatic turret above. The building collapsed and smashed to the ground, causing an explosion. After the removal of the 2 automatic turrets, swift worms pierced into the base, and the gates that originally connected the high-voltage electricity had lost their function. They penetrated through the planed wall. On the empty school ground, only dozens of soldiers came out of the freight elevator. Although they carried grenade launchers, and they even had 5 snipers, they were intercepted by the raptors that had arrived before they had climbed to the top of the building. Come down! The power of the grenade launcher is above and below the second order. If it faces thousands of raptors, it can cause the greatest damage. Almost 1 grenade can destroy a few raptors. If they were close, those soldiers who dared to pull the trigger would kill themselves. The raptor will dive or jump away. As for the sniper, it is even more aggrieved. This professional soldier who needs a stable environment not only has a slow rate of fire, but also the weight of the gun is extremely physical. In the case of melee, it can only be used as a fire stick. These soldiers who came up from the ground originally took the grenade launcher and sniper rifle up after hearing the battle on the ground, but when they came up, they didn't even have a cover. As a fire support, they could only feed the fast worms. Lin Fan came over and carried a sniper rifle. This was not a sniper rifle, but Barrett. With an ultra-long barrel and an 18mm caliber armor-piercing warhead, it is a very powerful anti-tank heavy weapon. And Barrett's damage almost reached the 3rd order. Any shot of a swift worm will be smashed into a rotten watermelon, and corpses will splash everywhere. Cut off the cable of a freight elevator. After Lin Fan issued this order to Sun Meng, he went to the base's warehouse, where the oil used by the vehicle was generally prepared for the helicopters that came and went. After opening the warehouse, Sun Meng held the oil drum towards the freight elevator and filled the freight elevator with oil drums. Lin Fan also took a box of fragmented grenades in the storeroom, and then pulled the pull ring with a wire, and tied it to the door of the freight elevator. As soon as the freight elevator was opened, 1,000 meters underground would become a fiery sea hell. The air under the ground is very thin, so ventilation ducts are needed to collect air conditioners to increase air quality. These air ducts can quickly transport flames to every corner of the underground base. No matter whether it is a Black Light virus experimental body or the Black Watch soldiers, it is impossible to regenerate. Eat all the corpses, carry heavy weapons from the arsenal, get as much as you can, and retreat. At this time, Lin Fan summoned the king worms hidden in the clouds. The internal organs of their bodies could carry a large amount of armament materials, which allowed Lin Fan to have his own small arsenal. At this time, a patrolling kingworm noticed that 3 light tanks were coming under the guard of 200 light machine gun black watchmen. Lin Fan immediately led the worms to retreat. When Lin Fan just left the St. Petersburg biochemical research base, sky-high flames spewed out of the ventilation ducts on the ground connection, and a huge muffled sound almost broke through Manhattan Island from 1,000 meters underground here. As one of the richest people in the city center, Tony Stark, or superhero Iron Man, certainly does not allow such a big thing to appear on his doorstep, and landed here just after Lin Fan left his forefoot. What followed was a war machine, held by Tony's close friend, Air Force Colonel Rod. "Oh my God, what happened here?" Rhodes shouted in astonishment. There was only a burning night in front of him. The biochemical research base that was originally a special institution is now turned into ruins. The base of Blackwatch is top in every aspect. Tony tilted his head and sighed. This looks like an accident, but Jarvis just called up the satellite picture. Surface. Hey, guess what I found? Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 6, Iron Man being fucked. What? Stop selling. Rod demanded impatiently. He was anxious inside, but this was a very large military accident, larger than the fighter group of a group army that was damaged. Tony sighed. I think New York is going to change again, a man in a black robe, who can command hundreds of terrible beasts. Generally soldiers can't deal with them close at all. What do you think? I think I should go and report this to immediately. Rhodes started the war machine, then went full horsepower, leaving Tony in place. Tony shrugged and said to himself, compared to the Hydra's minions, what a fuss. Jarvis, clues for the black robe have been found and are being followed. Well, let's go and see what this guy wants to do. Tonyila lowered his mask and went off into the air. The other side. Lin Fan has returned to the original Zerg base. Ding! Complete the task of occupying the biochemical research base in St. Petersburg. Reward, Worker B Variation Branch Digger. Digger, Worker B branch variant with second-order physical ability and first-order mental ability. Incubation requires Worker Bees to make basic mutations, 20 biomass, and 5 seconds. May evolve again. The excavator no longer has the basic collecting ability of Worker Bees, but the alienated jaws can dig quickly, and the digestive juice in the stomach mutates to synthesize a highly adhesive glue, which greatly enhances the stability of the material structure itself. Detect deep-seated energy resources. Lin Fan quickly transformed 10 Worker Bees into Digger variants. Variation speed is much faster than basic hatching speed. It was the Digger that broke out again. Digger digs quickly through tens of billions of steel spines on the body. Whether it is rock formations, vein areas, or special materials, they can work. Mission update, Spurline, Stark Industries satellites tracked to your location. Iron Man is coming. It is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare for the challenge and hide in the ground for the initial Zerg base. Reward, Raptor Mutant Branch Insurgency. Lin Fan did not expect to have a fight with Iron Man so soon. Issa, now the initial Zerg base is under your command, hide it underground, how deep you can hide it. Observe, dominate. Issa stepped back, bowed slightly, and walked towards the original Zerg base. At this time, the excavator was at full horsepower, quickly digging in place, pulling the original Zerg base into the ground, and filling it with rocks again. After being attached by the fungus blanket, he could not see any clues at all. However, the thermal response of the original Zerg base was only in the shallow soil and certainly could not escape the satellite scan. Iron Man's technological level can use thermal scanning without satellites. Let him know the exact location of the original Zerg base. Even if Lin Fan can resist this time, next time I don't know what crooked idea Tony will come up with. Lin Fan is standing on the fungus carpet and belongs to the home field. His moving speed and regeneration ability will be strengthened. 100 fast worms ambush all around, quietly waiting for the arrival of Iron Man. 5 minutes later, Tony pulled the wind and landed on the carpet. Jarvis, I have found an unknown substance on the ground, and I am trying to catch Mark's armor. This will increase the power consumption, please note. Lin Fan hid his face in the white hood raised, and in the moonlight, on the somewhat cold face, the corner of his mouth pulled a dangerous arc. Tony Stark, high IQ, genius mind, millionaires, unfortunately too arrogant, and very dependent on Mark series armor. Lin Fan had figured it out, he would fall, and this was the opportunity. Iron Man was about to vomit Lin Fanyan, but he hit a fist on his mask, and then he quickly flew out of the fungus blanket and went away like a cannonball. Because the surrounding resources were destructively collected by worker bees, there were no buffers nearby. Only half a kilometer after Tony flew, Jarvis turned on the power furnace and used pulses to cushion the repulsion. Stopped in the air, Tony took off the smashed mask, his nose was interrupted, and blood leaked. It's a big deal, but this guy's hands are too dark, he just stuns when he comes up, and this fist is almost catching up with Hulk. Jarvis, attention, the man in black robe is approaching quickly. Jarvis, you're welcome. Take out all our weapons to serve him. Take revenge for my nose. Tony snapped the mask on again, calling out fiercely. Lin Fan ran all the way, reaching a speed of 200 km per hour, but he still had a sniper rifle. A dozen kilograms of Barrett, even the high-quality soldiers of the Black Watch, cannot snip while moving at high speed. But Lin Fan's grip was as high as tens of tons, and Barrett's weight had no effect at all. He has locked Tony through the sight. Tony originally wanted to let the Black Robes eat a miniature missile cluster, and smashed the villain, but he did not expect that after Jarvis locked Lin Fan, an armor-piercing projectile that could knock the tank hit the reactor on him. This time, Tony was frightened. Although he was not blasted, the electricity was directly lost by a quarter. And just now, he almost shattered the shrapnel near his heart, so he is likely to die. Twice. Tony's high IQ was suppressed. He feels wronged. It seems that this villain who doesn't know where he came from knows him well. Repress everywhere. Jarvis, in view of the large gap between the two sides, please run away, at least he will not fly, otherwise you are dead. Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 7, Perverts of the Insurgency. Tony is not angry. Jarvis is correct. The mysterious man in black robes has more power than his current Mark armor, so it is not appropriate to fight today. Lin Fan pointed to Tony with Barrett, and his large black robe hid his figure. He was actually sure to beat Tony in one breath, but after a moment of thinking, he was not sure to leave Tony. Even if he can glide quickly, but not flying, he will be thrown grey by Tony. By this time Tony was pretending to be calm and running away. Jarvis was ready for a missile cluster to gain time for Tony's escape. If Lin Fan wants to stay with Tony, the chances of failure are high. Lin Fan teased openly, Iron Man, don't sleep on your cover girl in your apartment, and come to this wild wilderness, it's really leisurely and elegant. Ha ha ha, in fact, I was just passing by. As you exploded the base of your family, it has nothing to do with me. You should also know that I have never been able to get along with those in the military. Tony's eyes turned around, thinking would you like to touch the bottom of each other first? However, at this time, abnormal changes appeared in Wang Zhe's vision. I saw many black light zombies in the National Forest Park. And there are several hunters. The hunter is a high-order mutant hatched by the mother of Elizabeth, a black light virus. At this stage, no biochemical incubator has been produced, and the corpse and water tank can only be used to collect the essence and then hatch. They will also be occupied during the month. Ding! Congratulations on completing your mission to meet Iron Man. The initial Zerg base has entered the middle soil layer. Reward: Raptor Mutant Branch Insurgency. Insurgency, a branch of Swift Worm. Have First Order Physical Ability, First Order Mental Ability. Incubation requires 1 Rapid Worm, 10 Biomass, no need to mutate time, mutate immediately. A Rapid Worm can produce 3 splitter variants. Insurgents cannot advance. They can divide again after absorbing enough corpses. There is no upper limit. The number of insurgency belongs to the limit of number enhancement. Although the insurgency is 1 step weaker than the fast worm, it can initially have 3 insurgency. If there are enough corpses to absorb, then the insurgency can be divided again, and the number will increase exponentially. This is the solution to the deficiency of Lin Fan's insufficient strength at this stage. In the vision of King Worm, the number of black light zombies was as high as 1,296, and there were 3 hunters mixed in. Lin Fan wanted to win, and he must suffer heavy losses. But now there are variants of the insurgency. Even if there are dead and wounded, as long as there are corpses, their number may only increase after the battle. When Tony saw the black light zombie at this time, he immediately released the missile cluster and fled. Lin Fan did not snip Tony again. It cost too much to kill Tony at this stage. And there are so many villains in the Marvel Universe. He also needs superheroes as a shield. Tony's missile cluster is quite powerful, bombing 1, reducing the number of black light zombies to 923. And successfully attracted the attention of hunters. Lin Fan let the raptor worms start to split into mutants. 100 raptor worms became 300 splitters almost instantly. The shape is more simplified, but it still has fangs and teeth, with sharp claws and more fierce tusks. Black light zombies are humans, but after infection, they can exert great physical capabilities without the protection of instincts during their lifetime. So once ordinary people are caught, they will immediately serve as their meal. It's just that these black light zombies only move faster than the average person trotting, and only suddenly see the prey will suddenly accelerate the attack on the target. Yes, they have visual ability, stronger than the zombie only hearing, because they belong to the mutation. 300 insurgency against 923 black light zombies. Both are comparable in physical ability. However, the number of black light zombies is dominant. But the battle of black light zombies is not intense. Instead, the insurgency has extremely high fighting due to the genetic sequence. The insurgency is different from the body shape of the raptor. They use all 4 limbs to run. They will firmly grasp the target when approaching the enemy, pierce the enemy's body with sharp claws, and their tusks will also over-alienate, resulting in a developed jaw-like bone. Can easily chew human bones. Although black light zombies have no pain and greatly enhanced their physical capabilities, they are more like moving food to the extremist insurgency. The insurgency bit the black light zombie's neck with strong bones and absorbed the essence from the corpse. When the essence in their body reaches saturation, they will split 2 miniature chicks from the body, and then these 2 miniature chicks will absorb the corpse. The essence of this and quickly grew into a splitter. The 300 insurgency reached 754 after a few minutes. The number of black light zombies has been reduced to 617. The insurgency began to suppress black light zombies in number. However, the hunters chasing Iron Man returned at this time, and they seemed to have missed even Tony's fart. When the hunters saw how hard it was to recruit the troops, they lost half of their strength. Full of anger at creatures who didn't know what to do, waving their arms carrying wind pressure rushed forward. A single insurgency has no chance of winning against this higher order variant of third order physical ability. But ants bite more like elephants. The insurgency kept snapping at the hunter's body, stopping their charge momentum. Lin Fan took the opportunity to hold Barrett, aimed at the eyebrow of a hunter, slammed, and shot a headshot. 2 left. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 8, Clausation of black light virus. Hunters are high-level variants of black light viruses produced by humans. They are violent and brutal. Once in contact, they will launch a fierce offensive. The third-order physical ability gives them almost infinite strength. Although there are many insurgents, they are swept away as if they were soldiers on the battlefield. Obviously, they cannot drag the hunter by the current number. Lin Fan braced Barrett on one arm, aimed steadily, with 3 bullets left in the barrel, firing continuously. However, the hunters of the dead companions were alert to Lin Fan's sneak attack, and Barrett's snipers were avoided by them. Although the hunter's body was punched into a fist-like hole, they can recover as long as they quickly swallow a few black light zombies. Lin Fan used Barrett as a javelin, sprinted up, seized the opportunity, and rushed towards a hunter disturbed by the insurgency. The hunter swept away the insurgents with his strong claws, and then took a leap toward the oncoming Lin Fan, but the price of one step later was the end of death. Lin Fan thrust Barrett's barrel into this hunter's throat. He penetrated his body fiercely and nailed it firmly to the ground. Roar! The other hunter saw the tragic death of 2 companions, fear flashed in his eyes, roared, escaped, and ignored the fierce insurgents around him. And now the number of black light zombies has been insignificant. The strength they have gathered this time has been exhausted, and they must go back and report to the mother. But Lin Fan could not bear to escape from these hunters with rich essence, but only his physical ability could chase them down. Lin Fan now has a third-order physical ability and needs 100,000 essences to advance. One of these hunters can bring 300 essences, so how can Lin Fan let go of these fats sent to his mouth? As a high-order mutant, the hunter can also run on the wall regardless of gravity. It uses the floor to jump, and wants to throw Lin Fan back to his nest. However, Lin Fan's sprint combined with gliding can have a speed advantage over a hunter who can only jump. Cats and mice look down at the poor prey in the night sky. Suddenly Lin Fan folded his arms together, dived at a high altitude, and bombarded the hunter. The hunter caught off guard and was slammed down the top of the building and fell into the floor. Lin Fan's fist kept falling, towards the head of the hunter, and the speed was extremely fast, which reduced the life strength of the hunter to the freezing point. Finally, the hunter's struggle was weakened. Lin Fan pulled down one of his arms, and then jumped up with the maneuvering force and blasted it to the hunter's head. Flutter! At the same time as blood splattered, several spider silk entangled black light tentacles from Lin Fan's back popped out and quickly plunged into the body of the hunter who was about to lose vitality. This is completely out of the instinct of the black light virus. Lin Fan noticed that a special gene sequence was absorbed. This is the claw. Lin Fan spread his arms, the black light virus boiled from his arm, and then alienated into a pair of sharp claws. Only the remains of the hunter's body were left in place. Lin Fan jumped out of the building and disappeared into the night. At the same time, Tony maneuvered Mark's armor back to the Stark building, but the power in the reactor was almost depleted. Jarvis, the penetration of palladium into your subcutaneous tissue was detected. It was caused by the previous bombardment by armor-piercing shells. A nanomachine medical capsule has been prepared for you. Mark Armor's fix is now open, so rest assured. Jarvis, bring Ultron's agenda up. End. I want unmanned Mark Armor improvement plans, and I have to think about my life. Tony lay tired in the medical cabin. The other side. Lin Fan returned to the original Zerg base. Black light zombies have been torn to pieces by the insurgency, and many tiny chicks are eating to evolve into more insurgency. Now the number of insurgents has increased from 300 to 900, and it is the number after the casualties have been eliminated. At this time, a hidden passage appeared on the ground fungus blanket. The highest worm Mother Issa appeared, respectfully kneeling on the ground and said, "Master, the initial Zerg base is now hidden at the bottom of the ground at 1983 meters, and it is expected to reach 6,000 meters deep before dawn floor. The efficiency of the excavator is very good, but at this stage resource collection has been vacant. We need to find a stable resource output. Lin Fan helped Yisha and said, go back to the initial Zerg base for rest. At the sinking initial Zerg base, Lin Fan entered his dominating cavity, which is located at the deepest part of the entire initial Zerg base. It is connected to the evolution pit used to integrate Zerg variants and the technology tree. At the same time, this Zerg base also has 2 companion worms inside the resource nest and database, which are embedded in the vein of the entire base. The rest are the temple and the tomb. The palace is a space for discussing matters and meeting subordinates. However, the worm tomb has not yet been dug. For the time being, the initial worm base does not support carrying worm swarms. After all, it cannot move itself, so it is a waste of resources to open the worm tomb. After browsing the dominating cavity and the semi-enclosed evolution pit, Lin Fan came to the temple, and the throne made by the skeleton of the Thunder Beast was waiting for his arrival. Pro. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 9, Rank Upgrade Additional System. Sitting on the throne of the Master, Lin Van Gogh looked down at Issa below the stairs and beckoned, "Come, Issa, come to me, I need you to help me do something." "Observe, my lord." Issa lifted her beautiful legs, and her voluminous figure moved to Lin Fan, then bowed to the left of the throne. Lin Fan teased Issa on the throne, "This seat is spacious enough to seat 3 or 4 people. Issa is just your humble servant, how dare you sit down with you, your subordinates are scared." Issa's face was low and timid, but there was a joy in that voice. "As long as you can stand serving beside the Lord is already your greatest love for your subordinates." Lin Fan was holding Issa's plump body and showed no signs of loosening. "Issa, you are an internal hero, and you have a database. You should be handy in logistics. I have something to do here. Here you are." Issa is willing to solve everything for you and live up to her trust. Although Issa has absolute loyalty to the Master because of her blood relationship, she is still a woman and possesses her own high wisdom, so when she was reused by Lin Fan, and that would definitely make her feel very happy. Lin Fan thinks that the essence of promotion is too huge. So he needs a measurement. Otherwise, after a while, the worm swarm will gradually grow, and he will neglect his own ascension. After explaining this matter to Issa, Issa closed her eyes, her long eyelashes were shaking regularly, and she looked beautiful from her side. A few minutes later, Issa opened her eyes again and respectfully said, "Issa has helped you connect to the database, create a separate document for you there, and your elite measurement values will be particularly displayed. Essence, 956.100000. Third order. This is much clearer. I appreciate it." Lin Fan said on Issa's face. Issa's eyes were shy, her face flushed with red, but she felt completely lost because she lost Lin Fan's arms. That's what the subordinates should do. Mission Summary, Sideline: although you successfully met Iron Man, the initial Zerg base was hidden. But because your mother Elizabeth's plan was disrupted by you, she is now trying to deal with you. Mission Update, Branch Line: enter the military forces and obtain national intelligence. The advantages are easy access to resource points and the use of military power to suppress the power of the Mother Elizabeth. Vulnerability assigns tasks to military participation. Bonus: additional rank promotion system. Additional rank promotion system: based on the ancient technology of the human race in the Silver Civilization, each rank can be unlocked with new technology equipment. The black light virus in the mother's body, Elizabeth, has been brewing for decades. Not only can it hatch the leader of the hunter, it also has the king of the hunter, and her original shape is too powerful. It's all higher order variants above the 4th order. If the Mother Elizabeth launches an offensive against the Zerg, it will inevitably slow down the development of Lin Fan, especially now that he does not have a stable resource point. After torture Iron Man this time, it is estimated that he will notify the Shield to make a threat assessment of Lin Fan's swarm power, so if it develops unilaterally, it will inevitably cause unforeseen losses. Although the military forces in the Marvel Universe can only paddle at the critical moment, they need to rely on superheroes to support the scene. However, if someone's technology equipment is used as a bargaining chip, he can also recruit troops. Master the country from the side. In those memories that Lin Fan absorbed, half a month later, Black Watch will select new soldiers to train in the lower ranks, so he needs to enter the lower ranks. But the lower ranks of the Black Watch are similar to the ace units of the Marines, SEALs, and Delta Forces. Lin Fan has to join the army according to ordinary methods, and it will take half a year before he can enter these ace troops. Moreover, he is still of Chinese descent, and the review will definitely be stricter. Now Lin Fan has several goals to speed up this process through contacts. Betty, daughter of Perak General Rose. However, due to lack of intelligence and unable to locate, Lin Fan gave up. Beauty medical doctor Zhao Hailan? Not in Manhattan right now. Give up. Spider-Man's girlfriend? Gwen. Gwen is still in school. Her father was the chief of the police station. Although her rights were not great, she should have no problem in recommending Lin Fan to the Marine Corps. After paying attention, Lin Fan decided to go to Paul Gwen. As for the school status, as long as there is money to clear it, there is no major problem. After dawn rose, a bank in the center of Manhattan Island was stolen, and tens of billions of dollars were missing, leaving no signs of prying open. At this time, Lin Fan was sitting in a cool black Lamborghini, and after a large amount of US dollar dredging, Lin Fan's identity has become an international student who transferred from China to city. After arriving at the school, Lin Fan's luxury car attracted the attention of many students and sisters. Under a luxurious suit, Lin Fan's figure and noble temperament made it difficult for him to go with it. But he didn't plan to study honestly. The most important thing in the Marvel Universe is accidents. For example, soon the insurgency will come here to create a feast of killings. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 10: Insurgency Attack. Lin Fan sat in the classroom next to Gwen, but next to him was Peter Parker, Spider-Man. The two shiny Lin Fan became the focus of the classroom. Peter can only be regarded as handsome, but Lin Fan is handsome. In contrast, Gwen's eyes are focused on Lin Fan. Peter felt very disappointed, and the girl who had a crush on him for a long time, but now because of Lin Fan's appearance, suddenly gave him no chance. Peter lay on the table and secretly said, "You are a Spider-Man, a beloved superhero, don't give up. How can Gwen like this?" At this time Gwen took the initiative to talk to Lin Fan. Peter just felt black on his cheeks, and he was trying to vent his frustration. Blonde hair is not enough to describe Gwen. Gwen's temperament is full of intellectuality, but there is another wild nature hidden in those water eyes. She was very nice, slim, bumpy, and extremely flexible. In Lin Fan's eyes, Gwen is no longer an ordinary girl, but a Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman next to Spider-Man? Gwen was very talkative and very cheerful, and soon became familiar with Lin Fan. It's just that she's not cooked enough to invite Lin Fan to eat lemon perch at home. Peter Parker was immersed in pessimism. He didn't know that this mood would temporarily lose his ability to Spider-Man. Suddenly in that school ground, the insurgency was drilled under the ground, and they could reach here through the tunnel of the excavator. However, the excavator will use the glue in the stomach to repair the ground again. No one knows how these insurgents came. For a group of high school students who have no means of counterattack, even one insurgency is enough to cause a very large riot, and now there are dozens of insurgency here. Both the main front door and the rear wickets have been blocked by them. With more than 2,000 students on campus, they will face the fate of becoming food, and when the insurgency absorbs their corpses, the number will increase, so this is a countdown escape game. Gwen's spider sensed danger, and then Spider-Man, who was lost in emotion, reacted, but how to save so many students in the school. Then the alarm bell sounded. With a slam, the classroom door was knocked open, a splitter broke in, jumped on the students in the front row with sharp claws, and bit a student's head next to it with pliers like fangs. Blood and water splashed everywhere both. Ah, what a monster! Dead? They were eaten. Hurry up! Hurry up! Oh my God! Who will save us? At this time, 2 miniature chicks were generated on the insurgency, crawled onto the corpse, began to absorb the essence, and then quickly grew into a new insurgency. Seeing the splits turn into 3, dozens of students in the classroom fell into greater panic. And through the glass, someone escaped on the school ground, but was immediately caught by the insurgency who was hiding in the ground, torn apart, and the screams made everyone's heart more fragile. Suddenly the insurgency rushed to Gwen. Lin Fan raised the table and smashed it, causing the insurgency to fall to the side. Gwen reacted, but she couldn't use too much power without changing clothes. At this time, Spider-Man found that his myopia was back. Peter Parker's face was darker, his heart said, but this time, his ability disappeared. At this time, several civilian helicopters from outside came over. This is a TV station acquired by Lin Fan. For this show, he needs a well-known channel. And in this way, let the Mother Elizabeth see the power of the Zerg, and there will only be more and more splitters. However, Lin Fan is also a fake fox and tiger, because compared with his mother Elizabeth, he is in absolute quantitative disadvantage. Audience friends, here is live news from XXTV. The ferocious beast suddenly appeared in this high school. Crazy attacks on students in school. It's terrible. Why didn't superheroes stop them? These students need help. Lin Fan smiled secretly in the classroom. The conditions are right. But Peter's degradation was not what Lin Fan expected. These sent insurgents were tasked with killing everyone in the school, and they would show no mercy even if they saw Lin Fan. After the first round of chaos, the number of insurgents has soared to hundreds, but their carapace is not as thick as the raptors, as long as the assault rifle can penetrate through immediately. As a result of a live TV broadcast, the nearby National Guard brought hundreds of soldiers into the school district and began to close the surrounding streets. Then came Gwen's father, George, who is now the director of the New York City branch. He was extremely anxious and trapped in the safety of his daughter on the campus. Commander Rees, of the National Guard, appeased the crowd and claimed that he would quickly rescue the students in the trapped school district. Soldiers entered the campus, but they immediately attracted the separatists in the teaching building and quickly gathered downstairs. Even the heavily trained city soldiers can see that the splitter still has to breathe in air. The shape of the cricket is full of sharp thorns, sharp claws poke small pits on the ground, and move quickly, coming out in groups. It makes people shudder. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 11, Delta Force Rescue Team. Lieutenant Rees, commander of the National Guard, roared, "Fire, what are you doing? Fire, fire!" Hundreds of insurgents rushed out of the school building. How scary was the scene! Can scare ordinary people into pants. And they are not afraid of death, and they are scrambling to make those soldiers weak. Fire, fire! Don't panic, said the front row. It's too fast, they are going to catch up. Why didn't they die after eating a clip? What the is this? Although the insurgency is not as thick as the carapace of the raptors, it also needs to hit the key to kill them. As the cosmic hegemon of the Zerg, the evolution of each unit has undergone tens of thousands of adjustments. Take the insurgency, in the ordinary sense, they will not die even if their bodies are smashed, and they will fight back if they have the chance. And the key to them is in their brains, but the front of their brains is wrapped in pliers-shaped cavities. Unless the sniper wants this momentum, the bullet will not hit the brain behind the cavities. Explosion-proof shields. We need explosion-proof shields. And fragment grenades. This is the battlefield, his mother's real battlefield. Don't come here, They are too many. They are eating his body. Withdraw, withdraw, we can't resist. The National Guard was forced out of the school district, but soon they discovered that these monsters would not come out, only devouring the corpses in the gate, and then split the tiny chicks to create more insurgents. Gwen's father, George, suggested, bullets have little effect on them, and flamethrowers should be used. George. So high-end gadgets, how could we have the National Guard? Commander Reese clutched his hair anxiously. Just a tentative trial just now killed nearly 100 brothers, and those monsters, not one. George patted Reese's back and said, I and Captain Todd of the Marines are old friends and should be able to borrow from him. Great, George, thank you for your assistance. Reese's tired eyes were grateful. But then the metamorphosis regenerates. Those who had eaten the body of the National Guard returned to the school building again. Screams kept coming and going. Some students jumped down from the window, but fell down and immediately broke their bones. They were easily eaten by the splitters. The huge horror was broadcast live to all parts of the country through the shooting of helicopters. Clarion Daily, Planet Daily, and several other news media, one step later. The copyright can only be purchased through Lin Fan's TV station for playback. Because Lin Fan is on the campus and has first-hand intelligence, otherwise these media will not buy a small TV station at all. Gwen has spoken to her father George on the phone, and the surviving students have blocked the classroom doors because the insurgents have been attracted. But those insurgents are crashing wildly. So this is definitely not a long-term skill. Screams kept echoing in the corridor. At this time, 3 Apache transport aircraft passed by. Each of them is also equipped with 2 18mm Gatling heavy machine guns, which are accelerated by electric power and magnetic force, and have a rate of fire of 3,000 rounds per minute, which is a nightmare for the individual soldiers on the battlefield. Lieutenant Reese saw the Apache transport aircraft in the air, took George by the arm, and was pleasantly surprised. It's the Delta Force. These long-time elites must be able to rescue those students. In response to the attack on the campus by several insurgents, several military colonels in the vicinity have strongly supported and brought together a Delta Special Rescue Team consisting of 100 people. In order to prevent the incident from escalating again, after the surviving students have been rescued, they will carry out the incineration of gasoline bombs, exterminate all living things in this area. Gwen wants to save more people, but she is not so powerful. The insurgency is very agile, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to attack people to harm them. If she acted rashly, not only could she not be rescued, she could also be consumed eventually. Gwen's phone rang again, her father George. By phone, Gwen learned that an elite army had landed on the top floor of the teaching building by helicopter, and rescued the surviving students inside. Lin Fan's worm is in the clouds above, and the heavy firepower above Apache is a great threat to the insurgents, so he will not let the insurgents leave the teaching building. However, the Delta Force was not expected to perform the operation as a rescue team. They are the second trump card in the military force. These elite soldiers have light machine guns, fragmented grenades, and high fighting skills. They perform missions in other countries all year round, participate in various battles, and have at least several lives on their hands. However, the number of insurgents has been scaled up, and the number of remaining students has been less than 100. As a resource for the Zerg's growth, they cannot be let go by Lin Fan. This is a conspiracy belonging to Lin Fan. The person who finally walked out of the school district can't have more hands, and he wants to be the person who is crucial in this incident. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Minute. Enjoyment is also a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 12, Insurgency Riding Face. News from the Delta Rescue Team made the surviving students happy. We will be saved soon. Thank goodness. We are still alive. The monsters are terrible. Where are they from? At this time, thousands of insurgents had only one classroom left unexplored. That's Lin Fan's class. The door blocked by dozens of tables rang again. And it seemed that the sturdy obstacles fell apart immediately, and the insurgency bit through the door panel and was about to get in from there. The students panicked again. Lin Fan pulled open the ventilation duct in the room. Escape from here. However, human nature is so fragile. In this environment, most people do not support escape, but the prayer gate can support it for a little longer. Because their savior Delta Force is coming. If you go to the ventilation duct and don't know where it leads, there are so many terrible monsters outside, the mortality rate will be even higher. Lin Fan laughed secretly. This is exactly the result he needed, stupid mortal. Gwen was helpless. She calculated that the insurgents would break through soon, and the rescue team could not arrive here so quickly, so these people were dead. Only 4 people followed Lin Fan's suggestion. Gwen. Hidden Spider-Woman. Peter. Temporarily disabled Spider-Man. Jessica. Ball-shaped glasses girl with a very good value. Source: The Amazing Spider-Man. Thompson. Often bullies Peter's boys. Thompson headed into the air duct, then Peter, then Jessica, and finally Gwen. But then the insurgents came in. Hurry up! At this time, Lin Fan pretended to be duty-bound, sealed the ventilation ducts, and then jumped down to fight the insurgency. Gwen was very clear that Lin Fan didn't leave because he wanted to help them get away from the ventilation ducts to get time. In the face of an unknown number of insurgents, Lin Fan must be fierce and fierce. Thinking of only tens of minutes of acquaintance, Lin Fan can make this sacrifice for her. She really wants to return to fight with the insurgents. But the former Jessica lived in Gwen. Come on, don't waste the time that Lin Fan has fought for us. We have to live and we can't let his efforts go to waste. Gwen bit his lip fiercely, then followed Jessica away, and the screams behind him began to fade. As the mastermind behind the scenes, how could Lin Fan become a dragon runner? He was just making a show. The surviving students in the classroom did not survive under the fierce attacks of the insurgency. Lin Fan's brand name suit changed at this time, and the white hood robe covering his body appeared again. It's time to pack those Delta forces. The insurgents receded at this time, rushing towards the top of the building, violent and screaming. After searching for the uppermost classroom, Delta Force was in a heavy mood. There were no survivors except blood, internal organs, and broken corpses. And even if they are used to seeing life and death, after seeing the situation here, they will have uncomfortable physiological reactions. Some things are approaching, many, more than 1,000. A scout holding a radar detector nervously said. The commander of the operation, Parkin, made tactical gestures. Immediately these people used the building around them as a shelter. Set up a light machine gun and start firing. The corridors in the teaching building are not spacious and are very suitable for defense, but they are not human beings. Insurgents poured into the top corridor. Fake squid, fire. Feed them all the fragmented grenades. My God, God must have made a joke with me, this is a dream. Wake up, soldier, light up your bullets. The insurgents who went forward succeeded in charge, and were not afraid of death. Even the bullets that covered the blow could not stop them. However, the firepower of the light machine gun was enough to break the insurgency. But there are too many splitters. They use their bodies as shields and continue to charge, even if they are broken, and there are top insurgents behind to ensure the continuous advancement of the team. The original width of the corridor made it easy to be defended, but now it has become a reason for the Delta Force to hate it. Because the number of insurgents is too large, the gathering of existing light machine guns does not constitute suppression, but there is no more place for them to perform. However, if we change to a more open environment, these insurgents will be more dispersed, and it will be more difficult for the set fire to suppress. This is a very contradictory issue. Seeing the splitters fighting hundreds of casualties to ride their faces, a wave of fragmentation grenades relieved the pressure of the front firefighters. The temporarily incapable insurgency was broken into pieces. But the swarm hole caused by the fragmentation grenade only remained for a few seconds, and was filled again by the insurgency. This time was only for the firearms to change a wave of magazines. There was no chance of breathing, and they could only be numb. Pull the trigger. Once they stop, these crazy beasts will drown them immediately. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 13, Lord's name will ring through. At this time, the blasting expert in the team calculated some formulas and reported, Captain Parkin, smashing grenade throwing at 3 positions, A, B, and C. There is a great chance to drain these beasts to the lower level, which can greatly relieve the front row. The pressure of a firepower hand. Implement it immediately. Parkin also sweated the fierce insurgents. These weird creatures, once approached, were enough to put them to death instantly. Several soldiers with extensive blasting experience negotiated and were preparing to launch a fragmentation grenade. We need to do 2 dials. The first wave was to blast the ghosts. The second wave will be made up immediately. Otherwise, the destructive force of the fragmented grenade will have a hard time producing effects on the building. Fight for success. The frontline firefighters are now striving to gain a better position for these blasters. This is their hope that they can escape their berth. As for rescue, I can't live without it. Who will want to save people? Boom. 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 Puff. Boom. After the first attempt, 2 structural weaknesses were successfully exploded, but because the insurgency was too dense, the most important structural weakness was not exploded. However, because the blasters underestimated the weight of the insurgency, the floor slab larger than originally expected to collapse, causing more than 20 firefighters in the front row to fall and become the food pursued by the insurgency after being drained. The collapse of several meters made the insurgency fall to the lower level, and most of the firefighters who fell below were caught by the insurgency before they got up. Don't, help! Captain Parkin, save us, it! These monsters, you eat Lao-Tzu's legs. I want you to eat bullets. Come on, Captain Parkin, leave us alone, we're done. Screaming, mourning, praying, crazy. These fighters reacted differently. But the insurgents can't have compassion. They don't care about how the food struggles, and they don't care about themselves. Their task is to eat all the enemies, then divide and divide, without any thoughts. This rational obsession makes them look extremely crazy. Parkin's heart was bleeding. Which soldier of each Delta unit was not cultivated with blood and sweat? Now there are more than 20 casualties, and they are all brave firefighters. Counting the weapons and equipment, the losses have exceeded 40 million. Retreat, Captain, the monsters are coming up from other corridors, and there will be no time left. The scout with the radar detector next to him shouted. Captain Parkin turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Throw all the fragmented grenades and bury some monsters for the dead brothers. Go. Throw all the fragmented grenades on you. Retreat, all retreats. Leave a few people behind to cover. Stop those light machine guns, there is no more ammunition. Escape is important." No one was rescued, so many brothers were lost, and punishment was required to return. After nearly 100 fragmented grenades were thrown into the lower floor, it continued to explode, causing heavy losses to the insurgency, but this was only the surface. Because after the insurgents who chase up after eating those fragments, they can reuse the essence and reuse the miniature chicks to grow more insurgents. This is the abnormality of the insurgents. Although they cannot produce advancements, the ability to reuse corpses can consume a large amount of enemy forces that have a great demand for logistical supplies. Captain Parkin called the Apache transport by radio to pick them up. "Call Cobra A3, call Cobra A3, we abandon the mission, prepare to return to the sea, and ask for support." Cobra A3 received it. Cobra A3 received it and was heading to the landing point. A reply came from the radio. After the disaster, the Delta Force quickly returned to the top of the building. However, on the roof of the teaching building, Lin Fan was waiting for them, and Lin Fan was holding a Barrett anti-equipment sniper rifle. Boom! A 12.5mm armor-piercing projectile was fired. The Apache transporter who was approaching was hit and hit the fuel tank. Boom! The sky was dark, and after a huge explosion, with the billowing smoke, only the wreckage of the Apache transport plane fell on the campus. At the same time, the separatists have already approached the top floor through other roads, and the firepower behind the pad has continuously urged the retreat. However, Lin Fan, who had shot the transport plane, was ahead, forming a pinch. Captain Parkin yelled, "Who are you?" Dozens of Desert Eagles point to Lin Fan. Because the light machine gun lost ammunition, it was discarded before retreating, and now Delta Force only has Desert Eagles available. Lin Fan opened his arms, and the black robe was burning like a flame. He raised his head, and the worm mask on the top made him shudder. "Dominate." "Master." Parkin asked again, "Are you manipulating those monsters?" Lin Fan didn't answer Parkin's words again, but sprinted into the team, and ejected a sharp claw from his cuff. Parkin yelled when he saw this, "Fire!" Desert Eagle, using 9mm caliber pistol shells, has a range of 50 meters, is a very powerful thermal weapon among similar pistols. Can cause unpredictable damage at close range. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 14, Iron Man was killed. Alienated claws have a density several times higher than ordinary steel alone. This kind of biological weapon composed of black light virus not only cuts iron like mud, but also possesses unusually fast characteristics. No matter how much the human body exercises, it is difficult for them to resist the attack and cut of alienated claws. When the claws cut across the body like tofu, the Delta Force soldiers who were still firing had been unloaded 8 pieces, and the body had broken into several pieces and collapsed. Lin Fan was like a death storm, killing Parkin's soldiers more than half, just for a moment. Parkin has long forgotten the experience of losing his comrades in arms. They bravely fight and hone their skills in battles of various countries all year round. In recent years, with the upgrading of weapons and equipment, the mortality rate has remained at the freezing point, and the elite level is among the best. However, at this time, these fighters simply couldn't fight the existence. When the companion's blood was mixed with the internal organs and splashed on them, only 15 bullets of the Desert Eagle had been emptied. At the same time, they knew how vulnerable they were. The next second they saw themselves fragmented with severe pain. Body, they are dead. Parkin's rescue team immediately failed, and the rest fled to the teaching building, but they were waiting for the insurgency. Delta Force soldiers who only have fighting knives on their bodies can only use the survival instinct to hit the blade on the carapace of the insurgency, but the carapace that can be penetrated by the assault rifle as not ordinary humans can be broken with melee weapons. After only a few seconds of survival, the soldiers were drowned by the horde of swarms. Parkin's body was already stiff, cold sweat kept on his forehead, and the terrible existence he claimed to dominate was behind him. Lin Fan clasped his claws over Parkin's head, and pressed him to the ground and kneeled. "Humans, this is just the beginning. The swarm will annihilate this planet. No one can stop me. You dream, there are countless superheroes on the Earth, and they will definitely stop you." Parkin's head had been snapped into the claws, blood was leaving with his brain, and he growled in pain. Lin Fan mentioned Parkin to the edge of the building, then released his claws, and Parkin would be killed from the building. But as the viewers outside the campus exclaimed, supersonic sounds emerged from the clouds, and a familiar voice came out, "He is right, you dream, superheroes will stop you, Master. It's Iron Man." "Awesome." He caught Parkin, "Thank goodness. It's too timely, but if earlier. Iron Man lets this lord try your best." Iron Man picked Parkin, a free-fall body, and sent him outside the campus for medical assistance before arriving at the top of the building. This time Iron Man changed his new coat, and it also has a number on it. Ordinary people or it is not clear, but Lin Fan cannot know that this is the prototype of Mark's unmanned armor. There is no Tony Stark in it at all. Lin Fan now looked at the sky. 2 Apache transport aircraft rushed in, the Gatling guns and guns on board were warming up, and only Delta Captain Parkin was left in their rescue team in the Delta, and hatred was causing the 2 pilots to carry out attack instructions without authorization. Iron Man said aloud, "Master, grab it, the Avengers have Thor, Hulk, and me, your ambition is impossible, and I promise you will be suppressed if you don't get out of Manhattan." "I don't want to talk to a machine, Tony." Lin Fan's voice was impatient. At the same time, dozens of rounds of shrapnel were being pushed out of the hooded robe on his body, and they fell to the floor and made a crunching sound. Tony far away in the Stark building was startled, and thought, how did he know he was not in the armor? Lin Fan ignored Mark's unmanned armor at this time, faced the 2 Apache transport planes, and picked up the Barrett anti-equipment sniper rifle from the ground. Tony was very angry when Lin Fan ignored him. As the most shiny Iron Man in New York City, he has never been seen so much. However, when Tony used a neural simulator to manipulate Mark's unmanned armor to attack Lin Fan quickly turned Barrett on his head. Boom! The power of the armor-piercing projectile at 0 distance was extremely explosive, and it directly blasted Mark's unarmored helmet, and then Tony's unmanned armor left only an empty shell to fall to the ground. In the Stark building, Tony took the nerve simulator with cold sweat, swallowed saliva, and had a lingering fear. If he was really inside, he would now be a corpse. Onlookers outside the campus were silent. The existence of the claim to dominate has made Iron Man headshot. How can that be? Iron Man was killed. Many people have no sense of the 6 terrifying kills. Suddenly. At this time, the 4 Gatling machine gun groups also began to exert force. The intensity of this fire is as high as 12,000 bullets per minute, which is enough to knock out the armor of several tanks. Throw the Barrett in his hand. Just after the unmanned armor was blasted at a short distance, the gun bore was damaged, and it would have a chance of being bombed when used again. And under the shroud of bullets, there was no time for sniping. Lin Fan sprinted, his hands alienated the claws, and charged back, taking off on the edge of the teaching building. The fierce explosive force made him hit an Apache transporter like a cannonball. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 15, the layout is complete. The glass of the Apache transport aircraft are all thickened bulletproof types. Although this material still cannot survive the armor-piercing projectile within 1,000 meters, it can be almost immune to ordinary thermal weapons. However, Lin Fan's claws still easily pierced the bulletproof glass, grabbed the pilot, threw it out of the cockpit, and replaced it. After adjusting the unbalanced fuselage, Lin Fan's full-speed engine crashed into the Apache transport aircraft next to it. In the huge smoke and fire, Lin Fan's figure emerged and fell on the top floor of the teaching building again. Superheroes have come. By Delta rescue team went in. Then survived 1 person. Seriously injured coma. The National Guard goes in. Those who did not escape are dead. 3-game losing streak. Colonels at several nearby military bases believed that gasoline bombs should be used immediately for deep incineration operations. Otherwise, when the master said that the swarm swarmed out of the campus, it would inevitably cause irreparable casualties and economic losses to the city center and surrounding areas. The implication will be even greater. Evaluation experts now believe that students living on campus have little hope of survival. Even the elite warriors of the Delta Force have been massacred. How many students can survive the students buried in those terrible monsters? So now the focus has changed from hostage rescue work to deep cleanup. Lieutenant Reese of the National Guard received an order from above, and his face was very ugly. Not only did his son Thompson not come out, but even the old friend George's daughter Gwen did not come out, but now they only have 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a combat aircraft carried enough petrol bombs to clear the campus, and no creatures could survive in that environment. Gasoline bombs are solid compression crystals. After thermal expansion, they will form a long-term combustion on the ground. In the past wars, this weapon was very cruel, because if humans were in the affected area, as long as they touched a little bit, the flame would keep burning, there was almost no way to extinguish, and it was impossible to carry out artificial rescue. George wanted to call his daughter Gwen, but Gwen didn't receive it because of access to the ventilation ducts. However, the king worm in the clouds had passed the conversation between George and Reese into Lin Fan's mind. All the insurgents obeyed, went to the ground floor, and returned to the original Zerg base. Lin Fan used the king insect to send instructions to the insurgents in the teaching building. Because the number of king worms is far from enough to connect such a large number of insurgents, Lin Fan can only control them with simple instructions. Only a dozen insurgents were left to perform on the campus as bait, and Lin Fan caught up with Gwen on the first floor ventilation duct. Because the insurgents were concentrated on the top level before, Gwen avoided the scattered insurgents very cleverly through spider induction. Lead Jessica, Thompson, and Peter to a floor of ventilation ducts. However, there are 2 insurgents buried in the vicinity. But Gwen had to take risks, because the upper-level gunfire had stopped, but the crisis induced by spiders was increasingly urged, which is definitely not a sign of reassurance. After some planning, Gwen stepped back and was ready to gamble. The entrance to the teaching building is less than 20 meters. After coming out of the ventilation duct, Gwen's mobile phone resumed the signal and saw his father's George's text message: "The military petrol bomb will clear the campus in 10 minutes. If you're still alive, find a way to leave immediately. Father is useless." Gwen glanced at the time of the letter, 6 minutes ago? This means that if you want to escape, it must be within 3 minutes, otherwise you have no time to retreat outside the affected area. At this time, the 2 insurgents found Gwen and others and got out of the ground and approached quickly. Gwen urged Jessica and others to run, and she stopped. Peter was eager to help, but now he has no chickens, and Thompson, who has some strength, has already been scared and flees behind Jessica. Peter can't help, and can only continue to run away. After all, staying can only add chaos. Lieutenant Reese outside the campus saw his son Thompson come out, jumped into the arms of old friend George, and shouted, "Thank goodness, my son was not dead." Gwen. George, who was happy for Reese, was also very anxious, because the 3 figures who escaped were not Gwen. At this time, in the school ground, the insurgents lying under the ground appeared. Although there were only a few, Thompson was scarcely able to move. Lieutenant Lees immediately shouted, "Cover those children and escape." The other side. Gwen was entangled by 2 insurgents. It was less than 2 minutes before the petrol bomb was dropped. Gwen can show off without others around, but she underestimates the insurgency. Although they have no fighting skills, their biological instincts are extremely powerful. Just as Gwen was dragged by the insurgency, Lin Fan rushed out again by throwing things, disrupting the insurgency's blocking. Gwen was a little stunned. "Lin Fan is all right? And how did the spider feel he didn't find him? Go! Quickly escape!" Lin Fanla held Gwen's jade hand and pulled out. But suddenly Gwen's. The spider leaped sensibly, a cleaver got out of Gwen's feet, and his claws pierced Gwen's calf. Lin Fan turned around and kicked over, kicking the insurgency away, then ran Gwen on his back and ran away. The three insurgents behind him began to hunt wildly. Then there was a sound boom in the sky, a fighter jet passed by, and then dropped something. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 16, Blood Orchid Collection Mission. Lin Fan's suppression is only a little faster than ordinary people. And carry Gwen. Therefore, they can only stand up to those insurgents. But Gwen heard the sound of bombs from the sky, and she knew what it was, a 5,000 kg solid petrol bomb. At the current speed of Lin Fan, if you want to take her out of the lap, the chance of survival will be reduced by half. Lin Fan, drop me, you run, leave me alone. Gwen struggled with Lin Fan. Lin Fan slaps and slaps on Gwen's dolphin. How can you let go? You. Gwen's eyes were filled with tears, and she said gently, if you are still alive, can you come to my house to eat lemon base? Of course. Lin Fan's eyes flashed a bit of success, and then his foot suddenly exerted force, as if to break through the physical limit, quickly opened the distance behind the insurgent. Boom! The monstrous fire broke out after a petrol bomb hit the school building. The dozen or so insurgents who were left behind were buried in flames and screamed fiercely, but they were still hunting down Lin Fan. It's just that the faster you run, the more flames burn on your body, they are only supported by strong vitality. Lin Fan and Gwen could feel the hot breath behind them, as if approached by countless poisonous snakes, but at that last time, Lin Fan broke out again in physical fitness, strengthened his foot strength, and struck out the petrol bomb. Ring! The campus has turned into a sea of flames, and the solid gasoline-contaminated insurgency has turned into coke before stepping out of the campus. Lin Fan pretended to be exhausted, lowered Gwen, and then lay on the ground with a bang, grinning his teeth. I really want to eat lemon base. Lin Fan, are you all right? Gwen asked with concern. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, it's okay, but I'm hungry, and I'm a bit relieved. Lin Fan. Jessica also came over at this moment, holding a bottle of water. Jessica put Lin Fan's head on her lap, then raised his head slightly, and fed him water. Don't move, I'll help you. Both beauties care about me so much that they die without regrets. Lin Fan laughed. At this point, the insurgency had escaped from the underground rock formation of the campus through the excavator's tunnel. Pooh! Pooh! Jessica said at the same time as Gwen. Then the three laughed together. At this time the medical staff rushed over. Gwen's father, George, hurried over. Lin Fan ran out with Gwen, and many people saw it. In that case, there is a greater chance that someone will escape. Gwen's father thanked Lin Fan very much and thanked him. I thank you on behalf of our family, thank you very much. Thank you. George bowed Lin Fan half deeply, he almost lost his daughter. Of the more than 2,000 students, only 5 survived the insurgency attack. This incident caused fierce domestic discussions. Where does the mysterious man who claims to dominate come from? He can manipulate thousands of beasts, swarm. Or those terrible things have been burned to death by petrol bombs. According to the latest report from this station, the personnel handling the accident only found more than a dozen monster corpses on the campus. Does this mean that the master is not dead? After a few hours, Lin Fan changed into a precious suit and drove Lumboniki downstairs to the Gwen house. 5 of Gwen's family were waiting outside the door. Lin Fan got out of the car and laughed, this is so enthusiastic. Who makes you my life-saving benefactor? Gwen is a spider woman, who should have been seriously injured, but now it's just a simple bandage. So I can basically walk after a few hours. After George's introduction, Lin Fan met Gwen's mother and 2 younger brothers, and then came to Gwen's house. At the dinner table, Lin Fan had a good time with the family, and Gwen's 2 younger brothers kept asking him to talk about the insurgency that appeared on the campus. Later, Lin Fan also pretended that the attack by the insurgency was very sad, and if he was more capable, he could save more people. Hope to join the Marine Corps to learn. Lin Fan rescued Gwen. George couldn't refuse Lin Fan's request, but he still had to do business publicly. It stands to reason that Chinese identities, who want to enter the military's ace force, need to undergo strict vetting procedures, and they must also have real materials. In this regard, Lin Fan claimed that he had studied martial arts in China, so his physical fitness was not bad. In the end, George decided to recommend Lin Fan to Marine's old friend, Colonel Todd. But if the assessment fails, it will be powerless. Recently Todd corrected in preparation for the selection of the Black Overwatch recruits half a month later. As the Marine Corps, ranked lowest in the SEALs and Delta forces, Todd needs to add some merit to his base. For the recommendation of his old friend George, Todd did not reject it, because the mission has a very high mortality rate and can survive a few people may not. George told Lin Fan that he would be able to report to Colonel Todd's base tomorrow, but he would immediately participate in the mission and let Lin Fan go back and prepare for it. Gwen sent Lin Fan out. George didn't actually know that the task of his old friend Todd was actually a collection task of Osborne, and he went to the Amazon forest to collect blood orchids. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 17, Mississippi River. Driving back to Queens, the richest man on Manhattan Island, Lin Fan entered a seaside villa vacation apartment bought by billions of dollars. It then returned to the original Zerg base 6,000 meters deep through the excavator's tunnel. Issa stood next to the throne of the Lord, respectfully, "Master, the swarm has grown, but we still lack resources. But Issa also has good news for you. Speak to hear." Lin Fan, sitting on the throne of the Master, took Issa's plump body into his arms. Issa laughed, "Master, the swarm has absorbed a lot of gene sequences this time. Although these gene sequences are inferior, useless, and rough, they are enough to help you open the technology tree and learn the first major technology. But this is good news." Lin Fan nodded and hurried to the evolution pit. Issa quickly followed. In the evolution pit, countless worm eggs inlaid on the wall, storing various worm-shaped protozoa, and a black iron-colored wall surface appears at the end, and a tree-shaped pattern is emerging. Lin Fan came here and pressed his hands on it. A lot of information came to his mind. Eye of God, one of Zerg's main technologies, connecting the database with the Eye of God, will see all the unknowns, and use this biotechnology to find the target weakness, and at the same time research and study on the spot. The next day, Lin Fan went to the place agreed with George. After the handover of Colonel George and Todd, he was given Lin Fan a set of standard equipment. Lin Fan then took off on one of dozens of Apache transport aircraft. Colonel Todd personally led the team, and on the way he began to explain the content of the mission. This mission is sponsored by Osborne, and the purpose is to blood orchids in the branch vein jungle in the Amazon forest. This plant has only a very short flowering period, and it has the title of immortal flower in the medical and chemical world. When you complete this task, you will get great achievements. You have the opportunity to participate in the selection of the Black Watch recruits half a month later. But I want to tell you, don't expect this mission to be easy. There are cannibals who use blood orchids as holy relics, and all kinds of wild beasts who grew up eating blood orchids. According to information, the blood-sucking mosquito with a big fist and the scientific name devil's mosquito has enough venom in it to kill several buffaloes, and tadpoles with long arms, spiders with big heads, and giant snakes dozens of meters deep, giant in the water. Cheer up your spirits and don't relax Lao-Tzu's vigilance. This time we dispatched a total of 586 soldiers. I hope you all can come back. The next thing I want to say is some special requirements. Osborne has sent several entourages this time. You must also protect their personal safety, otherwise the pension will be ruined even if you die. That's it, it's over. Colonel Todd is not very old, less than 40 years old. With his merit, he should have been promoted to Major General and sat in the base to enjoy his blessing. But he was more willing to go to the battlefield. For him, letting him sit in the office was more sad than death. Todd sat next to Lin Fan and laughed. "How are you guys? Is this atmosphere cool? Are you sent to death?" Lin Fan inspected the M16 assault rifle in his hand, and was skillful in movement, unlike the qualities that a recruit should have. Todd touched his bald head, grabbed a cigar from his trouser pocket, turned on the lighter to ignite, and took 2 breaths. If the soldier is not on the real battlefield, how can he improve himself? But you won't blame me for pulling you closer to this task, hit it. No wonder. Because I have the confidence to survive. Lin Fan set the assault rifle aside and quickly began to change clothes. Todd was a little surprised. This Chinese man has a good psychological quality. If he can come back alive, he can shine in the Marine Corps even if he can't enter the Black Watch. Ha ha ha, okay, if you come back alive, I will let you rise to the rank of sergeant. Yesterday I saw your skills on TV, you should not have to train for 3 months. Dozens of transport planes left at dawn. After a few hours. Brazil. Mississippi River. Osborne's entourage is waiting here for Colonel Todd. Due to the delay in border issues, it has only arrived now, causing some delays. But Osborne's people didn't have to go downstream, so this delay was not a big deal. It is now the rainy season. It rains for 2.5 days and 3 days, causing the river to skyrocket. Many boats refuse to leave the ship, and no one wants it even at high prices. As for going by Apache, the heavy-fired transport plane that was refused entry before entering Brazil? Even if there is no hostility, the ambassador will not let it go, otherwise direct missiles will come down. In the end, some soldiers in the Marine Corps knew how to sail, so Osborne bought a large number of ships as a tool for agency. However, in an unfamiliar place of life, they still needed to find a guide. After inquiring, they learned that a senior guide named Jin Song, Colonel Todd, and Mark, the head of Osborne, went to invite them. Lin Fan found Gwen and Jessica in the Osborne team. Hint: if you feel this article is not wrong, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 18, Blood Orchid Ecosystem. Gwen studied at Osborne, worked as an intern guide, and introduced some of the students who visited the company as an instructor. Although a bit abrupt, Gwen's appearance was not unexpected. But what happened to Jessica? After understanding, I learned that Jessica's father was a private detective contracted by Osborne, and because of some problems, Jessica's father asked her to go instead. Before dark, the team set off. Because of the delay of nearly a day, Mark, the person in charge of Osborne's task, asked to take the shortest path. But the guide Jin Song wants to be doubled. It is the rainy season, the water level in the river is several times the usual, some depressions are flooded, and the place you said is full of unforeseen danger. Hey man, there are hundreds of soldiers protecting you, what are you afraid of? Don't tell me, you are a coward. Ha ha ha. Colonel Todd joked. Jin Song sneered and said lightly, you are the master of gold, you are free, but I have stayed in the Marine Corps before, so I kindly advise you, it is best not to go too far. 3 times. As long as you drive to your destination tomorrow, I will pay you 3 times. Mark said impatiently. Jin Song did not rejoice at the increase in salary. He said weirdly, unless you are flying an airplane, it will take you 3 days at the earliest. What? 3 days later? Those blood orchids have only the last week of flowering. If you miss them, you will have to wait another 7 years. 7 years. Mark was obviously dissatisfied with the so-called senior guide. However, after the dispute, the result could not be set, and the channel remained the same. When it was late at night, Mark discussed with the 2 technicians in the cabin. They found the closest route to their destination through a satellite map. It only took a few hours to cross and arrive early next morning. Mark approached Colonel Todd and changed the course of all ships without notifying the guide Kim Song. But before dawn, during the darkest hours, a large waterfall appeared heading forward. Mark hurried to wake up Jin Song this time. Although Jin Song was very angry, but the boat was over, the only way at this time was to hold the hull firmly. Dozens of ships plunged into the deep lake on the hundreds-meter-high waterfall. Colonel Todd damaged nearly half of the soldiers, and their bodies floated on the river. And there are crocodile groups below, dozens of 3-meter-long giant crocodile, dragging those bodies off the water. Almost all the ships were damaged and no longer sailable, and Colonel Todd and his party had to go ashore and land through the jungle. And this takes more than 4 days. Mark's claims were attacked, and Colonel Todd frowned at him because he had lost half of his manpower. Lin Fan helped Jessica and Gwen go ashore. Ding! Join the military mission completed. Reward, rank promotion additional system. Military rank, 3rd rank soldier. Achievements, 0-10. Mission update, sideline, help Marines clear all unknown leech. Reward, Worker B variant branch decomposer. Blood-sucking leech is a creature that lingers in the river, but in the Amazon jungle, this branch river, because of the special ecology created by blood orchids, all creatures have mutated. At first, only the big snake was lucky enough to eat the blood orchid, but later the snake pit collapsed, and the blood orchid seeds there began to spread, and the production of blood orchids soared after many years. Herbivorous organisms eat blood orchids, carnivorous organisms eat herbivorous organisms, insects such as mosquitoes bite carnivorous organisms, and circulate in the ecological circle, creating a strange blood orchid ecology. The creatures that originally existed in the primitive jungle were a huge threat to human beings, and now they are strengthened by blood orchids. It is unclear how dangerous they are. After Lin Fan understood the mission, he thought, does he want to play a medical soldier this time? At this time a marine soldier screamed, his skin was pale and quickly dried, and his voice weakened. Jin Song shouted immediately when he saw this, it's the leech, open up his clothes, quickly. The soldier next to him broke open his clothes, and saw on the back many terrible creatures with large palms, crimson, and many small teeth on the edges. Jin Song took out a lighter and used his experience to get rid of these leeches, but his approach was wrong. These are no longer ordinary leeches. Sure enough, after encountering the fire, those leeches went crazy into the soldier's body, and the body burned by the fire was immediately homogenized by the flesh and blood of the soldier to repair itself. Jin Song's eyes widened. He has never seen such a leech. At this time, many soldiers found that the leech also had those leeches on their backs. If they were picked by hand, the leech would be more deeply trapped in their skin. But the terrible thing is that their weakness must take place at a stage. For example, after the body loses half of its water. Prior to that, there was no pain from being bitten by the leeches. This is a highly effective neuroanesthetic toxin. Lin Fan through God. I, observe this leech, the eye of God analyzes leech in a few seconds. Giant sucking leech, survival by attaching to the surface of living organisms, absorbing the blood in the living organisms to reproduce, and the neurotoxins in the body have high nerve paralysis. After the damage, the host body will be homogenized for capture and repair, fearing toxins. Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 19, Unknown Creature Approaching. Colonel Todd has been stumped. Although Osborne provided some potentially troublesome biological information, he now has his army. He was attacked by this weird leech again. If he didn't get rid of it, he would be almost wiped out. Gwen now found that there were 2 giant suckers behind Jessica. Lin Fan. Although Gwen was a spider woman, possessing superhuman agility, tens of tons of grip power, and some police fighting techniques, but now Jessica encountered powerlessness. Lin Fan opened the clothes on Jessica's back, and on the white back muscles, those giant suckers were greedily absorbing blood. When he came to the nearby bush, Lin Fan saw a spider web between the branches, and a venomous black widow was resting there. Grasp the black widow with one hand and crush it with a click, then remove the fangs inside. This highly toxic black widow after a blood orchid mutation has a small body shape, but the toxin is enough to cause hundreds of deaths. A large fang with a fingernail pierced the giant sucker, and the thing immediately withered. The black widow's venom quickly killed the giant sucker. The giant sucker can easily fall off after death. Dead giant sucking, because it absorbs a lot of biological blood before birth, it is rich in nutrients and can quickly replenish lost energy. Produces additional effects depending on the nature of the injected venom. Remove the giant suckers on Jessica's back. Lin Fan crushed them and wiped them on the wound behind Jessica. Then the pieces of the giant water absorptive, like magic medicine, quickly repaired the wound on Jessica's back, and looking at Jessica's face, her physical strength was also restored. Jessica suddenly pinched Lin Fan's neck and said, "Thank you, Lin Fan. You saved me again. Lin Fan, you can get rid of these things? Hurry up and help these soldiers take a look." Colonel Todd saw that Jessica was still weak just now. Was it all right? "I know there must be a reason, come over and listen, Lin Fan has a solution." Lin Fan handed the fangs to Colonel Todd. "I need something that is very toxic in order to get these things down and get people to look for them separately." "Well, you'll wait." Colonel Todd immediately mobilized those soldiers who had saved their fighting power to go to the surrounding grass, tree branches, and dead wood to look for poison. But this is not an easy task. If those highly toxic insects are accidentally bitten, there is no way to save them, and they will immediately die. Todd lost another dozen soldiers for this reason. But now there is no way, the ship is broken, using a satellite phone for help. Osborne will not allow them to return without blood orchids. It was the rainy season again, and they had bought almost all the ships. So there is no escape route. Lin Fan used the poison to remove the giant sucker, and recorded the additional effect of the giant sucker after absorbing the poison. The extra effect of poisonous black widow is to whiten and remove scars. The additional effect of redness is to increase physical strength and even slightly harden the skin. An additional effect of the jungle giant scorpion is to increase the speed of neural response. There are only 228 soldiers alive, and there are 3 left with Osborne's entourage, in charge of Mark, interns Gwen and Jessica. Ding! Help the Marine Corps to complete the task of removing giant suckers. Reward, Worker B Variant Branch Decomposer. Decomposer, Variant Branch of Worker B. It has extremely high decomposition efficiency for corpses, and each worker bee can hatch 1000 decomposers, which can be saturated after decomposing corpses. Have second-order physical ability, first-order mental ability. Incubation requires 1 worker bee, 100 biomass, 5 seconds. Not advanced. Several kingworms have brought enough insurgency and worker bees to come here. The Amazon jungle is rich in resources. It is enough to provide the front-end logistics needed for the development of the swarm force. Moreover, it is far away from human beings and is not easy to be found by human beings, which can greatly reduce the trouble. After a long break, the team was on the road again, and Jin Song opened the road as a guide. The Marine Corps has experienced the dangers here. Everyone is holding the assault rifle in their hands. If they don't break the border, they can carry more powerful thermal weapons, such as flamethrowers. There are various poisons in the jungle. The Titan Monocamus, which has a large slap outside, can be as large as a head and aggressive, and the curved corners on the head can penetrate human leg bones. There are very few ordinary creatures here. Because of the survival of the fittest, ordinary creatures cannot stand here, and even herbivorous creatures have evolved extremely high lethality. For example, deer with coral horns. Not only do they have great jumping power, the eyes of ordinary people cannot keep up. Aggressiveness is also very strong. In this ecological environment, the number of marines is declining again. Although the bullets are rich because of the death of their comrades, there is still an unknown time before the destination. Mark, the head of Osborne's mission, is not happy, because the samples that can be collected are numerous, and each one can provide Osborne with a new direction of research. Colonel Todd, please don't be ashamed, although we still. No blood orchids were found, but with these special biological samples, Osborne can double your pension for your dead soldiers, I promise. Todd sighed. Humans are still too weak compared to nature, but now that it is done, what can he do, hoping that the families of the dead soldiers can understand. However, at this moment a large bird was stunned in the distant bushes, and the big trees as thick as a water tank fell down, and it seemed that something giant was approaching. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 20, Returning Titan Python. Lin Fan guarded Jessica and Gwen and walked to the end. The eye of God has scanned the approaching creature. Titan python, a terrible giant python species that survived in ancient times. It was produced by eating too many blood orchids. It is 32 meters long in adulthood and has a strong ability to track heat. Where has Colonel Todd and others seen such a big python? This is too big. More than 30 meters long, the waist is thick like a water tank, and it slides quickly on the soil. The erected pupils just make people shudder. Fire! More than 100 Marine Corps soldiers set fire, and those bullets hit the scales of the Titan python, which was then squashed open and could not cause serious harm to them. Instead, this method angered the Titan python, swallowing a soldier from head to toe, and then swept its tail, flying sand and rocks, trees falling, and the scene was chaotic. Mark shuddered and burrowed into a hole in a nearby dead tree with a red crest in it, his long arm hanging around Mark's neck. Mark widened his eyes and stared at Crimson. Fear made him unable to move. Suddenly, the crimson burrowed into Mark's mouth, plunged into his throat stiffly, and plunged directly into Mark's body. Mark's face became blood red, his eyes were bloodshot, and his stomach was very painful, and the redness ripped open his belly and got out again. Crimson pheasant is born like white jade, but because it likes to penetrate into the body, it will become a bright red shell after contaminating the blood. Without a bazooka, it would be difficult for these soldiers to kill the Titan python alone, but now they only have assault rifles. After Lin Fan started the rank promotion system, he had a kind of human-level technology equipment manufacturing authority, but he needed iron ore. Collecting assault rifles discarded on the ground, Lin Fan gathered enough iron ore. Manufacturing technology, C-14 Gauss rifle. Need iron ore, 50 kilograms. Introduction: the C-14 Gauss rifle has a caliber of 8 mm and all ammunition are solid steel nails. As a standard thermal weapon used in the early interstellar era colony, the rate of fire was 30 rounds per second, 50 rounds per second after overload, and the capacity of the magazine was 150 rounds. The maximum range is 900 meters. Lethality, third order. Lin Fan held up the C-14 Gauss rifle, aimed at the Titan python's head, and pulled the trigger, as if a barrage of bullets penetrated the Titan python's brain. The Titan python's head was smashed and the body dropped aside. Todd was stunned. Titan python hanging? Who killed it? However, only soldiers with grey faces and dirt faces are around. If there is no ammunition or no guns, how can such a strong firepower be achieved in this case? Lin Fan took Jessica and Gwen from a distance. Colonel Todd, are you looking for me? Where's your gun? It's so powerful. Todd stared at the C-14 Gauss rifle as if he saw a big beauty. Lin Fan laughed, just remodeled. Good guy, you are amazing. This thing is much better than our equipment. The portable light machine guns used by individual soldiers are not as good as yours. Colonel Todd swallowed his mouth, and was surprised, but not sorry to ask. Lin Fan shoved the C-14 Gauss rifle into Colonel Todd's arms and smiled, give it to you. It's a bit pricey. Todd was holding a dozen pounds of gauze rifle, with a heavy heart, comparable to a bazooka machine gun. Lin Fan asked Gwen and Jessica to pick up the assault rifles, and then rummaged and assembled a C-14 gauze rifle. If there are raw materials, how much is required, but the load requirements are extremely high, and it is difficult to popularize the physical fitness of the Marine Corps. It's not high, it's only a dozen pounds, and it should be able to be equipped. Colonel Todd couldn't help putting down the gauze rifle on his opponent. Lin Fan took the magazine down and said, "Ordinary rate of fire, 30 rounds per second, ordinary people's bones will fracture in 1 second, and ammunition will dry up within 5 seconds. Multiple magazines are needed to carry. To equip this black technology, you must be able to walk with a load of 100 kilograms and adapt to the side effects of recoil." Colonel Todd's head sweated coldly. It turned out that the use of this hot weapon required so much that even the best Delta Force was impossible. The C-14 gauze rifle was originally a thermal weapon that was used after wearing power armor, and was not intended for ordinary people. And the power armor has an ammunition bay that can guarantee full-speed shooting for 3 minutes. "Report, Colonel Todd, we found Mr. Mark, he's dead." At this moment 2 soldiers carried Mark's body over. Todd shook his head and looked at Gwen and Jessica. Jessica said at this time, "Call it Todd, since the python creature mentioned in the information appears, the blood orchid should be nearby." "Yes, Colonel Todd, if we can't get the target sample and Mr. Mark is dead, we can't convince Osborne to take out a pension, and the mission will fail." Gwen understood the company regulations and explained. Todd can only grit his teeth. Now his troops are less than 100 people, ammunition is exhausted, and the loss is not significant. "I am so sorry for the dead soldiers that I cannot get my pension." "Report, we can't find Guide Jin Song, he is missing." "Missing wizard?" Todd estimates that Guy should be scared away, or unlucky like Mark, and died somewhere. The team moved on. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 21, Mutant Creatures in the Night. After a few kilometers, the distance was very safe, no poisonous insects, no huge creatures, nothing. Titan pythons are creatures that should belong to the Overlord, but they are only a few kilometers away. After leaving the Titan python's territory, Jessica discovered the cannibal tribal totem, which means that the cannibals are not far away from them. It was getting dark, and various terrible beings lurked in the jungle. At the current speed of King Worm, it is expected to arrive here tomorrow, when the place will belong to the swarm. After it was getting dark, Lin Fan and his party stopped in an abandoned cannibal tribe. The torrential rain came immediately. After a day of trekking, even with the physical fitness of the Marine Corps, he had to soak in his feet and was so exhausted that he snored while lying on one side. Colonel Todd, holding a gauze rifle, sat in a cannibal shed and stared into the night. There was a fire in the wooden shed, and several soldiers put the meat of the Titan python in a large pot, carrying only salt on the body, and boiling it with water. A soldier got up to urinate at this time, sleepless, and pulled his pants to pee in the rain. But suddenly something came at an unbelievable speed. The thing cracked and stuck to the peeing soldier, then pulled the soldier into the rain curtain, and then only heard a scream of screaming. The screams awakened the sleeping soldiers immediately, trying to grab the assault rifle around them, only to realize that they had no more bullets. Finally, the fighting knife could only be pulled out of the military boots. Lin Fan looked at the curtain of rain, the eye of God began scanning, and a creature as big as a car appeared. Swamp Hyla, originally a relatively docile creature, it evolved after consuming the mutated stag bee collecting blood orchid pollen. Occurs near swamps, is omnivorous, and can pop the tongue to stick to the target. The weak point is the flame, and dare not approach the fire source, social creatures. The sound of crickets is increasing in the rain, which greatly challenges the nerves of those soldiers. Lin Fan said to Colonel Todd, "Let's raise a few more fires. As long as the fires stop, those things will go away. Fire fast. Don't get too close to the rain curtain. Colonel Todd knew how to fight, but had no clue about dealing with these creatures mutated by blood orchids. Jessica came with the broth of the Titan python and sat next to Lin Fan. You know so much, this information is not even Osborne. Here is the broth, warm your body first. Lin Fan smiled and took the broth without explaining anything. Gwen also came over at this time and sat beside Lin Fan. This place is terrible. Gwen's spiders reacted terribly, but she found that Lin Fan was more dangerous than herself. Otherwise this team is dead. Although frightened, the broth of the Titan python replenished the soldiers' strength. Among them, the blood orchids worked, and everyone felt less tired. After counting hours, the rainstorm continued. But those swamp tree frogs were gone, and no disturbing snoring could be heard. Only the ground became muddy and soft, and it seemed that it would sink when stepped on. However, calm is difficult to continue. The floor in the wooden shed is spliced with trees. The four corners are supported by wooden stakes and will not touch the ground, but this is for a reason. Boom! Suddenly an earthworm with spiral cavities got out of the floor. The earthworm was as thick as a wooden barrel, with barbed hooks on its rough, wrinkled skin. A sleeping soldier was awakened, but the reaction was too slow. The mutant earthworm bit his head and took a sip, leaving only a headless corpse, with blood spurting more than 10 meters from his neck. Lin Fan was staying outside the tents of Jessica and Gwen, but the attack of mutant earthworms made him unaware. It seems that this kind of thing can hide the breath. Mutant earthworms, due to the spread of blood orchids, the rotten rhizomes will be incorporated into the soil after each flowering season. Earthworms hidden in the ground mostly rely on earth and stones for their livelihood, creating a mutation that breaks through race. It will attack creatures with a smell. Because it is slow and hidden beneath the ground, it is not easy to detect. Fear of high purity salt. At this moment, dozens of mutant earthworms were drilled out of the floor, some biting the soldier's leg, some biting the soldier's arm, or some biting the soldier's head directly. Lin Fan grabbed the backpack that had been put in salt before, crushed the salt crystals in it, and shoved these mutant earthworms so fiercely. These mutant earthworms screamed as if a vampire hit holy water. Except for the unlucky ghost who was bitten on his head, the other soldiers were only bitten. Although the wound was deep, they were not bitten. The salt is melted with hot water. The floor here originally had a heavy fishy smell. It should be that the cannibals here use salt like raw materials as a protection for them, but the rainstorm made the taste lighter. Pour with salt water on the floor. Lin Fan handed the salt backpack to a soldier. Next, because of the salt water, those mutant earthworms didn't come to trouble again, and finally passed this difficult night. There are 86 Marines remaining. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 22, Scary Aquatic Life. After dawn arrived, Colonel Todd reorganized the team. The rainstorm had stopped, but the nearby rivers skyrocketed and the originally low-lying areas had been flooded. And the road must pass through those low-lying submerged areas. It's Amazon, piranha, crocodile, electric eel. Colonel Todd thinks that one head is too big. However, the Marines after eating the Titan python have significantly improved their physical fitness compared to yesterday, which makes them somewhat comforting. After leaving the abandoned cannibal tribe, there will be a depression in the front. This is a swamp, so it is easy to be trapped, and it is extremely fast, and it is almost impossible to rescue. Gwen volunteered to take the lead and used spider induction to explore the road in the front. The water level was not from the ankle to the half-waist, and it would be very physically demanding to walk. However, there were no casualties in the swamp area, and Colonel Todd was relieved. The water level in the next area is relatively deep, and it is almost reaching the neck, and the aquatic life is also rich in it. Gwen and Jessica couldn't walk on the ground because of their height. Lin Fan was 1.5 meters tall, and they placed both of them on his shoulders, sitting on one side and walking directly in front. But Lin Fan is finally facing his first opponent. A 13-meter-long Solomon crocodile came swimming. This place should belong to its territory, so there is no other aquatic life near. Colonel Todd was scared. It's better to be on land. But in the water, how can they do such things without ammunition? The Solomon wriggled his tail faster than the speedboat, propelling the water waves, and causing the Marine Corps to lose weight. Lin Fan lowered Jessica and Gwen, and then confronted the Solomon. Colonel Todd originally wanted to use a gauze rifle to fight a fracture. When Lin Fan rushed up, he dispelled his thoughts, but this single gun rushed up and fought with a 13-meter-long giant crocodile. Gwen used spider induction to catch Lin Fan's life signal. Hope he's fine. Lin Fan grabbed the horns of the Solomon's back, making Solomon a pain. Crocodile creatures are very cruel. They drag their prey into the water, then bite the prey's body in circles, tearing the flesh hard. It's also a common way for crocodiles to shake off their enemies. The Solomon immersed himself in the water and kept making circles in an attempt to shake off Lin Fan on his back. Lin Fan's hands turned into claws, climbing on the back of Solomon's crocodile, then clasped his claws into its eye sockets, and pulled out 2 eyeballs. The boiling water surface was calm again. Jessica grabbed Gwen's arm. Gwen comforted, "It's okay, he's strong and alive." Colonel Todd and others held their breath. Suddenly a behemoth came up. It turned out to be the body of the Solomon. Then Lin Fan came out, climbed to the crocodile body, and laughed, "I have a meal today. I really have you, and this kind of thing can kill you, too." Colonel Todd suddenly felt that if it wasn't for his friend George who recommended the Chinese, this time Osborne's mission would have been wiped out. However, waves have not yet settled again. Solomon's blood spread in the water, and a large number of aquatic life was approaching in the distance. Lin Fan scanned with the eye of God. Piranhas, terrible small fish species that live in the lower reaches of the Amazon. They often compete with overlord aquatic creatures for prey. Their violent feeding methods are often slaughtered by the prey's owners, but as long as they are for food and reproduction, the piranhas will not be strong. Fear the prey. The source of smell can be found in waters more than 10 kilometers away. These piranhas suddenly jumped out of the water, as if a hammer smashed into the soldier's face, took a sip, and the sharp fangs would crush the skull. At the same time, the piranha under the water will bite the soldier's body madly, and each bite will be pulled hard, not to mention the counterattack, and even the screaming will be turned into bones with flesh. Lin Fan thought that some Roman crocodile guarded this water area before, and the piranha group could not come, at least under the premise of no smell. But now the Solomons have died, releasing the smell of bleeding, recruiting the piranhas, and leaving the remaining Marines with heavy casualties. But more tragic is not over yet. A wave of dozens of giant electric eels struck and discharged into the waters. Even if the piranha was very violent, it was difficult to combat the power generated by this combination of hydropower and electricity. Soldiers who were too close were paralyzed. The bodies of electric eels belong to semi-cartilage. They are not very interested in piranhas, but are fresh humans. Lingering. Those soldiers who did not escape and were left in the water were drilled into their mouths by electric eels, and then kept awake by live current stimulation, to experience the pain of eating their internal organs by electric eels. Colonel Todd and others climbed onto the land. There were 21 soldiers left, and most of them were wounded. The image was extremely embarrassing, and everyone's eyes were filled with fear. But Jessica's exclamation made Colonel Todd once again seeing hope. A flower field of blood orchids is not far ahead. And it doesn't look like there are any dangerous creatures. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 23, Succession to Military Base. A field of blood orchids blooms under the dense forest. The soldiers wept and ran towards the flower field. "I found, it's a blood orchid." "Really, Really, Blood Orchid? We can go home and leave this ghost place. Yet reality is always fragile. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and then countless fisted bees flew down from the tree. The guardian of this flower field is the Kulik bee here. The population of these cheetahs is very large, accounting for almost 1/10 of the Amazon jungle. It is them that spread the pollen of blood orchids outwards, constantly changing the surrounding ecological environment. There was information of the cheese in the eyes of Lin Fan's god. Parasitic bee species with venomous needles. Their poisonous needles can lay eggs in the enemy's body and quickly hatch through the organism. However, these inferior bee colonies will not survive for more than a few minutes. Extremely afraid of fire, a dozen Marines were all recruited, and their bodies were covered with poisonous needles. Then there was puffiness there, and many small things were hatching under their skin. When the body's puffiness got bigger and bigger, these soldiers' bodies were like balloons, inflated to the limit, and then exploded. But there was no blood splashing, but hundreds or thousands of inferior chewing bees. The harsh sound of flapping wings created a low pressure, which made the surrounding air extremely suppressed. The remaining soldiers wanted to escape, but let those inferior cheese bees in a roll, leaving only screams in them, and the bones remained. These inferior cheese bees are parasitic cheese bee soldiers. In this way, they create combat power and protect the flower field. No matter how many enemies come, they will disappear and become flower fertilizer. The spirit of Colonel Todd collapsed, and all his carefully selected soldiers were buried in this mission. He did not know how much hard work it took to cultivate the elite. In this blood orchid ecosystem, the fragility was fragile. There are now large swarms of giant electric eels in the rear of the river, and thousands of poisonous needle bees in the front. There is no way to heaven, no door to the ground. This is not a battlefield, this is hell. Colonel Todd has experienced more than 100 battles of all sizes throughout his life, but he has never fought so humiliatingly as he did this time. All are dead, dead. Lin Fan brought the gauze rifle that Todd dropped to the ground, and rebuilt his own gauze rifle. Lin Fan has now changed from a recruit to a veteran. His achievements will accumulate with his command of the battlefield situation and his personal combat performance, and the veteran rank unlocks a technology equipment, Hellfire Thrower. Manufacturing technology, Hellfire Thrower. Need iron ore, 100 kilograms. Introduction. In the vast universe, there are many unknown creatures. In the early colonial era, humans were faced with an insect-shaped civilization, parasite, infection, and high-speed reproduction. Therefore, through the cooperation of several top engineers, a large-scale long-range ejector was born to help humans through those difficult times. The Hellfire Thrower has a maximum range of 50 meters, and the ultimate compressed solid fuel is sufficient for 5 minutes. Lethality, second order. Lin Fan picked up the Hellfire Thrower, and a flame of nearly 1000 degrees Celsius slammed into the inferior Kulik. Countless screaming inferior cheese bees fell, their bodies smoky, or they turned directly into ashes. Lin Fan even ignited the trees, destroying the honeycomb of the parasitic bee, but the blood orchid also spread by the flame. Gwen and Jessica immediately collected blood orchids. As long as 3 or more blood orchid samples were obtained, the mission would be successful and Osborne would send an express rescue team to answer. Colonel Todd was lost, kneeling in front of the sea of flames, then got up, and ran into the sea of flames. Gwen was half a step behind, unable to hold Colonel Todd, and when she responded, Colonel Todd had become a fireman. The only surviving soldier on this mission, Lin Fan. Because of the suicide of Colonel Todd, Lin Fan inherited the Marine Corps base of Colonel Todd. There are currently no soldiers. Each Marine Corps base has its own choreography, so if there are survivors in this base, regardless of rank, all will be inherited by the order. Gwen then checked the number of blood orchid samples with Jessica and sent a signal to Osborne's satellite through a special transmitter. After half an hour, A civilian transport aircraft modified from an Apache transport aircraft landed at a coordinate point. Osborne's private armed forces arrived at the rescue site. Lin Fan, Gwen, and Jessica boarded, left here and returned to New York. At the same time, King Worm had arrived on the Mississippi River and began to launch swarm troops. 100 Insurgency. 10 Worker Bees. The insurgency began a devastating siege of surrounding creatures. As a Zerg, the insurgency is not afraid of any toxins. Unless the quality of the toxins exceeds their immune system, they will be homogenized. Crimson Cricket, Jungle Giant Scorpion, and Titan Beetle are the main destruction targets of the insurgency. These for humans. In terms of deadly poisonous insects, there was no way to fight back against the insurgency, and the attack was killed by the insurgency. Although the biomass content is small, it can't hold up a lot, and the insurgency directly finds the nest where these poisonous insects gather, smashing into it with a hob meat to bite and devour. By the time Lin Fan returned to Manhattan, the insurgents had risen to thousands, enough to his second initial Zerg base. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 24, Resource Point and Hacker Dagger. However, the Blood Orchid ecosystem is very strong. Lin Fan and his team only walked on the edge, but have not yet gone deeper. For example, now the insurgents have entered a Crimson Nest. Crimson Pheasant has a first-order physical ability, but the body shape is not dominant, and the venom is immune to the Zerg, but a larger number can also kill the splitter. Because the insurgents killed too many Crimson Crests, a mass of insects occurred in thousands of crimson lairs hundreds of kilometers away. The large-scale death of Crimson Plover has caused that site to produce extremely strong pheromones, which has prompted a large number of Crimson Plover nests to carry out insect swarms. Although the Blood Orchid has not evolved Crimson Clam into a smart creature, in order to face the emergence of natural enemies of mass destruction and ensure the rapid growth of reproduction, Crimson Clam has evolved into an effective method. Gather insects. When tens of thousands of crimson crests with long arms emerge from the hole, as if the Crimson River is turbulent, all roadblockers on the ground will be swallowed up by them. Thousands of insurgents were the first to see the onset of Crimson Magpies through Wang Zhe's vision, and they immediately pinched from both sides of the gathering insect tide. The insurgency is on par with Crimson Puppet. Although the number of insurgents is small, they can multiply quickly, and they are of high quality, and they can compete with one enemy. Although the red crucian carp is fragile, but the number is large, it has great advantages in the early stage. However, after the red-crested maggots wanted to drown the insurgency twice, the number of insurgency quickly reached nearly 10,000, and it was growing at an alarming rate. The quantitative advantage of Crimson Owl began to be flattened. The insurgency has extremely excellent performance in the same level confrontation. Even in the higher level confrontation, if the opponent does not have a suitable killer, he will be dragged to death by the insurgency. When the number of insurgents was greater than that of Red Crest, the insurgency ceased to proliferate. At this time, the worker bee becomes the decomposer through the variant. The decomposer is to invade the corpse by atomizing into atoms, and assimilating and breeding to enhance the decomposition speed of the corpse. They are designed for cleaning corpses on the battlefield. Cannot be used for direct confrontation, and cannot invade the existence of life, will be killed by immune function. Resistance to energy body is also very poor. But as long as they are corpses, they can quickly and efficiently convert the biomass in them into mist-like atoms, and quickly transport them to the Zerg base to facilitate the hatching of larvae. These corpses of crimson crickets not only meet the hatching resources required by the second initial Zerg base, but also provide nearly 10,000 biomass. Only 1,000 energy blocks can be used to upgrade the initial Zerg base and unlock more new Zerg units. But now there is the Blood Orchid ecosphere in the Amazon jungle as a resource point. Lin Fan, who only has the initial Zerg base, can also create large-scale insect surges to accumulate power. The other side. Lin Fan was sitting in Colonel Todd's office. There was no soldier in the empty military base. I was very upset to learn that Colonel Todd was annihilated this time, but was successfully negotiated by Osborne with 3 times the pension and 3 times the tax this year. Osborne does not mention blood orchids this time, but the extra biological samples obtained are worth a lot. So the pensions and taxes are not worth mentioning at all. However, according to information from the military department, although Lin Fan inherited the military base, if he cannot form a 5-member squad within 1 week, he must give up his right to inherit. If Lin Fan is not of Chinese descent, this unfair condition will not occur. Lin Fan must get this military base. Under the influence of others, his rank promotion additional system will not be able to exert its maximum effectiveness, and his achievements will be shared. He still has his own base, and the commander can get the most achievements. After the death of Colonel Todd, the achievements of this mission were returned, allowing Lin Fan to immediately advance to the next level. Military rank, 3rd rank soldier. Formally compiled. Achievements, 3960. Unlock new technology, Hacker Dagger. To have technology, C14 Gauss Rifle, Hellfire Thrower, Hacker Dagger. Manufacturing technology, Hacker Dagger. Need iron ore, 100 kilograms. Introduction. In the late colonial era, humans took root in the interstellar space, but civil strife occurred, and the fighting of the resistance and the Federal Army blew through dozens of star areas. The leader of the resistance is a top engineer. In order to bring the weak resistance back to the game, he developed this Hacker Dagger, which can crack the enemy's database and seize the data controller in a few seconds. Failed, this Hacker Dagger became an important loot for the EFF. Functionality, 4th order. Take the copy of Jarvis in the last time that Mark's unmanned armor was destroyed, crack it with a Hacker Dagger, and successfully connect to the database. However, Jarvis on the host side did not move slowly, and immediately cut off the connection of Jarvis. But Jarvis found that some data was stolen. And now Tony is negotiating an acquisition with a domestic robotics company. After Tony was blasted by the unmanned armor by Lin Fan, he cherished his life and accelerated the application of the mechanical core. However, unmanned armor is too fragile and requires a skeleton as a support. There is a domestic company that specializes in manufacturing home robots, USR. Source: Mechanical Enemy. As long as the acquisition is successful, Tony can have tens of thousands of prototypes through the production line, raising his productivity to unprecedented levels, and New York's security will reach a new level. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 25, When Recruiting Members. At present, the development of the swarm has encountered a bottleneck, and the energy block is still being explored by the digger, but it is not easy to produce similar resources in places like the Earth. Therefore, Lin Fan began to vigorously support the king worm and the excavator to expand the field of vision and detection depth. And put the target on the shield cosmic cube. That thing can make energy weapons, its attribute is space, and it should be applicable as energy block. SHIELD has a number of special forces, the FBI, the CIA, the Intelligence Bureau, and so on. There are countless agents, spies, and there are a lot of resources in this country that can be used. Lin Fan had to inquire about intelligence before attacking another plan. Today, he has selected 3 candidates to join his squad. Born in Russia, the famous boxer who played Black Punches in prison, Boyka. Source: Ultimate Fighter. A killer hidden in the dark from city, title: Mechanic Arthur. Source: Machinist. A man from Fuzhang who is proficient in various fighting techniques and has the title of father of the strongest creature on the ground, Fan Maranya. Source: Razor. Lin Fan hacked into the national network through the hacking dagger, found information about the mechanic Arthur, erased the person's file, marked the location, and went to negotiate. San Francisco. The martini and sunset in the bar are the most fascinating. Arthur sat in the bar, drinking half a martini, listening to the old minor key, enjoying the moment of silence. Arthur is good at designing assassinations. Each of his assassination targets seems to have died by accident and has many channels for intelligence gathering. As a scout is the most suitable candidate. Lin Fan came here by private jet. After entering the bar, he sat next to Arthur. Are there no goals today? Isn't he just sitting next to me? Arthur is not uncommon in revealing such identities. If he fights, he kills, but if he doesn't, he kills later. Anyway, he has always been here. Lin Fan pressed on Arthur's shoulder and said, I'm Lin Fan, the 3rd-tier soldier. Now I'm the commander of the 3rd Division of the Marine Corps. I want to recruit you as my soldier. You can refuse. 3rd-tier soldier? Commander. Are you kidding me? Arthur thought this guy was neurotic. How could a 3rd-tier soldier become a commander? But the dagger he had hidden in his pocket was half pulled out. Lin Fan laughed. The betrayal of the newly trained apprentice is very unpleasant. If you don't pull your swords together, we can talk about it, otherwise I promise you will regret it. Are you threatening me? Arthur bulged his forehead, and was very embarrassed to say that he was betrayed by his apprentice, but he also killed the apprentice and successfully retreated, living as a dead person. Lin Fan patted Arthur's shoulder. I'm not threatening you, I'm warning you, the gap between you and me is not on a level. If you offend me, it will be miserable. You are careful not to see the sun of tomorrow. Arthur put his dagger back in his pocket, and then took martini and drank it. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and said, now you only have my information. I can immediately send your information to the FBI, CIA and other institutions, so you don't have time to assassinate me. I can still see the sun tomorrow. I'm a killer. How can I join the army, and I'm not used to the life of the army, and definitely don't go. Arthur turned his eyes, be regarded as surrendering, but still did not agree with Lin Fan's conditions. Lin Fan took out a tube of injection at this time, and did not wait until Arthur responded, and pierced his neck. Try this. You, blame me. Arthur had been a killer for so many years, and for the first time, made people blame him. Apparently the opponent was not murderous. The biological samples brought back from the blood orchid ecosystem are also owned by Lin Fan, and can be produced by filtering through the initial Zerg base. The injection given to Arthur just now is a skin sclerosis serum produced by fusing red water chestnuts with giant water absorbers. After filtering through the initial Zerg base, and merging a sufficient amount of biomass, the quality of the serum was improved to the 1st order. The effect of hardened skin serum is immune to some non-heavy weapon stray bullet damage. After half an hour, Arthur woke up from the bar. Asshole, what have you done to me? As a killer, Arthur was very sensitive to changes in the body. His palms had been trapped in the wooden bar due to the force. Arthur would not think that this was a wooden bar that was rotten, so he would be easily scratched by him, but because his grip strength had become stronger. Lin Fan pretended to be profound. This is just one of the genetic agents that my team members can use to harden the skin and make you immune to part of the light heat weapon damage. At the same time, the increase in mass density also represents the increase in strength. Now what do you think? All right. It looks very interesting. I don't like being rude, so stay with you first. But when I think I'll pay off the favor, I will leave. Arthur looked at his hands in surprise. Lin Fan stood up and said, let's go, next stop, Russia, we have work to do. Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 26, Boyka and Blade Fang. Russia, a senior felony prison. Lin Fan and Arthur have come here through the informant. Arthur asked, go in with bare hands. How come? But your gear is too rubbish. Use this for you. Lin Fan took out a handbag from the car behind. Arthur opened his handbag and saw a blue-painted machine gun inside. What is this weapon? The C-14 Gauss rifle has a rate of fire of 30 rounds per second, 50 rounds per second after overload, 150 rounds of bullets, and a range of 900 meters. Lin Fan said lightly. With your current physical fitness, using it is no problem, install a few more magazines. Arthur swallowed, and this guy in his arms could almost blast the tank. Lin Fan took out a series of fragmented grenades from his backpack, pulled the pressure ring, and threw it to the prison wall. Boom! An 8-meter-high fence was blown up. Lin Fan took out a Gauss rifle and said, "Act. I rely on it, it's too technical." Although Arthur said so, his heart was still cool. Boyka, as a boxer in prison, was arrogant and used by the big guys in the prison to become a gambling tool. Finally, he broke a leg and became a prisoner cleaning the prison. Now that Boyka was in trouble, his once proud pout was wrapped in dirty clothes smelling stinky, and his head was rubbed to clean the floor of the prison corridor with sewage. From time to time, there were cheers, shouts and screams from the black boxing arena. The new boxers were showing off, just like Boyka did. But a loud noise sent the entire prison into panic. Someone was jailed. A large number of prison guards ran out with batons, but immediately they opened their mouths wide. Arthur swept through with a Gauss rifle, and the prison guards were as neat as the wheat collected by the cutter, and all of his waist was blasted. The solid steel nails used for Gauss rifles are not the type of armor piercing today, but blunt heads, which will produce a huge wound surface when they hit the target. Without power armor protection, ordinary human bodies are extremely vulnerable. Arthur roared, "This thing, trademark, is so exciting." At this time, prison guards using sniper rifles appeared in the tower at high altitude. Arthur found the target and said, "Leave it to me." Lin Fan entered the prison, where a black boxing match is taking place. Since the last time Boyka retreated, the prison officer has been promoted from the army to master combat skills as the caretaker. However, the officer was addicted to stimulants, so those boxers who fought against him would fail miserably. Lin Fan came to the arena, and the arrogant officer kicked without hesitation. Lin Fan threw it backhand and hit it on the guardrail. "I came here to find Boyka." Everyone stepped down, otherwise they would die. "Who are you? This is a prison for heavy prisoners. How can you let me play?" A chubby military gangster stood up and shouted. Lin Fan took out a fragmented grenade from the back, clasped the pressure ring, then picked it with his fingers, and threw the fragmented grenade into the arms of the military boss on the second floor. "It's a grenade. Go away, it." Boom! The chubby military gangster was blown apart, and several other gangsters were also grey-faced, with shrapnel in their bodies, and looked at Lin Fan in horror. "Hand over Boyka." Immediately. Lin Fan's voice was very soft, but like a life-saving sign, "Let those people tremble." Soon Boyka was brought by 2 prison guards. Lin Fan accused the prison guard, "How can I dress my soldier so badly, and his body is stink, and he didn't even take a shower, he sent it to me, you guys should die." Arthur next took out the Desert Eagle from his pocket, and accurately gave 2 peanuts to the prison guard. "Captain, is this the other player you are looking for? It doesn't look good. He has the potential to become a firepower hand. He is a natural warrior. You are not his opponent." Lin Fan glanced at Arthur. Arthur was dissatisfied. "Assassination, 10 of him are not as good as 1 of me." Boyka was taken out to take a shower at this time, and was brought back again a few minutes later. He changed into new clothes, cut his hair and stood in front of Lin Fan. "What do you want me to do? I'm just a waste man. It's useless at all." Boyka was so ashamed that when his legs were broken, he lost all his confidence. Lin Fan took out a new injection, a nerve-reactive serum, which was produced by the giant sucking leech and the jungle giant scorpion. It was filtered through the initial Zerg base and converted into enough biomass. The giant sucker has a very high nutritional value and has a strong effect on restoring injuries. After Lin Fan injected Boyka, his injured leg was reset and repaired. Boyka's injured leg was disabled due to lack of medical conditions. In fact, it can be recovered as long as it is reset. Now with the strengthening of the neurological response serum, Boyka is more powerful than before. This rebuilding grace makes Boyka very convincing and promises to join Lin Fan's team. Warriors are born to fight. Boyka. After being taken away by Lin Fan, the remaining military chiefs called to report on it, but at this time several places exploded, the name of the prison died, and the detainees rioted because of too many prison guards. Half a day later, Lin Fan brought Boyka and Arthur to Fuzhou. Blade Fang is practicing in a valley. Prepare for the fight against Yasha Ape. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 27, Capture the Rubik's Cube. Between the valleys, Lin Fan was sitting on the tree with Arthur and Boyka. Not far away, the 13-year-old fangs and body shape are many times his Yakashi Ape fight several times. Fan Ma Renya is the son of Fan Ma Yongjiro, who has the strongest biological blood on the earth. But now Razor is too young, and he can only be beaten up against a strong Yasha Ape, but he continues to fight even though he has bruises all over his body. If you don't defeat Yasha Ape, how can you catch up with Yujiro? If you don't defeat Yasha Aya earlier than Yujiro, how can you qualify to challenge Yujiro? The incisors turn on enkephalin, which improves physical fitness, activates nerve response speed, and makes movements more robust and changeable. Each strike of the Yasha Ape is enough to kill ordinary people. This creature, even the grizzly bear, can be easily killed, and it represents absolute dominance in the forest. In the end, Razor made a final punch with all its strength, cracking the yak's face bone and breaking the fangs at the corner of the yak's mouth. Razor wins. At this moment Lin Fan came out with Arthur and Boyka. But the blade teeth were exhausted, and the whole body lost its strength and fell to the ground. Yasha Ape stood up again at this time. It thought that Lin Fan and others were going to hurt the fangs. In the battle against Blade Fang, Yasha Ape has recognized his existence. Yasha Ape fiercely rushed to Lin Fan. Boyka spearheaded Arthur, jumped onto Yasha's head, slammed with his elbow, and tightened Yasha's neck with his grasp. The seriously injured Yasha Ape couldn't bear any more attacks, and quickly lay on the ground, his eyes flashing unwillingly. Boyka's physical fitness should not have played overnight, but after the serum enhancement, he could easily suppress the severely injured Yakashi Ape, which is stronger than the encephalitis. Lin Fan did not kill Yasha, but he took the blade and returned to the private jet. Razor woke up on the way. Where is this? Where are you taking me? How about Yasha Ape? A series of questions from the blade were thrown out. Lin Fan waved his hand, and Boyka next stepped forward immediately. Razor frowned. Boyka was murderous, and the visitor was not good. Boyka smashed into Fanja, and Fanja dodged his head and darted upward, aiming at Boyka's face door. Boyka hugs his hands, clamps the incisor's calf to his shoulder, then lifts the incisor and throws it into the hallway in the middle of the seat. Boyka uses nerve-reinforcing serum, and even if encephalitis is turned on, Razor can barely fight with Boyka. However, Razor's body has not recovered yet. Fighting with Yasha Apes makes him extremely tired, and it is impossible to be suppressed by Boyka so quickly. Yes, Boyka. Lin Fan summoned Boyka back. The blade teeth lie on the ground, staring at Lin Fan. Who are you? You want to defeat Fan Ma Yongjiro? I can help you become stronger, as long as you need to trust me, it's as simple as that. Lin Fan looked down at the blade. Blade Fang's eyes brightened and he said, you can make me stronger. Prior to Boyka's skill, Razor was very interested. Fighting with more powerful players was the only way to increase strength. Arthur asked at this moment, Captain, what do you think of him? There is no professional ability at all. Not as good as Boyka. Potential, Lin Fan said lightly. Blade Fang stood up and said, there is still some time to fight with my father. If you can make me stronger, I will be with you first. So far, Lin Fan's team has only one person left to reserve the right to use the base. But the last one, Lin Fan, was not selected, so he counted Jessica. Arthur was very dissatisfied. Tufan Lin Fan was not a company, and she wanted a female secretary. Jessica's father is a private detective. Being a contract detective of Osborne, she must have extraordinary skills, so Jessica should be more than enough to perform secretarial work. Lin Fan called up and informed the military department, people have found everything. The above thought that Lin Fanhui would retreat when he knew that it was difficult, but he didn't expect to find it all together. This time, it would be frizzy. The above thought that Lin Fan was perfunctory and did not believe it. They also said that if testing is required, as long as Lin Fan meets the requirements of the 3 personnel, they can use military bases to recruit soldiers in non-Trump forces. Otherwise dissolve immediately. But don't worry about this at all. Just hand it to Arthur. Lin Fan has found the SHIELD database. Although the cracking level is very high, Tony has left a loophole and the hacker dagger can easily hack. The position of the cosmic cube has been locked. The swarm is out. There were big moves over the Amazon jungle these 2 days. The insurgents cleared out a radius of tens of kilometers, and the disintegrators quickly transformed enough biomass to transmit through the quantum shared channel. A wave of fast worms has been prepared for the initial Zerg base at a depth of 10,000 meters below Manhattan Island. Although the 3,000 raptors are not as voluptuous as the insurgency looks, the second-order physical ability is not comparable to the insurgency. City likes to dig holes, but Zerg also likes to dig holes. On the digging, even the shield can't dig Zerg. The worms pass through the digger until they reach the underground base where the cosmic cube is stored. Hundreds of meters below the Delta Wing, an alarm suddenly sounded. Chief Fronic, Agent Collison, Agent Hill, and Natasha and others immediately took the troops down the freight elevator. But it was too late, the worms had eaten up the humans here, and the universe cube was taken away by Lin Fan. Another mysterious case was born in the empty underground base. Linked with a large number of cases of missing US dollars in many banks in Manhattan, the SHIELD is fully operating to implement emergency measures, and the cosmic cube must be recaptured. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 28, New Technology Harm Sharing. Marine Corps, 3rd Division Base, Commander's Office. Lin Fan looked at the cosmic cube in his hand. This blue cube can manipulate the power of space and represent supreme power in the Marvel Universe. However, Lin Fan does not know how to use the cosmic cube, which is very embarrassing. Know most of Marvel's most powerful people who have infinite gems. Only when the tyrant knows how to use infinite gems, he can exert its power through the infinite well and get infinite knowledge. There are legends, infinite gems, space, time, soul, reality, power, and soul. They were the earliest beings in the universe. At that time, there was only his existence, and everything was only him, and he was everything. Later loneliness made him choose to die, and his body turned into the entire universe, of which 6 gems were his essence. Whoever can master these gems will have the magic power to rule this universe. This magic power is enough to kill any living creature in the universe, or to resurrect or rewrite history. But there are more than 6 infinite gems. In the treasure trove of Asgard, Fairy Palace, and Odin, there is also an infinite glove, which is inlaid with 6 infinite gems. This proves that there are only 6 types of infinite gems, but the number is far more than 6. However, even if Lin Fan could not use the power of the cosmic cube, he could still use it to perform space teleportation. Next second, Lin Fan appeared at 12,458 meters underground, and the underground palaces extending in all directions have been continuously rebuilt by excavators day and night. The next second, Lin Fan appeared in the original Zerg base, which was very convenient. Supreme Zombie Issa respectfully said, "Master, your action in the Blood Orchid ecosystem has once again opened up a new technology, you can immediately go to the evolution pit to learn." "Not in a hurry, Issa." Lin Fan teleported to the throne, took Isla to her side, and smiled, "You have the Zerg database. Search it, is there any way to make it available to the Zerg?" "Master, please wait a moment." Issa sat in Lin Fanhua's arms and touched the Rubik's Cube with her jade hand, then closed her eyes, and opened it only a few minutes later. Issa has found a way to use the Rubik's Cube. However, the current ability of the initial Zerg base can only play a role of 0.1%. Only 0.1%. Lin Fan was lost in thought. Issa again said, "This 0.1% can provide 1000 swarms of energy for the swarm as a resource each day, but the cosmic cube needs to be fixed in the original Zerg base technology tree as the source. This also means that the initial Zerg base can be upgraded, and immediately put the cosmic cube into the technology tree." Lin Fan gazed at Issa and instantly moved to the evolution pit. Issa laughed, "Master, thanks to the cosmic cube in the technology tree, you can use teleport without any consumption inside the base." Handing over the universe cube to Issa, Lin Fan touched the technology tree and planned to learn the second technology. Although the Eye of God is only a supplementary technology, it is still quite useful and suitable for many situations. Don't know what the second technology is? At this time, multiple streams of information poured into Lin Fan's mind. Damage sharing. This is another passive technology. When you learn this technology, your life will be connected with all your swarm troops. When your health is reduced to 60%, based on the number of your swarms, share all the damage you take. Now talking about the insurgency, Lin Fan has 30,000 or 40,000. These basic swarms share damage, and under normal circumstances, no one can kill him. However, as the swarm is a consumable, the base number always fluctuates. If damage sharing is performed while the swarm is fighting, many arms may also die, resulting in many resource losses. But on the other hand, the life of the master is above all. As long as the master is immortal, the swarm will always exist. Lin Fan withdrew from the technology tree at this time, and Issa came to report that the cosmic cube has been placed in the technology tree. As long as one day later, the cosmic cube can gather 1000 energy blocks for the initial Zerg base. Then you can upgrade to the Zerg base. Lin Fan returned to the ground after understanding. At the same time, Fornik asked for help from Professor X, hoping that he could find the mysterious force that has taken away the universe cube through the brainwave intensifier. In the monitoring of the underground base, the worm swarming out of the dead corner killed the guard cruelly and ate it up. A mysterious man in a black robe with a mask easily took the cosmic cube. The incident has been going on for more than half a day, but the SHIELD intelligence network has no clue whatsoever. Eventually they chased to the Stark building. Tony confessed to having contact with the Hippeo people. For the first time near the National Forest Park, satellite images showed that there was a huge thermal energy response at that time, but it soon disappeared and hid. And the second time was that the unarmored man was headshot by Barrett in black robes, which is something even the mass media knows. Professor X paid great attention to such artifacts as the Rubik's Cube, and immediately agreed to Frennick's request. Using an electroencephalograph, he could see every mutant in the world, read their minds, and even control them. But the situation is very complicated. Aerobe people are not mutants. Professor X did not find the same brain waves as the black-robed person in the recorded variant. This makes Professor X have to screen again among ordinary people. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 29, Death Shooter and Punisher. Let Jessica convene all members of the base, and Lin Fan will hold a panel discussion to make a direction for the future development and overview of the base. Boyka came first as Lin Fan's diehard. The second rush was the blades of a handstand push-up nearby. The last one was Arthur, the mechanic who had nothing to do in the room. Arthur yawned, the quality of life is really not good. I like to drink fine brandy and drive in a sports car, but this is not even a video game. Arthur, how are you doing the reception of military inspectors? Lin Fan asked. Arthur yawned again, his eyes narrowed, those guys have fled away without even entering the base's door. Jessica whispered in Lin Fan's ear, he set fragmented grenades, bouncing mines, and tear gas in the warehouse at the entrance of the base, even the tanks couldn't get in. The military department should not give up. Lin Fan said, and the phone at hand rang. On the phone, Commander Lin Fan, a long-awaited name, I am Colonel Carbon, the new examiner for this expedition. Your people really let me see what it means to waste national resources. It seems that the military did not say that the resources in the base should not be used. Lin Fan faintly responded and opened the hands-free. Colonel Carbon, ha ha ha, okay, since you are so capable, I'm welcome. The members of the expedition were Death Shooters, Black Widows, and Punishers. I hope you can laugh at that time. Death Shooter, black and white take all, if you have money, you will kill the target in a precise time. Black Widow, whose real name is Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D., is a 10th level agent. The main Avengers. Punishers, human beings of extreme physical fitness, proficient in fighting and use of firearms, can stand alone against an armed group. Lin Fan hung up the phone and looked at the crowd. Boyka, you come to deal with the Punisher. Arthur, Razor, you two deal with the dead shooter. I will take the shot myself. After everyone agreed on the goal, Lin Fan explained another very important thing, the rank system. Military ranks are not assigned by the military. Now you are only recruits. If you want to be promoted, you have to make achievements. The sera you injected and the black technology you got are all exchanged for achievements. The fastest method for Lin Fan's rank promotion additional system is to accumulate merit, otherwise, only by his own assessment index will it take the monkey year to reach the highest rank, Grand Marshal. And when the number of these troops reaches the standard, some building technologies will be opened up and production lines will be provided for mass production. After dissolution, Jessica wanted to invite Lin Fan to dinner tonight, thanking him for his many life-saving graces. And Jessica's father prepared 2 Broadway tickets. Lin Fan felt that he had been too busy these days, and it was time to relax, and he agreed to Jessica's invitation. After a few hours, in an upscale restaurant in Queens, not far from Broadway, Jessica wore a Chinese cheongsam that was below her knees, and she took off her bulky glasses, replaced her invisible beauty pupil, put her head down, and her long hair covered her delicate and pretty face. Wait! She didn't know what kind of woman Lin Fan liked. I don't know if Lin Fan Hui will like her. But Lin Fan at least agreed to her invitation. Today she deliberately bought a handmade cheongsam imported from China, and boldly chose a short model, which was below the knee, and this cheongsam was still open with a large fork on the side of the leg. Lin Fan opened his chair and sat opposite Jessica. You are so pretty today. Thank you. You can order. I'm going to the bathroom. Jessica lowered her voice and took her cheongsam out of her seat. When he came to the bathroom, Jessica hit water on her face with a smile on her hot face. He said I'm pretty, he likes. Go out, or Lin Fan will be in a hurry. Jessica blinked, raised her fist, pumped herself up, and returned to the dining area. Lam Fan has ordered an Australian lobster platter and a bottle of red wine from 1989. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Jessica sat down again, smiling at Lin Fan, pure and lovely. Lin Fan stood up and rubbed Jessica's head, and said, Don't be nervous, why, dating a man for the first time? Well, for the first time. Jessica lowered her head and blushed, afraid to look at Lin Fan's eyes. Suddenly, a blond man in a Western style with deep eyes was very attractive to sit down. This beautiful lady, I wonder if I can date. The blond man didn't seem to take Lin Fan's eyes at all. Jessica raised her cheek and shook her head. I'm sorry sir, I already have a man, please don't disturb us, thank you. Lin Fan said, Marvel world does not lack accidents. The blonde man in front of him is a vampire. Although there is no title, it is no longer an ordinary person. Get out of here, the blonde man ordered, turning to Lin Fan. Then he said to Jessica, now you don't have a boyfriend, so you... Ah! You messed up. Lin Fan nailed the hacker dagger on the back of the blonde man's hand. Did your master not teach you what is polite? Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 30, Evolutionary Bloody Claw. The blonde man's eyes became blood red and his teeth grinned. My master is Quinn, you will die terribly. At this time, several handymen ran out of the restaurant kitchen. They all had choppers, barbecue forks, beer bottles, and other weapons in their hands. When these guys came up, they greeted Lin Fan, scaring the diners in a hurry to leave. Lin Fansong loosened his tie and thought, there must be a cleanup of these shattered cities. The blonde man said fiercely, these are all pro-ghosts. They will fight for their lives in order to become vampires. How many can you fight? You can't see it anymore. Lin Fan flung his backhand, and the blonde man's neck rolled around a few times, then fell to the ground, his eyes blinking. Lin Fan stomped his head with a kick, and the hacking dagger in his hand pulled out and gripped, passing through the pro-ghost fighters in an instant. Lin Fan put away the hacking dagger, turned to put on a suit on a chair, and then helped Jessica to leave the restaurant. The siren sound was not far away. After the patrolman came over, he found the tragic situation in the restaurant, and immediately ran out to spit, and saw a dozen humans, holding various weapons, as if to do, but all of their heads fell to the ground and their expressions remained the moment before his death. It seemed that he didn't even know how to die. Broadway. Jessica and Lin Fan have been to Amazon, so the situation just now is not too uncomfortable. After the two watched the Broadway show, they ate Hamburg Cola outside, and Lin Fan sent Jessica home. Then Lin Fan's face turned dark, or because he inherited the dominance relationship, he had a low tolerance for those who challenged his authority. Lamborghini galloped in the night. Half an hour later, Lin Fan came to the Zerg initial base, and Issa was waiting by the throne. Issa, how much strength we have now, I need to wipe out some vampire lairs. Lin Fan sat on the throne. Issa bowed, Master, through the resource point in Amazon, we now have 4,175 Raptor available. Enough. I want to take down this area. Lin Fan waved his clothes changed, and the black robe and worm mask came back. In the night, from the depths of the ground, hundreds of thousands of worms sprang up, and they rushed to the streets without fear. Vampire signs can be seen everywhere on the street buildings, proving that the creatures of the night are inhabited here. Quinn, a non-pure blood vampire, helped his brother, Frost, manage an underground ballroom hidden deep in the slaughterhouses in the city. Lin Fan's worms have already covered this area. When the patrol officer found the headless body of the blonde man, the pro-ghosts in it will inevitably report the situation. Wang Zong has marked the information on the way forward of the worm. When Quinn learned that his younger brother had been killed by humans, he was very angry, and was about to order Qi to beat his revenge, but he did not expect to be blocked by the worm. Vampire vs Raptor. Generally, vampires are physically stronger than ordinary people, and their resilience is more abnormal. Others are nothing to praise. Raptor's second-order physical ability is enough to crush them. There are hundreds of vampires in this vampire's lair. Suddenly attacked by the raptors, the vampires here have great casualties. Although the raptors do not have silver and garlic, they eat everything. The vampire can't recover by eating the corpse of the vampire. Vampire thugs with only assault rifles and shotguns are not enough. Although some vampires have attempted to fight back for their teeth, their proud fangs are not enough to bite white marks on the raptor carapace. Quinn is aggressive. What the is this? Vampires are slaughtered. We are vampires. Lin Fan emerged from the road where the worms separated. In my eyes, you are as weak as humans, and elders will escape the world because you are weak, but you feel strong. But I appreciate your guts, but you should not disturb my mood. Lin Fan left in front of Quinn's body, his right hand clawed, penetrated Quinn's body, and took out his heart. Quinn immediately yelled, I'm Frost, you can't kill me, or he will make you die worse. I'll send him down to accompany you. Lin Fan took Quinn's heart out and squeezed in front of him. The claws were strengthened by the Quinn vampire heart, and bleeding red lines appeared on it. Lin Fan felt that the claws had been strengthened and had the ability to blood. Quinn widened his eyes and wanted Lin Fan to die together, but he could struggle for a few seconds without a heart. Instantly turned into ashes and died completely. Lin Fan named the claws of his right hand as claws. This night, Lin Fan smashed several vampire lairs in this neighborhood. Cleared together with Progost strongholds. Quinn's boss, Frost, is deciphering the blood literature. He learned that he lost a lot of his men. He was naturally very angry, but heard that the swarm power that was newly dominated and ordered his hand temporarily retreat. Before dawn, Lin Fan could not find any vampires in the city center, but through the hacker dagger hacked into the national network, the vampires had a profit-sharing relationship with the upper levels, and the vampires had unclear relations with the forces of the world's largest gang Gold. The secretly operating swarm forces surfaced and were rewatched by the Mother Elizabeth. Wherever the swarm appeared in Manhattan, her black light zombie army would be infected. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 31, Tony is the potboy. Because the Mother Elizabeth occupied a third of Manhattan, in Queens, downtown, many residents of Chinatown and Empire Avenue began to evacuate. The military has classified this area as a severe red zone. The wealthy rich people in Queens have moved to the original deserted area, which was planned as a safe green area, and the residents who originally lived in it were gathered in the isolated yellow area. Black Watch officially takes over Manhattan's escalation of black light virus infection. Say both sides. Lin Fan is sitting on the throne of the initial Zerg base. Now the Universe Cube has collected 1000 energy blocks, and all resources have been met to upgrade the Second Order Zerg base. Second Order Zerg base, 10,000 biomass, 1000 energy blocks, 1000 seconds. Have 4th Order physical ability, 4th Order mental ability. May evolve again. Associated with 10 stabbing followers as a counterattack. Unlock arms, spinal reptile, hydralisk, poison blast. Issa then emerged from the evolutionary pit. Master, through the Rubik's Cube, we already have the King Bug special armor, space backpack. Explain. Lin Fan let the initial Zerg base advance. The Zerg base will unlock special arms on the arms based on the speed of collecting genetic sequences, but some special arms can be unlocked with high-level treasures. This space backpack is created by using the power of the King Worm to fuse the magic cube of the universe. Issa take the first 2 steps and present a badge. Master, look, this is the space backpack. When Lin Fan took the badge, immediately the information about the space backpack appeared in the eyes of God, very detailed. Special weapon, prop type, King Worm space backpack, it needs space energy fusion to generate, and has private and exclusive space. Which time is stagnant. The internal space capacity can be increased with the quality of the raw materials. At this time, the promotion of the Second Order Zerg base is completed. Issa bowed again. Master, the Second Order Zerg base has been upgraded, and all our existing Zerg units can be upgraded to the First Order for free through the Second Order Zerg base. This is not anxious. I have to look at the new arms first. Previously, there were ground melee fast worms and insurgents. There were no air and long-range arms, which led to the limitation of the swarm development. Spinal reptile, Ground defense. Have third-order physical ability, second-order mental ability. Attack on the carpet by taking root. Non-rooted states are mobile but not attackable. Has extremely strong explosive power. Incubation requires 1 larva, 100 biomass, 50 seconds. May evolve again. Hydra, shooting bone needles through the shoulder, can fire 6 bone needles at a range of 1,500 meters. Have third-order physical ability, second-order mental ability. Incubation requires 1 larva, 150 biomass, 50 energy blocks, and 60 seconds. May evolve again. Poison Blast, suicide-type arms. Have third-order physical ability, second-order mental ability. The chemical acid in the body is extremely unstable and can cause bombing effects in the range of 30*30*30. Incubation requires 1 larva, 50 biomass, 10 energy blocks, 30 seconds. May evolve again. Give priority to making snakes. Lin Fan adjusted the incubation resources. The demand for spinal reptiles and poisonous insects is not strong at the moment. The spinal needle reptiles need bacterial blankets, and poisonous explosions are consumables. Is about, observe, dominate. Lin Fan closed his eyes at this time to observe the changes of the second-order Zerg base. The internal space expanded several times, and the larvae hatched at twice the original rate. There are also 10 associated insects. Heavy Stinger. Heavy Sting counterattack. The second-order Zerg base companion worm can attack targets within a radius of 4,000 meters. It has 4th-order physical ability and 4th-order mental ability, and can evolve again. Lin Fan returned to the ground. The formation of the Hydralisk army still took time. First, let the superhero and the Mother Elizabeth play. Tony's previous acquisition of the USR company was successful, and the Mechanical Corps was officially launched under the operation of Jarvis. The first batch of 10,000 machine gun models of the Mechanical Corps was rushed to manufacture. USR's home robot has an excellent skeleton model and a highly humane processor. Jarvis deprived him of power from the main network through networking. Tony transformed the original robot's main network and named it Friday. Tony did not move out of Queens, not only the Stark building, but also the Avengers headquarters. 10,000 mechanical legions with light machine guns on both arms will guard here. Although the military did not hesitate to urge him to surrender his armor technology, Tony once again rejected the inviolability of private property. But Tony also knows that the Stark building is no longer stable and inspired by the SHIELD Sky Carrier. He is forming his own Sky Carrier base, which will be the new stronghold of the Avengers. The Mother Elizabeth came to seek the Master for many days. It was that Lin Fan destroyed her plan to enter Manhattan that day and failed to arrive at the military base in time. However, when she arrived, all the information inside the base was destroyed. This breaks. So Elizabeth reluctantly pursued Lin Fan. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 32, Doomsday Prelude. Although 1/3 of Manhattan was infected by the Mother Elizabeth's Black Light virus, creating lairs and possessing Black Light zombies as a military base. But Lin Fan was not afraid of her. Tony will definitely fight for security in Queens. And this will gather a large number of superheroes against the Mother Elizabeth. As long as Lin Fan sits on the mountain watching tigers and fighting and secretly develops his power, his vision is even greater. Master the parallax of Yellow Light Ring. Conqueror Kong, the ruler of the next 3,000 years. Self-defeating God. Cybertron comes. Planet Devourer. Which is not the existence of destroying the Earth. Lin Fan did not fight unsure battles, he had to grasp the information and strength, and unnecessary wars had to be avoided, saving troops to cope with the existence of the giants. However, Lin Fan will not refuse such a thing as touching the fish in the muddy waters, so that Tony's mechanical army can beat the Mother Elizabeth's zombie army, which can be suppressed. Lin Fan's decomposer has been transformed into a mist of atoms hiding around the battlefield, ready to pick up leaks to supplement the resources of the Zerg base. The Mother Elizabeth was very upset, and there were people who dared to stop her. The previous 2 days, the evolved body Moser injected her with an anti-black light injection, which forced her to give birth to the Hunter's King. Now her vitality is badly damaged, otherwise Tony's mechanical legion can't be accommodated. Black light zombies advance through the number advantage, catching any living person will bite the infection, and at the same time, there will be evolution. Evolutionary bodies are much more advanced than infected ones. The evolution of the arm's alienation of the claws is very fast. They once again evolved to be hunters, which are considered intermediate forms of hunters. Lin Fan sat in the king's body in the sky and knew the situation below, but even the army evacuated from Queens, showing how severe the infection was here. In fact, if it wasn't for Lin Fan's killing of the vampires in this area, which led to Frost's contraction, the Mother Elizabeth would not have expanded so easily. As the saying goes, the enemy's enemies are friends, and in this chaotic world, they are used everywhere. The Mother Elizabeth was also used without knowing it. Now the heavy red zone is the prelude to the end. The surviving humans hid in Tibet. Tony's mechanical army had just started. He could not deploy too many troops to rescue, so most of the trapped residents could only stay at home and wait for the black light zombies to enter the door. The Marine Corps base, now a third branch in the heavily red zone, has been abandoned by the military. It's just overnight. Colonel Carbon said proudly on the phone, "The inspection is cancelled, and the ownership of the base can be retained, but you must also stay on the base, otherwise you will go to a military court." Lin Fan did not respond to the mentality of Colonel Carbon. Arthur was covered with hidden mines outside the base, and also made a lot of TNT explosives. Even if several armored divisions came, they would be blown into the sky. However, it was a bit excessive that the military did not issue any approval for the third branch to recruit soldiers, and even Lin Fan was strictly forbidden to recruit soldiers from all troops. All armament materials were provided by themselves. An abandoned look. Boyka was hesitant about this unfair treatment and asked the military to discuss the theory, but was stopped by Lin Fan. What Lin Fan wants is only a military base, which allows him to do things under the banner of humanity, so it is enough. At that time, Lin Fan will make the military cry. Support from S.H.I.E.L.D. came at this time, and hundreds of Black Hawk gunships carried rocket nests and carried out carpet bombing on the ground. Although this efficiency is very high, causing her Mother Elizabeth to lose tens of thousands of troops, she is not vegetarian, and dozens of rampant behemoths have been drilled from the ground. This is a Hydra, with huge spikes that can blast tanks and is good at throwing air targets with megaliths. Hydra joined the battlefield and turned the Black Hawk gunship into a target. The cheap tarmac instantly knocked down the nearly $10 million cost of the Black Hawk gunship. Frennick had to retreat and recall the remaining Black Hawk gunships. "Tony, find a way to rescue the people in this area, and then we solve the Mother Elizabeth at one time." Frennick held a remote consultation with Tony in the Delta Wing. Because of his support just now, his Mother Elizabeth has now transferred black light zombies from several streets nearby to block the door. Tony shook his head and said it was impossible. "Secretary, are you dreaming? With 2 or 3 million people in this area, the military only evacuated the population on their list, leaving more than 2 million. My mechanical army can only protect Stark Building. They have air right now." Freilich hated those military-minded guys. He repeatedly asked for military support, but those guys were asking for information, all kinds of highly confidential technology, and so on. Tony had the same problem. So now the military will not do anything. Black Watch just blocks the red zone, and if it doesn't work, it will carry out poached eggs. Anyway, the military doesn't like anything about superheroes. It's an uncontrolled existence. No different from death. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 33, I Need a Female Partner. Hydra, also known as Hydra. There are multiple high-level lurkers in S.H.I.E.L.D. After the construction of the sky carrier is completed, a threat algorithm is given to it. I want to use this algorithm to deduct and lock out all the threatening existence on the planet for sniper assassination. However, FANFIC has been banned. Taking advantage of this blacklight zombie crisis, Hydra is just getting rid of FANFIC. Although there is no Tony's mechanical core, FANFIC has someone. Collison, Hill, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and the temporary punishment team are all listed. Agents built trenches in the Delta Wing building, while defending with heavy firepower such as crane guns, Gatling, mortars. The Mother Elizabeth sent as many as 50,000 blacklight zombies this time. Although there were no hunters, there were already hundreds of extremely fast claw zombies. And then Lin Fan's mission came. Mission update, sideline, help FANFIC successfully withstand 50,000 zombie legion attacks. Reward, Decomposer's special armed scalpel. Lin Fan took out the radio and talked with Arthur. When he was working, he took the guy and brought Boyka and Blade Tooth to the Delta Wing building. Lin Fan asked King Worm to put him down, took out the C-14 Gauss rifle from the space backpack, and the raging bullet storm ripped a gap in the street full of zombies. How many bullets can be contained in a 30 cubic meter space backpack? Lin Fan himself didn't know, but as long as he didn't blow the chamber, this Gauss rifle could be fired continuously for 10 minutes, it was just a bulldozer. The essence of Lin Fan's mind is constantly rising. Technology has not been learned yet, dominating faith. Otherwise, every Zerg unit, no matter it is born or evolved, will send a trace of essence to him. At that time, it will be as fast as sitting on a rocket, and as long as it has a sufficient number of Zerg units, he can never stop strengthening. The agents under the Delta Wing looked dumbfounded. Where did the fierce man, holding a super sci-fi machine gun, fired a storm of bullets, causing all the zombies to explode, tearing a hole and coming in? FANFIC, Collison, Hill, Natasha, Hawkeye, Agent 13 and Punishers all opened their mouths. This Nema is too unscientific. At the rate of fire of that gun, this blink of an eye is hundreds of bullets, and the magazines are loaded with so many at most, but the fact is that people do not need to change the magazines at all, just like nonsense bullets. Lin Fan walked to FANFIC and said, I am Lin Fan, the 3rd tier soldier, and I am now the Marine Corps commander of the 3rd Division. Come to support. Isn't the 3rd branch Colonel Todd's base? FANFIC wondered secretly. Agent Collison said a few words in FANFIC's ears at this time. He is the only soldier who has returned to the Blood Orchid Ecology Circle alive. He is of Chinese descent and has a total asset value of 100 billion, but I always feel that this person is confused. Upon hearing Collison's information, FANFIC immediately welcomed Lin Fandeo. Commander Lin Fan, I don't know how many troops you brought. 4. Lin Fan smiled at FANFIC. FANFIC slapped him in the eye. Oh my! 4 of them. The 4 soldiers use it. There are 50,000 zombie forces. 40 or 5,000 people may not be able to hold on. If there are 4 more, just count them. Lin Fan ignored FANFIC's anxiety. He walked in and opened the gap for the zombie army, which was enough for S.H.I.E.L.D. to relax. Natasha, Hill, Agent 13 and my name is Lin Fan. I'm glad to meet you. I wonder if I have the honor to date with you. Lin Fan gazed at the Gauss rifle and smiled slightly. According to Issa, worm mothers need to attach to high-quality females to spawn, and there are 2 types of worms after mass production. Zombies can assist in dominating the swarm, and post-worms can only execute more complex instructions, so even the worms that have evolved to the extreme body cannot replace the zombie. Then the question arises, if Lin Fan's number of planets increases, who can take charge of him? The answer is, the mother bug. Natasha's eyes turned, and she turned to arrange her equipment. Can you spend the night tonight? Little handsome guy. I still have work. Hill has always been cold about men inviting such things. Agent 13 gathered the hair in his ears and smiled, I wouldn't mind if I had the chance. Mission update, branch line, zombies are important strategic materials. If you want to rule more universes, you must have more zombies. In view of the original lack of fetters for zombies, you need to establish deep physical relationships with zombies. Obtain the first worm. Reward, Raptor Variant Branch Leaper. Agent Coulson came at this time. Commander Lin Fan, where did you get the hot weapon you just used? Coulson thought that if the source of the weapons used by Lin Fan could be found, things might have changed. Lin Fan said lightly, I changed it myself. You can change it. You really can. Frennick stared at the stars, his lost emotion was swept away, and he stared at Lin Fan with a big white tooth. Lin Fan somewhat refused, Director Frennick, I'm not interested in men. Don't look at me like that. You said. What do you want? You are willing to remodel this gun for us, and I will give you whatever you want, Frennick said directly. Lin Fan looked at Agent Hill, it's not easy to transform this job. I need a female partner. Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 34, Hill is tricked. Hill frowned, a flash of panic on Chiao's face. Director Frennick wouldn't really let himself be with this guy. She stared at Frennick. Frennick thief spooky, turned his head and smiled, Hill, you see that you are the deputy director of our shield. This task is entrusted to you. You must complete the task. There are 4,258 lives here. But it's all in your hands. Hill wanted to cry without tears, shameless director. This was a moral abduction. Her professionalism and responsibility made her unable to step back. She said, yes. Director Nick, lend it to you first. Don't hesitate to bring it. You can also bring this batch, save it, it will be no problem for half an hour. Lin Fan gave Frennick a space backpack and a gauze rifle, and then pulled Greek Soul's jade hand walked towards the building. Natasha was stunned, and asked weirdly, how do I think Hill was sold by the director? SHH. Agent 13 blocked Natasha's lips. Beware of the director's revenge. Frennick now holds a gauze rifle, and the more he looks at it, the more he likes it, he is ready to try it, but at the push of a trigger, he clicks, and his arm is dislocated. Grip, what kind of gun is this? The recoil is so fierce. I forgot to tell you, here Hawkeye and Punisher can be used for a while. If ordinary people use it, they will be dislocated or broken. Lin Fan came back and reminded. Coulson helped Frennick to connect his arms. Frennick rolled his eyes and gave Lin Fan a middle finger, soon. Hill took Lin Fan to the ordnance factory and said, you need to work first, and then I can let you do whatever. I need as much iron ore as possible. Lin Fan teased his lips, looked up and down Hill's body, and the professional OL suit had bumps and bumps. A strong woman like this must get up. Hill asked workers to prepare iron ore for Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand, I can't have anyone around when I'm remodeling. Just go out, and you'll be asked to come in when you're done. I'm right at the door. Although Hill was cold, his mind was actually up and down. This was a deal. However, she can willingly use her body to get a better chance for the shield to survive. Lin Fan's manufacturing of human technology requires only materials to meet, and it can be manufactured immediately. A total of 200 gauze rifles and ammunition that have been continuously fired for half a day. As soon as Hill came out, Lin Fan's voice came again before she thought about it, come in. What? So fast? Hill came in on high heels, and there were 200 gauze rifles and mountain-mounted magazines on the platform. Lin Fan hooked Hill's shoulder at the moment and said, how about, isn't it a surprise? Surprise. Hill was shocked and delighted now. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan easily made so many gauze rifles, which meant that she had to complete the next transaction with Lin Fan. Hill closed his eyes, embarrassed, and began to undress with both hands. "You do it." "What are you doing?" Lin Fan laughed secretly. How can the body without emotion play vigorously? Even in the case of being hated, it is okay to be strong, but now that Hill is such a virgin, Lin Fan has lost interest. "You?" Hill looked at Lin Fan strangely. She looked down with Lin Fan's eyes, as if the child who had done something wrong. Lin Fan shot a lot on Hill's dolphin and said, "Go and move these to the front." Hill bit his silver tooth and looked at Lin Fan's back with a grudge, but he felt a little affection for the man in his heart. He froze the extra shattered hair, then called the workers, and followed behind Lin Fan again. After Lin Fan came out, Frennick, Collison, Hawkeye and Punisher looked at him strangely. Eagle Eye came together and laughed. "No, Hill is so powerful, you come out before you even enter 10, you should be more." "Mr. Eagle Eye," Hill warned. Hawkeye continued to return to the front dimly. Collison asked, "Commander Lin Fan, is it done? What are you missing? Say." Frennick thought Lin Fan was lacking the necessary materials, so he came out so soon. However, in terms of materials, S.H.I.E.L.D. still has some inventory, regardless of whether it is vibrating gold or Edmund alloy. Lin Fan laughed. "Fortunately, I have completed my mission, 200, and several magazines, which I will temporarily lend to S.H.I.E.L.D. Behind Hill, 2 workers drove the gauze rifle in a minivan. Frennick's eyes were staring again, and his heart was shocked beyond words. This man is more efficient than a machine. It really deserves to come from the mysterious country of Huaxia. "Thank you very much, Commander Lin Fan. I have heard about you. After going through today's difficulties, I will respond to the military and help you fight for the best interests." Frennick made a real commitment to Lin Fan. "Guaranteed." At this time, an Apache armed transport plane flew from the sky, but a nearby Hydra threw stones and looked crumbling, but eventually landed on the S.H.I.E.L.D. apron without surprise. Arthur came down. "Wipe, what are these mutant creatures? If I weren't technically hard, I wouldn't be able to get through." Then came down Boyka, Blade Fang, and Jessica. The impact of the zombie army was intensified, and the first line of defense in the trenches gaped, and the agents of the S.H.I.E.L.D. had been withdrawn to the first 2 lines of defense. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 35, New Technology Unlocked. Boyka taunted, "If it wasn't for your dead skin and overdraft with a bottle of nerve response serum in advance with the captain, I don't think you could get through. Also say me. Aren't you overdrawing a bottle of skin hardening serum with the captain? Hey!" Arthur took the tote from the transport plane and carried the gauze rifle out. All the rest were magazines. The blade teeth are empty-handed, holding their heads, and doing nothing. Lin Fan was a little embarrassed. Cough, Li Zheng. Hearing Lin Fan talking, Boyka, Arthur and Blade Fang were lined up. Jessica stood at the end later. Lin Fan introduced Frennick. "This is my team. Commander Lin Fan, your team is still under your command." Frennick felt that Boyka and others were not very organized and were too loose. There was a lot of disappointment in him. But Frennick also knew that he couldn't ask Lin Fan's soldiers to be as fierce as he was. The first trench was flattened by black light zombies with a numerical advantage. Mortality, heavy machine guns, and the lethality caused by Gatling could not form an advantage. However, a gauze rifle can use blunt-headed solid steel nails, which is enough to interrupt half of the body of the zombie and prevent the tide from advancing. However, only Hawkeye and Punisher can be equipped for individual soldiers, but it cannot exceed 30 seconds, otherwise it will be bruised and swollen, and comminuted fracture in severe cases. Therefore, 200 gauze rifles must be fixed and weakened before sitting. This is hardly the case for agents of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Reweld the Gatlin's brackets, then press the gauze rifles up to line up. Da-da-da. The barrage of sky was overwhelming, and the front row of zombies were all broken, leaving only 2 legs to stand. Grip, fierce, fierce. This weapon is too fierce. Strong is strong, but it is completely impossible to equip it alone, but this volume is not suitable for mounting on a vehicle. It's weird. Let the zombies come again, ha ha ha, die, even Iron Man has to be killed suddenly by this gun shuttle. At this time, claw zombies appear in the zombie army. Hundreds of sharp claw zombies were extremely scattered, and their limbs ran, approaching the second trench very quickly. Gauss rifle hit rate reduced. Boyka and Arthur rushed into the first trenches with Gauss rifles, forming a cross barrage, which accurately targeted sharp claw zombies. But the claw zombies, the killer of this zombie army, how could Boyka and Arthur slaughter like this? The originally scattered mutant creature Hydra concentrated in, throwing boulders with tentacles, hoping to disrupt the shooting frequency of Boyka and Arthur. If Boyka and Arthur don't want to be killed by the boulder, they must first destroy the boulder that hits them, which gives the claw zombies a chance again. The agents behind were already stunned. Frennic's eyes widened, and he turned to look at Lin Fan, a monster, and this guy's men were also monsters. Among Frennic's men, Coulson, Hill, and Natasha were all level 10 agents, which represented the limits of the human body. However, Gauss rifles still cannot be used. But what's the ghost of Lin Fan's Boyka and Arthur so easily using a Gauss rifle? According to information, after Lin Fan returned from the Blood Orchid ecosystem, there were no soldiers in the base, and where did he find these monsters? Support Commander Lin Fan. Agent Collison called at this time. Boyka and Arthur use Gauss rifles, which are far better than them in terms of hit rate and mobility, so they cannot let those boulder affect them. The mother Elizabeth saw that the shield could not be attacked for a long time, and her heart was inevitable, and she sent dozens of hunters to support her. Now she is focusing on the Stark building. The mech's firepower is very fierce and needs a lot of cannon fodder to fill it. The arrival of the hunter turned the situation on the shield side very seriously. Hunters have simple wisdom, they can climb high-rise buildings, have strong jumping ability, the claws can tear steel armor, and they are humanoid tanks. Although Wang Zhong had observed that the hunter was sneaking behind the shield, Lin Fan didn't need to tell Frennic about this information. Dozens of hunters descended from the sky, causing shock waves, disrupting the Gauss rifle's fire collection array, and at the same time letting the rear spoil themselves. Boyka, Arthur, rescue in the rear. Lin Fan came to the front row of battlefields, boulder on the sky, claw zombies on the ground, and slammed here crazy. Boyka and Arthur did not hesitate to change magazines on the way, and fired bursts of shots to hunters in the quartet. The hunter's skin was thick, and the Gauss rifle could be quickly killed, but even if Boyka and Arthur rescued, Frennic had to burn his head and killed and injured more than 100 agents. The rear was chaotic, the front was unattended, and the zombie army began to advance. Lin Fan stood in the first trench and took out the Hellfire ejector from the space backpack. The 3 groups of oil pipes spun and sprayed, spreading in a fan shape. Although there is no Gauss rifle with a long range, within 50 meters of the fan-shaped range, the blazing fire burned up, forming a fire wall, making those zombies unable to come over. Hellfire injectors use extreme compressed solid fuel. This fuel will not extinguish when it is in contact with it. It will continue to burn when it jumps into the water until the solid fuel is exhausted. However, the fuel that can be burned in the water can imagine how high the density is inside, and you want to wait for it to go out? These zombies can't wait. The zombies stupidly rushed into the wall of fire, but this just made the wall of fire burn more vigorously. Due to Lin Fan's outstanding contributions, the rank addition system promoted him to a second-class soldier, and new technology was unlocked. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 36, Takeaway Rewards. Military rank, second-class soldier. Merit, 61,100. Unlock new technology, Punisher grenade launcher. Need iron ore, 300 kilograms. Introduction: when humans expanded to hundreds of star regions, and the population exceeded 100 billion, they encountered orc civilization. The ferocious orcs were good at charging and rough skin. As a result, humans lost 1/3 of the star regions and 40 billion people died. Federal engineers negotiated the All-Stars to design the Punisher grenade launcher. The launcher can launch 120 25 mm shock magnetic bombs per minute, which can produce a very strong paralysis effect on targets in the 5*5 range, with a range of 1,500 meters and a capacity of 20 rounds. Lethality, third order. At this time, the situation of Boyka and Arthur was not optimistic. The gauze rifle bracket fixed in the trench was basically damaged, and the hunter occupied it. Even if there is a complete gauze rifle bracket, it cannot be used. At close range, only Boyka and Arthur confronted. FANFIC and others could not help at all, and the chaos was escalating. The agent killed by the hunter is resurrected into a zombie. Ordinary people are fundamentally different from trained agents. The mutations that turn into zombies are even more distinctive. Arthur then said to Lin Fan, "Captain, I can't hold back." A total of 35 hunters came before, and there are now 15 survivors. They are stronger and extremely agile, and it is difficult for Arthur and Boyka to lock them. And if you want to make a hit, it is likely to be caught and shredded in the next second. Lin Fan ran over at this time, and the Punisher grenade launcher in his hand snapped the trigger. The 25 mm caliber shock magnetic bursts burst and hit the nearby hunters with precision. Immediately their bodies were attached to the current, and they could no longer carry out any attacks. Arthur was pleasantly surprised. "Captain, what's new? When will you equip us?" At the same time, he and Boyka gauze rifle kept hitting the head of the hunter who was in the right place. FANFIC wiped his cold sweat and stared at the Punisher grenade launcher in Lin Fan's arms. Only his eyesight, heart, these high-tech are all his own transformation. But the Chaos Hunter was finally killed. The front zombie legion was also blocked by the fire wall. The brainless core of zombies continued to walk into the wall of fire, and the number was extremely weakened. The Mother Elizabeth is heating up with Tony's mechanical core and has no time to control it. After the shield agents had finished their breaks, they welded the brackets again to mount the gauze rifle, and then simply repaired the barrage again. Despite the turbulent hurdles of Hydra, this wave of zombies is over and it is difficult to pose a threat to the Delta Wing. Ding! Help FANFIC succeed in defending against the Zombie Legion. Reward: Decomposer's Special Armed Scalpel. Previously, Lin Fan had already received the King Arms Special Armed Space Backpack. The effect is very convenient. On behalf of the Zerg in another area of scientific development. Shield's mission was over, rewards were received. Lin Fan took the Apache transport plane back to the military base. The decomposers have cracked the corpses of the zombies, turned them into resources, and transported them to the second-order Zerg base below the ground. One of the disintegrators was converted into a special armed scalpel. Special weapon, prop type, Decomposer's Scalpel. Mist atoms can be said to be the smallest extreme atoms. They can sew any capillaries and even splicing cells. But at the same time, these small things are miniature destroyers and will unfold from the invisible battlefield. As a comprehensive auxiliary arm, they can also capture DNA strands for retransplantation. After returning to the military base, Tony's battle was not over. The Mother Elizabeth has bet 150,000 zombies there. However, Tony's mechanical legions were all light machine guns, and the mechanical legions could fly and self-explode. Although the number was small, the Mother Elizabeth could not take him, but she remained deadlocked to this day. However, the force was lost, and the Mother Elizabeth was no longer entangled, and evacuated under the protection of several hunter leaders. Not long after, nests appeared in multiple locations in Queens. The nests were originally owned by the Black Watch Brothers Institute, the Yentech Institute, and have been studying black light viruses since the 60s. Experiments have been performed with infants and pregnant women several times. Attempts are made to infect the black light virus through indirect mother-to-child infection to filter side effects. However, such experiments have been carried out for more than 30 years without any successful reports. However, the group of crazy scientists at Genentech has a branch research team. After extracting the amniotic fluid of infected pregnant women, although the black light virus has not been completely filtered, the dose is just suitable for making fortified serum. The birth of this fortified serum allowed a secret project in the Black Watch. Only those who are loyal and have sufficient physical fitness are allowed to be vaccinated with this fortified serum. Black Watch named the plan Super Soldier. Since World War II, similar plans have been developed for super soldiers, such as City. Although the Captain's Super Soldier serum cannot be copied because the formula is lost, Captain City's success has led to similar plans. So far, Osborne has been developing a human body enhancer as an arms race. Now Genentech's laboratory has become the mother's lair. This is extremely serious. It contains a large number of virus strain samples, synthetic virus samples, and standards. If the mother Elizabeth absorbs these things, it will inevitably be strong again, and the threat is far greater than now. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 37, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The mother Elizabeth just saw the advantages she had, so she retreated for the time being, and no longer entangled with Iron Man. Tony has dozens of mechanical legions left after the rush. The war loss rate is very high. However, with a wealth of 100 billion yuan, Tony is very wealthy, and Jarvis is already designing the second-generation mechanical army. Tony actually has serious anxiety. When he feels that the threat is too great, he will use all the resources in his hands to build it. He even thought of a formula many years ago, the desperate virus. Since the last contact with the man in black robe, the armor-piercing bomb hit the reactor, almost shook open the shrapnel in his heart, and penetrated the palladium into the deep layer. Although he has contacted some of China's top surgeons in the UK and Russia, he is still looking for more ways to arm himself. The other side. Lin Fan cleaned up the things inside the base, then drove Lamborghini, took Jessica, and invited Gwen by phone to a Western restaurant. The severe red zone has been fenced, and people inside can't come out, otherwise they will be killed immediately. And the food is limited. Lin Fan is not opposed to such a big move in the military. With a population of 2 to 3 million people, Lin Fan can live an emperor-like life, even if there are Stark buildings and S.H.I.E.L.D. To say something like food, the channels of S.H.I.E.L.D. can satisfy their own food and clothing. Although Tony has the money to import from the outside world, what he is more important now is the mechanical core, clearing the source of infection, liberating the walls of the severe red zone, and how can he take in refugees. However, Lin Fan has control of the Amazon's ecological resources and the swarm power, which can be snatched from the outside and transported to it to recruit soldiers for the next plan. At that time, the military had to face him squarely. As long as he is allowed to stand on the upper level, the military forces are basically caught in his hands. After picking up Gwen on the way, Lin Fan came to the Western restaurant. There were no staff here, but the interior furnishings were not disrupted. Soon Hill, Natasha, and Agent 13 also arrived. After Lin Fan introduced the girls, she laughed. "Cook, waiter, there is nothing here. You can only do it yourself if you want to have a good meal. I want to eat Australian lobster." Agent 13 raised his hand and laughed. Lin Fan said, "Should find inventory in the West Market. You can go with me." "No problem." Agent 13 took Lin Fan's arm and walked out of the restaurant. Hill's eyes flashed jealous. Natasha saw Lin Fan and Agent 13 go out and said, "Let's prepare the things to be prepared and wait for Lin Fan to come back and we can make them directly." "Why is it suddenly like this?" Gwen said with a bit of weary. "Today, she runs east and west, and rescues everywhere, but even if she is extraordinary, she can't help feeling exhausted and lying on the table and lazy. Jessica comforted, "Don't worry, Lin Fan will definitely restore it here." Hill whispered. But when she saw Natasha looking at her strangely, she turned her head embarrassedly. Lin Fan drove Lamborghini and took Agent 13 for a ride, heading straight for the West Market. Chunxi Market is near the Bay Pier. Most fresh produce is concentrated here, but here is also the only way for the Mother Elizabeth to enter Queens. So black light zombies wandering on the way are not rare. Agent number 13 asked, "Mr. Lin Fan, obviously only people haven't refused you, but why are there so many women tonight? You are already stepping on 5 boats. Ha ha ha, don't you agree? You bite me." Lin Fan joked. Agent 13 rolled his eyes and folded his arms, exaggerating the amount of milk in the next crop. "I don't know how long I will be stuck here. The source of the infection needs to be eliminated, but don't worry, you will be protected with me," Lin Fan said casually. Agent 13 snorted, "Now without them here, can't you say that you will protect me? I am angry and the consequences are serious, do you know? Ha ha ha, I am more fraternal." Lin Fan was a joke about Agent 13. Agent number 13 blushed and turned to look out the window. "Ignore you." After a few minutes. Bay Pier. Large lobsters with large wash basins can be found everywhere in the empty seafood market. Lin Fan and Agent number 13 packed Lamborghini's rear compartment before returning. At the same time, the Scarlet Witch, who now belongs to Hydra, sneaked into Queens with Quicksilver and was ordered to kidnap Agent S.H.I.E.L.D., the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. By spying in the S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover, Lin Fan became a character that Hydra desperately wanted, but the Red Skull felt that kidnapping Hill to force Lin Fan to have more confidence in his black technology. When the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver sneaked into Queens, the worm had found them. But the Scarlet Witch seemed to be aware, staring at the clouds in the sky. However, the King Worm has been strengthened to the 4th order mental ability through the 2nd order Zerg base, hidden in the clouds, and the current mental ability of the Scarlet Witch cannot be accurately identified. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 38, Fast Silver Gene Sequence, 1300V plus more. Now Queens has basically been reduced to 3 no matter the zone. As long as the people inside do not come out, the outer army will not control. Lin Fan secretly let the swarm enclose the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. No matter what purpose Lin Fan came to, he would catch them. The appearance of the scalpel may allow him to transfer the fast silver gene to the Raptor worm, or any Zerg unit. A group of Zerg units that run as fast as Quicksilver? Taking Agent number 13 back to the restaurant, Lin Fan called out Jessica and other women to select the lobster. Agent Hill's cold face melted unconsciously. Instead, Natasha was very uncomfortable with such a hill. In the Western restaurant, the tools are very complete. The barbecue and cooking utensils were all moved out by women such as Natasha. This original Queens area was extremely upscale and it took 3 or 4 months to book a table. Now the whole hall is occupied by Lin Fan to eat a lobster feast. The other side. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch fall into the digger's trap. And the trap is 13,640 meters deep. Even though Quicksilver was fast enough to run against gravity, the Scarlet Witch couldn't. It was caught by the bones of the Hydralisk. Quicksilver had to run down while the Scarlet Witch supported the shield. Lin Fan called this to invite June to enter. The speed of fast silver is too perverted, but can it pervert the universe cube? Forcing fast silver to the underground lair, Lin Fan can teleport. Suppressing fast silver is easy. Underground Palace. Quicksilver ran with the Scarlet Witch, and the energy in the body continued to drop, but there were Hydralisks in almost every channel. Of course, there is no way for the Hydralisks to be Lin Fan who needs Quicksilver to enter. Although fast silver is fast, but the body is not strong, Too many hits with bone needles will still die. The Scarlet Witch's shield has shown signs of weakness. The highest worm mother has the overall situation, calculates the attack intensity that the Scarlet Witch can withstand, and forces the pair of sisters into the larger trap with the maximum limit. Finally exhausted, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch escaped the channel. But in the huge space in front of me, a huge body that is hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters is waking up. The area of the Second Order Zerg base is several times that of the First Order Zerg base. The Scarlet Witches now understand that it wasn't an illusion that they came in to be watched in Queens, all of this is a trap. Issa came out of the Second Order Zerg base, guessed, "Hello, I was invited by the Lord to invite you. Your family invited the guests to kill." Kuei Yan's legs, arms, and palm-shaped bone needles were inlaid into the meat. The Scarlet Witch asked, "Master?" "Swarm. You are?" "Yes, Lord, Swarm, our Lord will be back soon. If you want to fight against him, please prepare to face something more cruel than invitation." Essa smiled slightly, and the chill on Qiao's face showed a smile cold and murderous. After a few hours, Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch have been waiting in the Second Order Zerg base for a long time, but still do not see the figure of the master. However, this cage is very novel. Kainyan wanted to sneak out to see it, but there are many buildings with hard spines hidden here. So after the hands and feet were nailed, Quicksilver was hung on the wall. Although it could not die for a while, the Scarlet Witch almost did not run away. However, she still underestimated the highest insect mother Issa. Both of them confronted with the same Fourth Order mental ability, and eventually Issa defeated the Scarlet Witch through the swarm gathering consciousness. After sending Jessica and other women home, Lin Fan returned to the Second Order Zerg base, with a black robe and mask, exuding a strong power. Lin Fan stood in front of the defeated Scarlet Witch. "Women, do you want your brother to recover? His body has been damaged. With Hydra's technological level, it will be fine for him to recover, but it will affect his ability. Master! Please, save him. Don't let him die. He is the only loved one in my world." Scarlet Witch's long red hair spread down, tears rolled down from the snowy cheeks, grabbed with both hands living on Lin Fan's ankle, kneeling down in front of him, begging, praying. Lin Fan raised the jaw of the Scarlet Witch. "I appreciate your awareness of reality is high enough, so I promise you to save your brother, but you will belong to me in the future." The Scarlet Witch can do that, first because Quicksilver is dying and he loses too much blood. The second was that Issa showed the Scarlet Witch in the past. The Scarlet Witch's chaos magic has great potential, is very powerful, and can even speak freely. It has some abilities similar to the real gem ether particles, but compared with the ultimate consciousness of the Zerg collection, the Scarlet Witch cannot fight. Therefore, the Scarlet Witch realized that this man, called Master, would surely exceed this planet in the future, shining among the stars, and no one could stop it. In response to Lin Fan's request, the Scarlet Witch agreed only a moment later, "Yes, Lord. The Scarlet Witch will be your personal property. You can play with it." Lin Fan just waved his hands, and those spine reptiles pulled out the hard thorns and let the fast silver fall. Taking out the scalpel, Lin Fan repaired the wound of Kuei Yan. Mist atoms were released in the scalpel to restore Kuei Yan's body. This process is fast, and Quicksilver has recovered its injuries, only because of excessive blood loss and some weakness. Lin Fan has already obtained the fast silver gene sequence through the scalpel. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 39, New Raptor. Call Issa, wash the Scarlet Witch, and deliver it to the master cavity. Lin Fan teleport to the evolution pit. List all my arms. Worker bee, decomposer, digger. King worm. Raptor, insurgency. Spinach reptile. Hydralisk. Poisonous blast. Retrieve Zerg species that fit the fast silver gene. System, Filtering. Ding. Screening is complete. The fastness of the fast worm and the fast silver gene sequence is 99%, and the active skills can be doubled to increase the attack speed and movement speed by 100%. Poison blast and fast silver gene sequence match 80%, can generate high-frequency shock explosion of passive skills, increase 50% of the sputtering range and 100% explosion strength. Hydra snake and fast silver gene sequence match 60%, you can get active skill overload activation, increase attack speed by 100%. Matching is complete. Please choose. Note, the gene sequence can only be used in one Zerg service. But it can be disassembled and recombined with other arms. Each unit can have a maximum of 15 gene sequences. The chance to generate a combined gene sequence is optimized again, and it will evolve into a new gene sequence. Quicksilver's gene sequence best fits the fast worm. Can increase attack speed and movement speed by 100%. Of course, it is also possible to fully inherit the fast silver gene sequence. However, only one Zerg can be transformed. Very wasteful. The Zerg units are transformed and filled with genetic sequences. Except for specific heroes, only the Master has the authority to do so, but the prerequisite is that the disassembler specializes in armed scalpels. In an era that I do not know how far away, the Zerg dominated overeating gene sequences, and did not understand the pros and cons of the fittest, which led to becoming a treasure trove of gene sequences, and eventually attracted the fate of destruction. So far, the screening of gene sequences by Zerg has become extremely strict. Ling Feng took out the scalpel, and a list of arms appeared under the technology tree. There were 2 variant menus under each arm. At the same time, each entry had 15 slots for mosaic gene sequences. Lin Fan embedded the fast silver gene sequence in the gene gap of the raptor. The fast worm itself uses melee as its main attack method. Suddenly increasing its moving speed and attack speed will cause unexpected effects. However, it takes mental energy to open this double speed-up skill. Fortunately, after the second-order Zerg base, Sunmen has third-order physical ability and second-order mental ability, so the mental strength is enough to open for 20 seconds. Find a suitable battlefield and test the new Swift Mighty combat effectiveness, but wait for tomorrow. Lin Fan teleported to the dominating cavity, and the Scarlet Witch had been sent over. The Scarlet Witch's clothes were gone, and Issa used biomass to make some light and light clothes that human men like. Recently Issa was bored in the Zerg base, watching the Human World Network through a copy of Jarvis, and has already gained a preliminary understanding of how to please men. Today she tested it with a Scarlet Witch. Black, openwork, with pattern, inside and inside. Short silver pajamas with silk silver, exaggerated straps, missing shoulders. Short enough that the Scarlet Witch would press her horns with her hands, otherwise she would be held up by the amount of milk she made. Lin Fan suddenly appeared in front of the Scarlet Witch, startling her. "I have rescued your brother, you should fulfill your promises." Lin Fan took off the mask of the worm on his face, and his handsome June face was lightly relaxed. Marvel bosses are all linked. Since the start of his swarm, he hasn't done much. The gun has hit his head. The swarm must be the enemy of the world. His enemy must be the world, so he has not yet laid a solid foundation. Be stable. However, like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, who came to their doorsteps alone, Lin Fan had no reason to worry about it anymore. The Scarlet Witch nodded and sat there honestly, closing her eyes. The Scarlet Witch can read the heart, and even has the ability to let people see hallucinations, but these are not useful to Lin Fan. This man, like the highest insect mother Issa, has the protection of the Zerg collective consciousness. Unless the mental attack is stronger than the entire swarm, otherwise just sinking into the sea. The wine-red long hair, plump figure, subtle expression, delicate face, beautiful with white skin. Lin Fan does not need to be fragrant and cherish the jade, violently venting on this body, the cold current flowing from the spine and bone to the heavenly cover constantly circulates. Ding! After absorbing the blood of the first child of the Scarlet Witch, she awakened to motivate her. Ding! You get the material to make the first insect mother, Scarlet Witch. After deep communication, you can transform her. After the transformation is completed, her life will be connected to you, and she will not survive when you die. A few hours later, Lin Fan, holding the body of the Scarlet Witch, lay on a spacious cushion and exhaled a sigh of breath. The main ability of the Scarlet Witch is Chaos Magic. The variant ability is the probability of modification. When these two abilities are mixed together, the reality can be modified. That is, there is and does not exist. However, the current mental capacity of the Scarlet Witch is not enough to perform such a powerful power, but zombie transformation will strengthen her time to use this ability in advance. Lin Fan raised the chin of the Scarlet Witch and stared at her eyes. Now that you are my person, you will also be part of the swarm. I will give you life, and I will die you. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 40, Test Battlefield Selection. The Scarlet Witch has powerful power, but lacks a strong heart. Lin Fanhui will be her backing and she will use her ability to change reality. The Scarlet Witch nodded, curled up in Lin Fan's arms, and the tears in the corners of her eyes had not dried. Lin Fan called to Issa, and told her to place the Scarlet Witch in the evolution pit for the transformation of the female mother, and then she planned to find a battlefield to test the new raptor. As for Quicksilver, it is still being detained. The Fast Silver gene sequence has been recognized by the Zerg base, so Fast Silver will be caught no matter how fast, and under the action of the Cosmic Cube, Fast Silver can only step in place. The worms in Queens are scanning. Lin Fan can see that here is already full of scars. Day and night, the end of the day has come. Ordinary people can only wait for death. Although the Shield is a state agency, it is well known for its quarantine and review under the joint leadership of the military and the hidden high-level Hydra. Otherwise, a larger infection may occur. Tony and Jarvis are upgrading the second-generation Mechanical Legion. Hulk, Ant-Man, and Mr. Wonder were summoned to the Stark building to complete the design of Ultron. But many things cannot escape the sight of Wang Zhet. After being upgraded to the Second-Order Zerg base, King Worm possessed Third-Order mental capabilities, and signal interference increased again. Ordinary corporate satellites could not track their positions at all. The Mother Elizabeth and the evolutionary Moser are in a battle that you are fighting for. But Moser is still at a disadvantage. Although the Mother Elizabeth was severely injured by the anti-black light injection, the Mother Elizabeth became more powerful through virus samples taken from multiple nests. However, Moser quietly seized virus samples from several nests, causing the Mother Elizabeth to be quickly destroyed, but the military sent a Black Watch to arrange anti-black light mist in Queens. It was only that the military failed to send troops many times, and could only be isolated outside the fence. To clear the core of zombies in Queens in one breath, you need to drive the device with anti-black light mist into the ground with a special vehicle. However, the Mother Elizabeth will definitely chase after her, sending heavy soldiers and generals all stuck in the periphery, constantly infecting and increasing the number of forces. But the evolved body Arthur wanted to defeat the Mother Elizabeth, so the enemy's enemy was a friend. He wanted to help the military resist the Mother Elizabeth's forces and create an opportunity for the anti-black light mist to be successfully installed. Lin Fan found that the evolutionary Arthur was about to destroy the Mother Elizabeth's core, and he decided that this was the battlefield for testing the new Raptor. Queens cannot be controlled by the Mother Elizabeth, but it can no longer be returned to the military. This is the third time the military has launched an offensive today. Lin Fan sent 2,000 fast worms to fight. Because the Mother Elizabeth arranged too many Hydras for air defense, the military did not send gunships, but propelled by tank armored divisions. The main combat troops were provided by 37 nearby Marine Corps military bases, with 15,460 infantry, 187 Tiger tanks, and 324 armored vehicles. 1,000 infantry were equipped with rocket launchers, 200 were equipped with anti-equipment sniper rifles, 2,000 were equipped with grenade launchers, and 2,000 were equipped with light machine guns. 100 people were equipped with Gatling heavy machine guns. The remaining personnel are equipped with conventional assault rifles. Forces of this size are sufficient to occupy small countries. But they are not facing humans. The Mother Elizabeth trains hunters through the water tank on the top floor of the building, which causes the residents to be infected through the water source. After all, it is impossible for people to not drink water. When the public water channel stops supplying tap water, the water tank reserve becomes the first choice. The military was in trouble by itself, cutting off all water and electricity in the walled area, so that the humans inside could not survive. This in turn facilitated the convenience of the Mother Elizabeth's soldiers. Her army of 500,000 zombies was blocked by her, military forces could not pass, and the number of hunters was rapidly increased due to the evolution of the Mother Elizabeth. The increase in the base of zombies will also screen out more alienated zombies. Clawed zombies with arms. A zombie with a shield on his arm. Bladed zombie on the edge of the arm. There are also zombies whose body muscles are overswelled. This makes the entry of military forces even more difficult. The first two batches did not advance and let the zombie army crush. However, this time Black Watch also made a new plan, step by step, to place a mist device as the troops advance. Although this will reduce visibility, there are advantages and disadvantages that can prevent zombies from returning to the site many times. Anti-black light mist will quickly kill low-level zombies. More fierce than poached eggs, of course, are biochemical weapons. Compared with the uncontrollable effects of nuclear radiation and the need for long-term purification, biochemical weapons are very targeted at the target group, making them the darlings of the new era. The new Raptor moves to the target point through the excavator's underground tunnel. Lin Fan sat in Wang Zong's body to observe the situation. Digger, I need a hole to pit all those vehicles. Yesterday, the decomposers picked up leaks on the battlefield and obtained a large amount of biomass, which allowed Lin Fan to build a few additional Zerg bases underground to increase the number of larvae produced. The number of diggers has also risen. With hundreds of simultaneous operations, those upcoming vehicles will disappear from the ground. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 41, The Battle with Moser begins. Human civilization is relatively chaotic, but most of them are based on science and technology, which can be quickly manufactured as long as they have sufficient resources. Tiger tanks were rolled up one by one as the main camp. On both wings are armored vehicles equipped with heavy flamethrowers. The 40 cm thick tank armor, weighing up to 30 tons, rolls up under the engine, and ordinary zombies have only a crushed ending. The Mother Elizabeth is taking up a virus sample in her nest, but at the same time she can direct the situation on the battlefield. Hundreds of hunters came out of the nest. Snipers and rockets are standing on tanks and vehicles, performing sniper and heavy fire coverage at any time to prevent hunters from blasting tanks and vehicles. Otherwise, although the firepower of the remaining army is still fierce enough, in the face of 50 times the enemy's troop strength, it will definitely be wiped out again. The hunter struck 2 echelons this time. The first echelon was more than 200, which caused chaos into the military forces from the air. More than 300 of the second echelon only attacked from behind the military. However, the sniper was the first to find the hunters who were going to airborne. Although they were not able to snip all of them, after reducing the number by nearly half, the degree of confusion was greatly eased. The first 2 waves of troops have suffered the same blow, and humans have begun to guard against similar offensives. Under the fierce human fire, these hunters also killed dozens of soldiers only because of their strong vitality. The hunters' sneak attack in the rear brought a lot of trouble to the military. Behind are all strong soldiers carrying Gatling. Because of the heavy load, the action is at the end. Gatling's rate of fire is extremely fast, and the thick skin of the hunter cannot resist for too long, but under the onslaught of more than 300 hunters, the human Gatling heavy firepower unit suffered heavy losses. The Mother Elizabeth's face was gloomy. It was her half of the hunter army, which was destroyed by humans. Her anger was unstoppable. Another 100,000 zombies entered the battlefield from other neighborhoods. A total of 600,000 zombie legions blocked their bodies in front of the tank. Plasma was everywhere, and the muddy swamp was caused by the corpse system, and the wheels of the armored vehicle began to slip and stagnation occurred. The Tiger tank was also crushed too much, and a large number of corpse fragments were caught in the tracks. Shield zombies walk in front with a body that can resist light machine guns, claw zombies, blade zombies, and muscle zombies in the back. Under the cover of ordinary zombies, they squeezed into the vicinity of the tank. Rocket soldiers specifically look for these advanced zombie bombers, but under the cover of ordinary zombies, the effect is not ideal. Even the heavy flamethrowers on armored vehicles were blocked under the cover of the corpse sea and could not cause substantial damage to advanced zombies. As the commander-in-chief of the operation, Colonel Carbon ordered the armored forces to stand by and provide long-range fire support. Infantry troops advanced and escorted to the center of Queens. Light machine gun infantry took the lead, with assault rifle infantry covering the wings. The last is the infantry with a grenade launcher. With the support of the Tiger tank's main gun and the onboard Vulcan gun, the infantry legion's advance speed was extremely smooth. But when the infantry penetrated into the zombie army with the fierce firepower of the Tiger tank, an accident happened. The massive ground collapse caused the tanks and vehicles to sink deeply. The long-range artillery was interrupted, and the infantry regiment faced unprecedented pressure. The rate of ammunition consumption soared and the casualty rate reached 1/5. Colonel Carbon was dumbfounded, and thought, why is the ground so brittle in Manhattan's richest city? The engineer told him that it would be okay to roll over 1,000 tanks, but now there are 200 tanks. Lin Fan sat sneering among the king worms. When the tanks and vehicles were trapped in place, the excavators began to empty all the solid foundation material. Tanks and vehicles that are now tens of meters deep, except for being stuck, are buried by zombies that are constantly falling. The driver trapped in it, in addition to the lack of oxygen in the ground, also faces hordes of zombies outside. If you don't want to be strangled alive, you will come out, and it will be eaten by countless zombies. And that's lucky enough, otherwise the zombies will flood into the vehicle as soon as the door is opened, and it will be indescribable. The evolutionary body Moser was very disappointed with the performance of the military forces. In this situation, Colonel Carbon's infantry regiment would collapse in the zombie tide. The only way to save the infantry legion from death and successfully set up the anti-black light mist device was to harass his mother Elizabeth's lair. Disperse its control over the core of zombies. Lin Fan's worm has found Moser sneaking. Moser first disguised as a zombie, then disguised as a hunter, and quickly approached his mother Elizabeth. Lin Fan jumped out of the king worm, and the black robe unfolded, as if a big black-winged bird fell to the ground. If Moser was to harass Elizabeth, Lin Fan would stop Moser. Outside a nest made of biological structures, Moser and Lin Fan arrived here at the same time. Moser is slightly stronger than Lin Fan, with 4th-order physical ability and 2nd-order mental ability. However, after Lin Fan's close communication with the Scarlet Witch, although her physical ability has not improved, but the mental ability has reached the 3rd level, so the comprehensive ability is better than Moser. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 42, Into the Lair's Hinterland. After seeing Lin Fan, Moser frowned, and now he is the master of the thunder and the master of the swarm forces. He has found it many times in the host he absorbed. Master, Elizabeth has tracked your forces many times. You won't come to stop me. Moser sharpened his claws with one hand, and sharpened his other hand with muscles all over his body. Kill it. Lin Fan said faintly, I'm not here to find her, but to find you. You have what I need. What? Moser said, a little stunned. Lin Fan's right claws turned into blood-red lines. When the black light virus and vampire merged, the claws born had the ability to absorb enemy blood and replenish themselves. The black light virus is like a sponge or worthless to the Zerg, but its potential, characteristics, and possibilities are not speculative of the Zerg, a collective civilization that pursues simplicity and extremes. Lin Fan raised his claws and said, of course it is your gene sequence. I have no time to mess with you. You better not stop me. Otherwise don't blame me for being polite to you. Moser smashed his claws into the ground with murderous eyes in his eyes. Lin Fan stepped forward 2 steps, and immediately followed by a sharp spike. Your warning is too easy to escape. Asshole! Moser had wanted to sneak in Lin Fan, hurt him, and then went into the lair to harass Elizabeth. But the situation is not as simple as he thought. Moser rolled sideways and got into the lair. There were many advanced zombies and hunters. If Lin Fan wanted to stop him, he would get half the result with half the effort. Lin Fan followed Moser and entered the underground lair, but Moser was gone. There were only crowded advanced zombies on the long aisle. When the living people came in, those advanced zombies attacked immediately. First and foremost is a muscular zombie. It is 2 meters tall and has 3 times the muscles of an ordinary person. Although it does not look agile, the average person will be very difficult to get rid of if caught. With a wave of claws in his right hand, Lin Fan unloaded the muscle zombie by 8 pieces. At the same time, his eyes were completely dark, and a wave of mental energy broke out. Dozens of advanced zombies in the channel were hit and fragmented. Although these advanced zombies have some useful gene sequences in their bodies, they are incomplete and cannot allow the body to carry out new alienation. After passing through the corridor, this is an empty space with thousands of advanced zombies in it, and the walls are covered with black light virus. Dozens of hunters rushed out from the opposite corridor and channel, and did not welcome Lin Fan's arrival. However, Lin Fan did not come alone. Fighting alone is never the advantage of swarms, and swarms have always fought. 2,000 new worms appeared in the nest. These reptiles have fast silver gene sequences in their bodies, which double the speed of generating skills and provide energy through mental power, which can increase the movement speed and attack speed by 100%. Swift worms' sharp claws penetrated those shield zombies, and the sharp teeth chewed the muscle zombies without any hindrance. They drowned madly, and devoured all the advanced zombies here. The hunter used his physical advantage and powerful power to shoot flying worms, but was immediately drowned by more worms. Lin Fan left here, came to the opposite corridor, and further down was the mother Elizabeth. Moser and Elizabeth are fighting, but Elizabeth has been forbearing for more than 60 years, and even without prototyping, Moser could not easily fight. Moser could only harass Elizabeth, so that she could not concentrate on absorbing the virus sample. If Elizabeth could not move, Moser would be caught and torn by Elizabeth. However, the arrival of Lin Fan, and the two's underestimation of Lin Fan's insect swarm, made the scene silent for a time. Elizabeth did not expect Lin Fan's swarm power to grow so fast. The second-order worms were now third-order. Easily crush her advanced zombies. Even above her hunter in number. If this is the real strength of this man, then she follows all the way, why should she hide it? What is this man planning for? Lin Fan said indifferently, Moser, your failure is that there is no power behind you. There is no one power that can be fought by a single gun. Moser didn't speak, and he didn't expect Lin Fan to come in so fast. Those swarms were out of sight, unpredictable. Elizabeth said at this time, Master, we can stop the war. There is no blood and enmity between you and me. You kill my zombies. I track your forces. This is a tie. In the face of human counterattack at this moment, you and we should join hands. Elizabeth, you look down on the Zerg. Even if you don't join forces, the human army of this level will die without burial. How do you think those vehicles fall? Lin Fan, with his hands on his back, looked down, coldly rode. Elizabeth was stunned. She felt strange. It turned out that the worm swarmed in secret. Moser was having a headache. Seeing Lin Fan and Elizabeth sing a drink, the human force coming in this time is dead, and the anti-black light mist device should not be successful. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 43, Reverse. Lin Fan floated under his feet and quickly approached Moser. The claws of his right hand screamed in the air. However, at this time, a close-range gunshot and a flare of light appeared to hit Lin Fan's temple. Lin Fan will read the full power to form a shield. ZZ. An armor-piercing projectile with a full palm length and exquisitely carved lines on it, which is pressurized by special firearms, has more powerful penetrating power. After colliding with Lin Fan's shield, the armor-piercing projectile fired sparks, desperately drilling into it, causing the shield to crack. However, Lin Fan's response was not slow, and the claws patted him, breaking the special armor-piercing projectile into pieces and falling to the side. However, due to the formation of a shield to resist sneak attacks, Lin Fan's mental strength dropped to the second order and it took time to recover. New forces emerged from the original tripartite situation. In a corner that should have been empty, a team of strange-looking people appeared. Some of them were equipped with modern weapons, some were in ancient costumes, and others were not human. The person who attacked Lin Fan just now is a very thin man, and Lin Fan noticed his eyes, which were the blood boundaries of Naruto's Chinese and Japanese family eyes. The white-eyed man sneered, "I didn't expect a dragon suit that could withstand my bullets. You must die because you made me lose face." The white-eyed man is the sniper of this team of reincarnation. As a veteran who has experienced 5 times in the world, he is extremely arrogant. Since having White Eye and the electromagnetic sniper rifle in his hand, he has almost no disadvantage. Lin Fan laughed at this moment. "Reincarnation, oh, but I don't mind, because each of you is the material of my evolutionary swarm." At this moment, the scream of insects was heard in the corridor, and the swift insects felt Lin Fan's call, rushing and filling the spacious passages. The white-eyed man's eyes narrowed, and he immediately took out a mass of objects out of nowhere, and the whole body was golden with bright patterns on it. Enchantment of the earth. Instantly it was shrouded in golden magic. The swarm was isolated by the earth enchantment. No matter how they smashed, there was no way to shake this closed shield. The white-eyed man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and proudly said, "It seems that you are not a simple guy. But even if you have more insect swarms, it is difficult to break the magic shield of the 6th order, which is very high magic props. And you let me use such precious things, you must let you die without burial, and drain all your value." Lin Fan's eyes moved away from the white-eyed man. There were still 3 ruthless characters behind him. The Eye of God was analyzing. A man in black with a proud face and a sword. 4th order mental ability. 3rd order physical ability. A man was tall and had a green algae on his skin, carrying a one-man battle axe. 5th order physical ability, 1st order mental ability. There was also a man with a dead face like a skull, holding a green misty dagger in his hand. 5th order mental ability, 1st order physical ability. The man in black carrying the sword moved at this moment. It seems that he is the boss of this team. The long sword rose from his back, then divided into 2, divided into 4, divided into 8, and divided into 16. Fight fast. 16 sword images stabbed at Lin Fan, as fast as lightning, hard to capture with the naked eye. Lin Fan was penetrated by several swords, his claws were difficult to resist, his life strength was falling, and his spiritual shield was fully open. There are more and more worms out of the earth enchantment, mad bites tearing, and they now have doubled the speed. The white-eyed man glanced at the earth enchantment in amazement. According to this speed, within 5 minutes, they would be overwhelmed by the swarm. Even if their rank is high, the outcome is likely to lose both. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan released a dozen poisonous blasts and rolled over to the man in black. In order to prevent emergencies, Lin Fan hatched dozens of poisonous explosives in advance as killer maggots. Although these poisonous explosives only have the third-order physical ability, the destructive power generated after the explosion is enough to damage the enemy of the fourth-order physical ability. In the explosive offensive, even enemies with fifth-order physical abilities cannot stand up. Seeing this, the man in black frowned, and the sword shadow was turned away, giving priority to attacking poisonous insects. Obviously for the Zerg army, these reincarnations still have some common sense. The poisonous blast itself is explosive, so its life strength is not high, it is attacked by the sword shadow and immediately explodes. But the splash range of 30*30*30 is shocking. Although the power generated by the explosion has no effect on the reincarnation, the earth enchantment is an absolutely isolated magic formation, so the destructive power generated must be fully bared. Cracks appeared from the earth enchantment. It was only 5 minutes before it could be broken by the swarm, but now it will be opened in half a minute. You have more than 10 seconds. Struggle, ants. In front of the swarm, you are just a drop of the sea. Lin Fan opened his arms, the black robe hunted and sneered. Horrified, the white-eyed man raised his electromagnetic sniper rifle and rammed at Lin Fan. This time their mission was to protect Moser from Elizabeth's pursuit, but when did it become so difficult? This is the rhythm to be destroyed. Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 44, Moser's Dead End. Click. 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 The earth enchantment collapses under the madness of the swift worm. The worms protected Lin Fan behind him, aggressive, and surrounded the whole space. The mother Elizabeth did not know who those reincarnation were. But apparently it did not help her. She summoned hundreds of hunters to show her sincerity to assist Lin Fan's swarm. Elizabeth knew that Lin Fan could not kill her, but the swarm was very troublesome and could make her lose the zombie army, so she did not dare to have any bad thoughts on Lin Fan. In contrast, Moser, as the opposite of Elizabeth, did not attack him, and he helped him to block Lin Fan's attack, so he temporarily stood in the camp of the cyclers. The fast worm roared, its strong hind legs kicked to the ground, and it jumped high. The sharp claws were swiping in the air. The man in black reveals his sharp edge, recalls the sword shadow, protects his body, and kills in and out of the swarm, just like the Ancient of War. However, the mental power in this case is extremely fast. Those fast insects are not afraid of death, and they will suddenly speed up the attack speed. They are caught by surprise, and even the sword shadow almost fails to prevent it. If it weren't for the exquisite swordsmanship and dexterity, and the destructive power that erupted everywhere, those fast insects would have tore him to pieces. The hunter joined the battlefield at this time, and the man in black was frustrated. The sword shadow couldn't kill in seconds, causing a slump, exposing a large gap, allowing the fast insect to bite his legs. Hateful. In this case, the man in black took a decisive decision, chopped off his legs with a sword shadow, and then vacated to fall behind. As the green algae's reincarnation came out at this time, more than one person with a high battle axe, a dozen fast worms were about to fly. The swift worms rushed to bite and scratched, leaving only shallow blood marks, which could not cause any substantial harm. Even if the hunter is not an opponent to the orc man, there are electric saws in the tomahawk. The skeleton man in the last reincarnation raised his dagger in his hand, chanted a curse in his mouth, and several ribbed walls stood up to separate the worms, which eased the stress of the orc men. At the same time, two skeleton mages appeared from the magic circle on the ground, one using ice cones and one using fireballs to bombard the swarm. The Zerg are poorer at fighting energy attacks. Skeleton mages are all fourth-order mental abilities, while the fast worms only have second-order mental abilities, the disparity is wide, and the mortality rate has soared. However, the worms quickly replenished their life strength and mental energy by devouring the dead bodies of their companions, and doubled the speed again, making the battlefield violent again. Double the speed to increase attack speed and movement speed by 100%. The fast attack uses fast assault as the main attack method, approaching the enemy and flooding the enemy. When their speed accelerates again, when they can attack the enemy before more strikes, and they have a more violent attack frequency, they will be unstoppable. The orc man's tomahawk was bitten by many raptors, making him unable to move. Even with the fifth-order physical ability, the situation turned sharply when facing cascading raptors. When the man in black saw the sword, he immediately sacrificed the shadow of the sword again, but the fast worms firmly trapped the orc men like an iron chain, and more insect swarms came up, biting and tearing wildly. Finally, the orc man could no longer bear it, his skin was torn, his flesh was bitten, and his strong bones were covered with tooth marks. If it is only the second-order raptor, it may take a lot of trouble, but now it is a third-order raptor, and it has double speed-up skills as a cheating device. To kneel. Orc man killed. The white-eyed man keeps sniping, but there are too many fast insects. He is good at assassination and kills in one shot. However, how to solve the scene in front of him? Moser saw that the situation was not right. Lin Fan was too strong to fight hard, so he had to escape from the other channel. Lin Fan floated in the air and rushed to Moser again. How could he get away without getting the gene sequence? The man in black frowned, and separated the sword shadow and attacked Lin Fan again. But Lin Fan is in the air now. When the man in black was attacked, Lin Fan sneered, and waved several poisonous explosives. This thing has a very wide sputtering range. Seeing this, the man in black immediately gritted his teeth, recalled the sword shadow, and then evacuated from the original position. The skeleton man was one step behind, supporting the magic shield, and was hit hard by poisonous explosives, causing both skeleton mage to be blown to pieces, and then the skeleton man's mental energy was exhausted, and the acid was stained and corroded into a real skeleton. Skeleton man killed. The man in black and the white-eyed man no longer have a climate, and follow Moser to run away. Their task is to protect Moser from Elizabeth. As long as they complete the mission, they can return to the main space, and as long as they do not die, even serious injuries can be repaired. The path through which Moser finally escaped was a dead end. Lin Fan blocked Moser. Men in black and white-eyed men also caught up. But there are still swarms of hunting behind them. Tip: if you think this article is good, please recommend to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 45, Get a Pair of Eyes. Seeing that there was no way forward, Moser turned and tried to fight with Lin Fan. Moser deserves to be a genius, and by combining fragmented gene sequences, he has obtained a blade alienation. Lin Fan sprinted on the side wall, and the claws fell off, colliding with Moser's blade. Moser blocked Lin Fan, and a returning maneuver was inserted into Lin Fan's shoulders. Lin Fan was unwilling to show weakness, and his claws plunged into Moser's heart. Fighting for vitality, although Lin Fan only has the third order, Moser of the fourth order may not be able to fight him. And the claws absorb the enemy's blood when attacking. Lin Fan's performance was different from Moser's expectations. Moser's next escape plan failed again, and he could only continue to fight against Lin Fan. But Moser suddenly felt that his body was absorbed by Lin Fan's claws. Although the speed is not fast, it has lost a part, and the speed is accelerating. "What did you do to me?" Moser asked in panic. Lin Fan sneered, "Just draw the gene sequence." Moser wanted to break free at this time, but his blade caught in Lin Fan's skeleton, and the skeleton wrapped his blade, as if assimilating into one. Moser was shocked when he saw this. He didn't want to be eaten by Lin Fan like this, which was beyond his common sense. Normally, when the host is weak, it can be swallowed and absorbed to ensure the unity of consciousness in the body. But now Lin Fan wants to assimilate without his weakness. Cold sweat slipped from Moser's forehead, feeling the faster and faster speed of assimilation. Moser, no longer stalemate, took the initiative and escaped with a broken arm. Moser broke his arm and dug out his heart, freeing himself from the stalemate with Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly absorbed Moser's heart and the blade of his right arm. With just one confrontation, Lin Fan gained the upper hand, and Moser did not say that his vitality was badly hurt, but it was also a heavy loss. After Lin Fan's left hand absorbed the blade, alienation began to occur, and a ferocious blade appeared. "You can go, Moser. I hope you will become stronger next time I see you, otherwise you will live up to my life-giving grace, but one day you will surrender to my feet and treat me only fate is obedient." Lin Fan waved his hand, no longer controlling Moser behind him, and the swarm would no longer attack Moser. In Moser's view, it was alms, pathetic, and shame. But now is not the time to smash heroes. He hasn't even figured out his own memory and can't fold it here. He swears that he will become stronger, so strong that the man named Lord is absorbed by him. However, Lin Fan let Moser away. Elizabeth didn't plan to let the tiger return to the mountain, and Moser caused enough trouble for her. For example, the King of Hunters, because of the anti-black light injection, that guy has been out of Elizabeth's control, and has mastered new abilities. Camouflage deformation is hidden in the military forces. Elizabeth didn't know what the Hunter's King was trying to do, but the Hunter's King must be against her. At first Elizabeth was merciful because Moser was her first evolution, but now she wants to absorb Moser back into her body. "Elizabeth, let him go. Otherwise you are fighting against the swarm. Fight against me." Lin Fan saw the hunter surrounded Moser, coldly. Elizabeth's face was ugly, but after all, she didn't want to destroy the ally relationship. "Master, I will support your decision. Let him go." Moser felt a great insult in his heart, and twice, he was rescued twice by the enemy. Hate, hate. The man in black and the white-eyed man felt like they were eating flies. They were trapped in the swarm. The white-eyed man then said to Lin Fan, "You can't kill me. We are a big force. If you kill me, you will be retaliated. If you don't want to die, don't embarrass me." The man in black is a sword repair, so he knows more about the technique of robbing the house, and the white-eyed man has a rebirth cross. If he robs the white-eyed man, he can return to the Lord God's space because of the rebirth cross. The white-eyed man had no idea that the powerful men around his elder brother secretly wanted to take him away. Lin Fan approached the white-eyed man and laughed, "Do you know what world this is? The killing of the original form." The white-eyed man answered stiffly, his legs were already soft, and he knelt down. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "This is the Marvel world, so I have so many shields. Do you think I will be afraid of counterfeits faked by the Lord God?" Marvel world. At this time not only the white-eyed man was shocked, but also the black man next to him. Lin Fan's claws were lifted up to get into the head of the white-eyed man and solved him. He has a rebirth cross. If you kill him like this, he will return to the space of the Lord God to resurrect. The man in black called at this moment. There was a light flash of light in the eyes of the white-eyed man, but he did not expect the man in black to tear down his desk. "You traitor! Really? There are rebirth crosses. It seems that the forces behind you are good to you. The weakest person in the team has so many treasures and it is a waste." Lin Fan's claws were changed to grab an white-eyed man that. His eyes were buttoned up. Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 46, Failed to be Rejected. The white-eyed man lost his white eyes and became blind, lying on the ground and hurting to death, shouting loudly, "My elder brother is one of the 108 gods in the Lord God's space. You will pay a price that is 100 times worse than mine." The white-eyed man wanted to anger Lin Fan at this time, and then let Lin Fan kill him, return to the space of the Lord God, and escape from the control of this demon. However, Lin Fan sneered, crushing the pair of white eyes in his hand and assimilating them. Lin Fan closed his eyes and felt the arrival of heterogeneous blood vessels. The black light virus began to play a role, and the endless inclusiveness made white eyes regenerate. When Lin Fan opened his eyes, his vision became clearer, but it was not as easily recognized as white eyes, but he had the ability of white eyes, almost no dead angle vision, and could observe a radius of 3,000 meters something inside. Your eyes are very good. Next time, you should not be attacked from the back by you. Lin Fan turned to look at the man in black. The man in black was caught by Sun Meng, and his legs were broken. He was a hard character, knowing that Ming Zhe was protecting himself. And looking at him, it should be Jianqiu. It's not hard to see that people who cultivate the truth are ruthless, or they can't survive, and they don't have the resources to cultivate. But the conspiracy of the man in black is too obvious. Why remind that white-eyed men have a rebirth cross? Lin Fan does not think that this is what the man in black wants to pull back, but should think of taking away the house, although I don't know if this method can be successfully recognized by the Lord God. Give up your sword tactics. I won't kill you. Lin Fan said, killing me so many fast worms, how can it not kill you? The man in black is also a keen person. He took out a jade slip from the sky and said, this void sword tactic is the sword tactic cultivated by the emptiness dude in the journey to the west. Take the shadow of the sword. Oh, it sounds good. Lin Fan took Yujian, and under the blessing of his white eyes, he saw a bright flash of light in the eyes of the man in black. Lin Fan sneered. If this guy wanted to take him away, he would die horribly. With the blessing of the Zerg's collective consciousness, any mental attack will be wiped out invisible. Lin Fan does not know anything, but he can read the content as a trigger. The man in black sneered. He had known for a day that if the enemy was captured and the enemy did not kill him, he would ask for swords, and it would surely be defeated. Because in Jade Jane, the enchanted magic array was engraved. It cost a lot of money to invite the mage master to get it up. With his third order god, that is, the master who possesses fifth order god, he will be lost. However, the man in black did not expect happiness to come too suddenly. There was even a person who could control the swarm and made him the target of looting. And this person also has a black light virus. This is so perfect. Ha ha ha, let's die, your body is mine. The man in black violently burst out, but after a big laugh, his body was stiff and fell to the ground. Elizabeth was startled, looked inside, thought something had happened, and shouted, Master, you. But Elizabeth's eyes widened immediately, and she saw that the master was motionless and would not respond to her, and things became strange. But the swarm is not abnormal. Yujian space, increase the magic circle. Lin Fan confronted the man in black. The man in black laughed, well, which strong man is not arrogant and has nothing to do, I just use you. Now that you are dead, everything you belong will belong to me. Sure enough, it's boring. Lin Fan whispered softly. When the man in black saw that Lin Fan didn't know the heights and heights of the sky, he shouted immediately, in this augmented consciousness formation, you are just an ant, just watch me tear your soul into pieces. The man in black turned into 16 sword shadows and came towards Lin Fan Fei. However, thousands of Zerg ghosts appeared behind Lin Fan at this time. After a few minutes of confrontation, the men in black killed nearly 1,000 Zerg phantoms, but exhausted but found that these Zerg phantoms would regenerate. Weak consciousness scared the man in black. No, this is impossible, how is it possible, how could you have such a strong consciousness? I am the worm swarm. The worm swarm is me. How can you know that the power of the Zerg is far from simple as you think? Lin Fan grasped the consciousness of the man in black and bit him in his mouth. Tear off a piece from the neck. The man in black screamed, this was eaten raw soul, 3 souls and 7 souls unstable. However, Lin Fan's spiritual energy continued to grow, so that men in black could only scream, and finally became Lin Fan's spiritual seed. Lin Fan returned from the jade bamboo slip, and the nether sword technique had been mastered. 16 nether sword shadows emerged from behind, which were larger and longer than the man in black. Lin Fan took off the space ring on the body of the man in black, imitated the divine sense, and searched for the contents inside, but this guy was too poor and didn't have anything decent. But Lin Fan found a way to crack the cross of rebirth. If the space ring is not obtained without the consent of the owner, it will be detonated, causing an inner wormhole and nothing will be obtained. So Lin Fan did not forcefully capture by Imen's space ring. However, due to the strong consciousness of the Zerg group and the special spiritual energy generated by the black light virus, Lin Fan can devour the soul of others after receiving the seeds of the gods. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 47, Gentech and Umbrella. Remember in 1 second www.ltnovel.com mobile visit, m.168kanshu.com. The blind-eyed man kept cursing, but when he heard Lin Fan's footsteps, he immediately closed his mouth and swallowed his mouth and asked, "What are you doing? The curse is so enjoyable that you should die without regrets." Lin Fan's hand rested on the head of the white-eyed man. The white-eyed man stayed for a while, then only felt that a huge suction was generated from Tianling Gai, and then he knew nothing. When the white-eyed man woke up again, he found that his body was lying on the ground like a dead body. He howled desperately, "What have you done to me? You are already a dead person. Your 3 souls and 7 souls are in my hands. You are now dead and your soul is still alive, so the rebirth cross cannot work." Lin Fan sneered, pinching the soul of the white-eyed man, quickly absorbed into the body. The white-eyed man felt the burning pain in his soul and wanted to break free, but in fact he could only make an unwilling growl at the end, turning into nourishment to make Lin Fan's consciousness stronger. Lin Fan took off the space ring of the white-eyed man, took out the rebirth cross, and erased the soul imprint inside, replacing it with his own consciousness. Although the coordinates of the rebirth cross are the space of the Lord God, there is one more life after this. At this time, the military infantry troops outside had already suffered heavy casualties, and there was no long-range firepower to open the way. The zombie army buried those infantry here with a numerical advantage. Colonel Carbon could only abandon the mission and retreat with the few remaining snipers and rockets and the few Gatling firefighters. Otherwise, the core of zombies has already begun to advance again, and their staying there is nothing more than a slack job. The military is so annoyed that the operation failed. How much national resources are lost? However, Gentech has many branches, so the group of crazy scientists whispered that space spiders were introduced into Queens for testing. Whether it is serum research, body armor research, or biotechnology breakthrough culture research, spiders are at the forefront of various organisms. But one kind of spider was so fierce that it was ordered to be cultivated on the space station. After multiple genetic grafting, this spider produced a strange hormone after many generations, and also made this spider highly toxic. They developed ways for parasitic hosts to break through genetic barriers again. Gentech has many experimental projects. Since Queens can't get it back this time, it's better to use it as a testing ground for various tests. After the military agreed to the plan, Gentech immediately deployed it. It is expected that the spider will be airdropped to Queens in a few hours. The person in charge of Gentech is Dr. Asa, who is insidious and old. For experimental data, he once had a festival with Umbrella. However, with the military as the backstage, Gentech is not afraid of such a chauvinist power as Umbrella. It was only after Gentech left that Umbrella reported that he would use Queens for experimental testing. Because Umbrella is one of the 3 giants of the State Council, the military can't help but face it, but the military's veiled view of Umbrella can't stand it. Although everyone does not say it on the surface, secretly who does not know the underground business of umbrella, in several black markets in Europe and the United States, many countries, organizations, forces will buy their products. Even the military now has two types of biochemical weapons from umbrella. The first is a creeper cultivated through zombies. The second is a mass production model of the 103 series Tyrant with a restraint. But since there is no such primitive plant as the Sun Ladder, and Gentech has no way to do research, it is even less likely to have a progenitor virus. Gentech is too young. And Umbrella has been studying the progenitor virus for a long time. If Yontech is a young and gimmick-like man, Umbrella is a peerless master hiding behind the scenes. However, the difference between the two is that different research viruses have different development directions. Gentech wanted to strengthen the physical fitness of military soldiers with the DX1118 virus strain. But Umbrella is the thinking of arms dealers. Those biochemical weapons can be sold if they can be sold, and the money earned can be put into experiments again for expanded reproduction. The State Council made it one of its 3 staff members, also because the Chable Company could provide it with huge taxes. The operation of the country, the provision of the army, and the maintenance of weapons all require huge capital chains to support it. Finally, the military turned on the green light for Umbrera's operation. A biochemical weapon called the Goddess of the Moon is thrown into Queens with a space spider. Lin Fan returned to the military base. Today he arranged that Boyka and Arthur go outside to search for food in preparation for the next group of survivors. But Jessica has 2 things to report. Seeing Jessica's appearance was very anxious, Lin Fan touched her head and said, slowly, "The sky will not fall." Colonel Carbon called and said that Jantech and Umbrella would conduct simultaneous experiments at 8 p.m., requiring us to land here as a base to release the experimental species. Jessica eased. Lin Fan sneered, and wanted to use this as a testing ground, so be ready to go outside. It became hell. At this time, the Mother Elizabeth was an ally, and Lin Fan's cannon fodder was more. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 48, Biochemical Weapons on Transport Aircraft. After Lin Fan returned to the Second Order Zerg base, the Scarlet Witch has been transformed from the zombie mother and officially became a member of the Higher Order Zerg. In the temple, Lin Fan sat on the throne, and the highest worm Mother Issa was on his left. The Scarlet Witch is half knelt on the ground, her face is even more fascinating, her figure is more plump, and she is sincere. Master, the Scarlet Witch shows you the loftiest loyalty. I would like to give you all you want. Zombie transformation will make the target being completely loyal to the Master, because the Zerg consciousness must not be violated. The variant ability possessed by the Scarlet Witch is probability modification. She can communicate the origin of this world, influence, change, and modify everything that exists in the world. However, the so-called probability modification means that the modified result is random, but the Worm Mother's transformation freezes this uncertainty. Her ability is directly linked to her own mental strength. The origin is something that is mysterious. But the rules that make up the world, the fate of human souls after death, are controlled by the origin. If the Scarlet Witch grows up and controls the origins of the entire planet, the swarm will be blessed by the origins and the home battle will be even more powerful. In character positioning, Scarlet Witch is a supporting hero, and she will stay in the Zerg base. Ding! Get the first Worm Mother successfully. Reward: Raptor Variant Branch Leaper. Lin Fan's mouth turned up and he said, Issa, he will devote his resources to the leapfrog and quickly assemble a leapfrog army. Tonight, there will be a big move. Yes, Lord, your will is everything. Issa respectfully. Then close your eyes and contact the Zerg base for deployment. Lin Fan retrieved the information of the leapfrogger. Ascendant, a branch of the fast worm variant. Good at climbing. Special body structure allows them to glide temporarily at low altitudes, catch any target in low altitude range, and is combative by nature. It is the most fierce melee unit. Have 3rd order physical ability, 2nd order mental ability. Incubation requires 1 raptor, 50 biomass, 15 seconds. May evolve again. If it is said that the insurgency wins by quantity, then the leapfrogger wins by quality. As a variant branch of the basic melee arms, their focus is very efficient and comprehensive. It is indeed the result of tens of thousands of adjustments. Issa opened his eyes at the moment and said, "Master, the Hydralisk army has assembled 50, and the remaining energy blocks are being evenly distributed to other uses." After the Zerg base was promoted to the 2nd level, the use efficiency of the Cosmic Cube improved to 0.2%, and 2,000 energy blocks could be collected every day. However, it was still difficult for the 2nd level arms to meet the hatching needs. Enough. The Queen's Air Defense Force was provided by Hydra over Elizabeth. The Hydralisk was hidden as a make-up knife, distracted, and let the military's airdrop helicopter come and go. Road. Not long after, the temple was filled with leapfrogs, and the number was 3,564. It's still half an hour before the airdrops of Gentech and Umbrella. Lin Fan took this group of leapfrogs to the separation wall in Queens. The walls are 8 meters high, supported by mechanical steel structure, and then airdropped concrete is poured and quickly formed. It has extremely high hardness and a thickness of 3 meter. Lin Fan didn't have any flying units. It was definitely not good to break through the gap, but now the leapfrogger will definitely surprise the military. He now sat in the body of the king worm, playing with the body of the Scarlet Witch, waiting for those airdrop helicopters to approach. The other side. Yontek's cargo helicopter is approaching the wall. Hundreds of the Mother Elizabeth's Hydra gathered here, hidden underground, ready to ambush at any time. Dozens of huge storage tanks full of space spiders, including tens of thousands of small spiders, which will recover after the frozen nitrogen is dispersed and quickly find any host to begin evolution. If they were allowed to enter Queens, more than 2 million survivors would be sacrificed, and the situation in the future would also be lost. Transporter pilot, Yantic airdrop target, Marine Corps, 3rd Division, military base coordinates, 125 to 847, passing through the wall. Just a few kilometers from the wall, the Mother Elizabeth had learned the location of the transport plane, and the Hydra unit passed through the ground. Huge tar stones sneaked into the back of dozens of transport aircraft. Report. We were attacked. The airdrop target will not reach the designated location. Request to release the experimental target in situ. Ah, it crashed, help. The parachute won't open. Damn it. Dozens of transport planes crashed near the separation wall, those storage tanks that were transported were broken, and frozen nitrogen was leaking. Some spiders with large nails rolled down from them. Although they were covered by ice moth, these small things were recovering at a very fast speed under the skin of the king worm. At the same time, there were only 3 transport aircraft of Umbrella, which were launched from 3 directions, which gave the Mother Elizabeth no time to intercept them all. But Lin Fan's Hydralisk squad. Deploy nearby. The Goddess of the Moon, a biochemical weapon that can release nerve gas. If nearby people are invaded by nerve gas in the air, they will quickly become violent zombies, with extremely agile actions and corpse explosion capabilities. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 49, Great Wall Battle. Remember in 1 second www.ltnovel.com mobile visit, m.168kanshu.com. Gentek did not have his own armed forces, and was attached to the Black Watch, so he had to listen to the military. However, Umbrella has multiple elite units. Many mercenaries are willing to die for their money. 3 Umbrella transport aircraft are rapidly approaching the 3rd Division of the Marine Corps and are about to complete the airdrop mission of the Goddess of the Moon. These pilots were ace pilots in the original army, were fired for mistakes, joined mercenaries, and were later bought by Umbrella for various purposes. With excellent driving skills and knowledge of Hydra, they can effectively avoid most attacks. The transport plane is also equipped with a rocket nest to counter the Hydra, but this time the purpose is to drop the goddess of the moon, so they will not delay, as long as they protect themselves. The Mother Elizabeth's Hydra was long overdue. Although the offensive was fierce, but the number was small and scattered. Her Hydra was also scattered, making the hit rate almost drop to the freezing point. And the rocket nest can smash those boulder, and cannot pose a threat to the transport aircraft. Elizabeth could only watch the transport planes passing by. Seeing that the transport aircraft was about to enter the airdrop coordinates, snake-shaped creatures appeared on the nearby floors, and they aimed at those transport aircraft to set fire. Through the pressure cavity on the shoulder, the hydralisk can fire 6 bone needles at a time. These bone needles are as long as palms, with sharp barbs, extremely aerodynamic, and extremely sharp, with very strong penetrating power. Based on high-rise buildings, the Hydra snake has a range of 1,500 meters and has reached an attackable height. In a round of dozens of bone shots, the driver inside the transport plane has been beaten into a horse honeycomb, and the double-layered thick bulletproof glass is shaped like a dummy. A transporter without a driver is like a headless fly, swirling, landing on the ground, and then setting off a huge fire, and the thick smoke rises in the red night. The other 2 transport planes were also unable to escape the snake's repair knife. Compared to Hydra's slow and excessively large stone attack method, the hydralisk's continuous shooting bone needle can effectively suppress the rocket nest's counterattack, because the driver has been sniped and killed before he can detect it. Both Gentech and Umbrella's experimental projects fell into Lin Fan's hands. After the preconditions were fulfilled, Lin Fan ordered the Leapfrog to start the charge and occupy the wall. There is an automatic turret with a caliber of 25 mm every 100 meters of the separation wall, which is extremely lethal and equipped with incendiary bombs, bullets, implosive bombs, and implosive bombs. At the same time, a large number of building flamethrowers were installed, and the internal fuel was enough for tomorrow morning. If Elizabeth's zombie legion, it must be how many deaths and deaths, it is impossible to pass. On the wall, there are also a large number of Marines, equipped with brackets and heavy machine guns, and there is a lot of rear ammunition and supplies. If you want to break here, you almost need to make a huge sacrifice, otherwise it will be difficult to break through. For decades, Gentech had studied the Mother Elizabeth, and the terrifying strain of the virus was no clearer. Therefore, when the infection escalated, the establishment of the separation wall was paid special attention. In addition to researching black light viruses, Gentech also researches countermeasures and preventive measures to ensure that this kind of thing will not threaten all humanity after it gets out of control. The Kingworm has collected the space spiders and the goddess of the moon. After the Leapfrog has captured the wall, they are thrown outside the wall and let the military clean up the mess. At this time Colonel Carbon called the Lin Fan, "Commander Lin Fan, you must protect those storage tanks, otherwise you will go to military court." "Hey, Colonel Carbon, it's not that I don't protect those storage tanks, but that there are no soldiers under my hands. This is going to the military court, it should be you are forbidden to recruit new recruits in any army, and the armament supplies must be on my own." "Yes. So? I can't do anything now." Lin Fan sneered, then put down his cell phone, and didn't give Colonel Carbon a chance. Colonel Carbon's repeated defeats have dissatisfied the military. This time, he was also given a death order. Be sure to ensure that the storage tanks of Yontek and Umbrella are successfully put in. Otherwise wait for relegation. Carbine's men were almost dead, and the remaining snipers and rocket soldiers became treasures. How dare he enter the Queen's area to die? But he thought of Lin Fan, that guy was the only one who came back alive from the Blood Orchid ecosystem. He should have some skills, so Carbon called Lin Fan. Then I didn't expect to be returned by Lin Fan. How could Carbon think of a sudden mass corpse outbreak? Everything that used to make Lin Fan difficult is now digging a grave for himself. If you let the military know that he's making trouble in it, it's not just a matter of downgrading, it's a delay in fighters, and you need to go to a military court. He's finished in this life. Report, Colonel Carbon, hundreds of thousands of zombie corps are pouring into this wall. A communications soldier said. Colonel Carbon frowned. Don't panic. Isolate the equipment on the wall. No more zombies can break through. Seeing that the experimental project might fail, Gentek sent a task force consisting of super soldiers to protect the storage tanks in Queens. Before being thawed, the space spiders in the storage tanks are very fragile and can be easily destroyed. But Gentek doesn't know yet, with space spiders. The storage tanks are being collected by worker bees and then placed inside the body of the king worm, waiting to be transported. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 50, Zerg Wisdom. Within the range of heavy machine guns, Elizabeth's corps of zombies fell like wheat, and flesh and blood flew, but hundreds of thousands of corpses continued to advance, spreading toward the wall without any fear. Heavy machine guns fire very fast, bullets like streamers, storms swept the tide. Human civilization is being tested. Reports that the barrel is overheated and the gun needs to be changed. Bullets, quick, there are too many zombies. Don't be nervous, there are flamethrowers, they can't break through. When will these days end? It's just beginning, the veteran. The barrels of heavy machine guns were red under the night, and even if the new guns were quickly replaced, the tide of corpses also squeezed into the 1,000 meter guard zone. The building flamethrower is equipped with a huge high-pressure air pump, which can spray gasoline for nearly a kilometer, creating a huge fan-shaped sea of fire. The core of zombies was burned, thousands, tens of thousands, and quickly consumed. Elizabeth immediately evacuated the tide. Elizabeth's slump was known by Lin Fan through the king worm, but the digger was hollowing the ground and approaching the warning zone. In the underground of the warning area, in order to prevent digging, the inside was poured with mercury. But mercury can only prevent penetration of shallow soil layers. The digger can reach tens of thousands of meters underground, so this mercury pouring can only stop Elizabeth's hydra. Inside the separation wall is a special tank with fuel inside, which is used for the long-term operation of the building flamethrower. When a leak is produced by an attack, these fuels chemically react with oxygen, which burns those intruders. Mercury will block the flames and continue to spread after the invaders are killed. After bypassing the mercury, the excavator touched the fuel tank, but when the fuel contacted the oxygen, it turned the ground into a sea of fire. Under the control of Lin Fan, the excavator responded quickly and penetrated deeper soil, but was severely burned and did not die. Colonel Carbon received news of the fuel tank being attacked and sneered. Those fuel tanks have been specially modified, separated by built-in mezzanines, and have a lot of separate space, so most of the fuel has not been leaked. But even if the hole cannot be opened directly by the excavator, Lin Fan's leapfrog can directly appear on the edge of the wall through the tunnel. The flame retardant effect of mercury extinguishes those leaking fuels. Thousands of leapfrogs passed through the tunnel, tore the ground, and quickly climbed above the wall. The nozzle of the building flamethrower is several meters long, and it has nothing to do with the enemy at close range. The heavy machine gun on the wall is fixed by the bracket, and the dead corner is also located below the wall, so the firepower against the leaper is only an assault rifle. Because the flamethrower is below, those soldiers cannot throw a fragment grenade, otherwise the nozzle device of the flamethrower will be destroyed, and the zombie army will swarm up. Although human wisdom cannot be underestimated, Lin Fan controls the swarm, and his wisdom is the wisdom of the swarm. Human beings have considered various aspects through consideration of construction, materials, and equipment, but now their advantages have become disadvantages. The assault rifle hits the leapfrog, it can only make white marks, and it cannot cause substantial harm. In addition, the leapfrog has extremely high attack because it greatly strengthens its explosive power, and when it is hit, it will be extremely violent. The 8-meter wall is just a leap for Tenjiu. The leapfrogs climbed up to the wall and slaughtered again from the air, causing great confusion on the wall. Suppressed by the leapfrog, the nearby automatic turret was dismantled, and the king worm carried the insurgency to launch. The insurgency devours those corpses, hatching tiny chicks, and expanding the number of insurgency. The length of the kilometer-long separation wall that Carbon wanted to defend was quickly occupied. Colonel Carbon behind the wall was stunned and thought, "This is impossible, how could those swarms seize the wall so quickly?" Colonel Carbon was lost, he had nothing, and now he fell behind the separation wall, and his life was over. The remaining living people escaped frantically, and the leapfrog had jumped off the separation wall, separated from Queens, and slaughtered at the logistics headquarters. Colonel Carbon, kneeling outside the wall, roared unwillingly, and was then penetrated by the claws of the leaping man, and then became the nourishment of the swarm. No one would remember him again, a loser. After destroying most of the automatic turrets on the separation wall, Wang Zhe's air passage to the safe green zone became more clear. Dozens of storage tanks containing space spiders were quickly transported over, and Lin Fan's layout was being unfolded. If Gentech knew that Lin Fan was going to throw these space spiders back, Dr. Ace's look would be very wonderful, and Lin Fan also sent a gift, the goddess of the moon of Umbrella. By that time, the military base was full of spiders, and the soldiers became violent zombies, which was enough for the military to burn their heads. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 51, Pickups like this. Remember in 1 second www.ltnovel.com mobile visit, m.168kanshu.com. Lin Fan's affairs have been done. Although he can now chase after victory, the more lands he occupies, the more the swarms to stay behind will be scattered. This is not the time for rapid expansion at the current stage without bacteria blankets. The rest is left to her mother, Elizabeth, and her zombie legion will be infected all the way to support her soldiers. And as an early bird, it can attract various superheroes to fight. Wait until Elizabeth can't hold her back. The separation wall outside Queens has been completely taken down by the swarm. With the hacking dagger, the remaining automatic turrets can continue to operate for their own use. Next, Lin Fan, as the commander of the Marine Corps, went to S.H.I.E.L.D. and suggested that Phrynic start the aircraft carrier and evacuate from Queens. At first Phrynic didn't agree. But Lin Fan said to Phrynic, "Now that Elizabeth's Hydra unit is not nearby, it is the best time to start the aircraft carrier. If it is missed, without the external support, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be gradually destroyed." Phrynic was still concerned about the Queen's survivors, but the problem is that if he doesn't decide whether to evacuate or not, even the agents who are working with him under his hands must be buried. In the end Phrynic decided to evacuate the entire staff. Ding! Rescue agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., complete hidden missions, and improve performance. Reward: Marine Armor. Rank: First Class Soldier. Merit: 112,300. Manufacturing Technology: Marine Armor. Need iron ore: 1,000 kilograms. Introduction: the population explosion has allowed interstellar colonies to flourish for the second time, leading to more and more civilizations contacted by human beings, but hostile civilizations are even more numerous, and some civilizations are extremely brutal. The armor design drawings were found in the ruins, and the first infantry armor was designed and transformed. The armored shoulder space is equipped with a large capacity ammunition capsule, weighing 1 ton, with high load-bearing characteristics, a maximum speed of 120 km per hour, and requires 10 energy blocks per day for maintenance. Lethality: third order. Lin Fan smiled secretly and said in his heart that he just wanted to let the S.H.I.E.L.D. move away from Queens, and not occupy the Zerg territory. Phrynic had thought that Lin Fan would evacuate with them, but he did not expect Lin Fan to stay in the Queens and live with the survivors here. Frennick was very ashamed and decided to give Lin Fan all the materials that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not take away, hoping that it would be useful to him in the future. Agent Hill took Lin Fan's arm and dragged him to the side to blame. "What are you doing here? I won't allow you to die. You haven't fulfilled your promise." "Hill, are you serious?" Lin Fan grabbed Hill's shoulder and stared at her playful face, teasing. Hill Chiao blushed. She was too anxious just now. She had wanted to persuade Lin Fan to evacuate together, but she was so nauseous that she did not expect it. I didn't mean that. I just, Lin Fan held up Hill's pretty face, kissed him in a domineering manner, and scared Hill's eyes wide, but the struggle in his eyes disappeared after a few seconds, just because of tension. Hill's jade hand tightly grasped Lin Fan's arm. Ahem. Agent number 13 came over at this time, looking at Agent Hill with a playful smile. With all his heart, the magnificent iceberg confounded Lin Fan, the bad guy. What did he do? But I have to admit that this man is very attractive. When Hill heard Agent 13's voice, he immediately pushed Lin Fan away and ran away in a panic. He was afraid to look up at Agent 13 at all. Lin Fan smiled, didn't turn his head, and only heard stepped on the heels of Agent Hill quickly leaving. Agent number 13, disturbing the beauty of others is not something a good woman should do. Cut. Yes, it's bothering you, this big master, to tease us, Agent Hill. Big deal, I'll keep you kissed. Agent number 13 turned the golden pieces of his forehead behind his ears and came to Lin Fan's eyes. Stepping on his feet, he put his cheeky face in front of him. Dear me. I allow you, kiss me first. You haven't been kissed by a man before. Didn't you like men before? Lin Fan gathered in the ears of Agent 13 and laughed. Agent 13 raised his jade hand and hit Lin Fan with a small mouth and hummed, "Are you really not planning to follow us? There are more than 2 million survivors here. If I go, what will they do? I can't watch these people die desperately." Lin Fan said with a grand voice, but he thought of using these populations to stand on his own. Although on the surface he would not fall out with the military, he wanted the military to cry and asked the military to ask him. Agent 13 affixed his pretty face to Lin Fan's heart and said, "I hope to see you again, even if you don't like me. Hill is still waiting for you." Lin Fan touched Agent 13's head, and said that sacrificing such a thing is really a must-have for women to cherish their arms. "It will, you wait for me, and tell Hill, don't worry." Agent 13 stood up from Lin Fan's arms and twisted his cheeks, not wanting him to see tear marks, and pressed his voice, "Wait for you, come back." S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sky carrier took off. Lin Fan Mu sent Frennick and others away and disappeared into the clouds in the night. The next step is to see what Frennick left behind. Material. Among them are the necessary materials needed for the Third Order Zerg base. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 52, Advanced New Materials. The advanced conditions of the Third Order Zerg base appear in Lin Fan's consciousness. Third Order Zerg base, 100,000 biomass, 10,000 energy blocks, 1,000 kilograms of mithril, 10,000 seconds. Have 5th order physical ability, 5th order mental ability. May evolve again. Associated with 20 stabbing followers as a counterattack. Has the ability to crawl slowly on land. Unlockable arms, Allosaurus, spore reptile, cockroach. Among the materials left by Frennick, there are 2 things that are most valuable, one is vibrating gold, and the other is artificial Edmund alloy. Zhenjin is the mithril needed by the Third Order Zerg base. Zhenjin also has a name, sound-absorbing gold. The most prolific place on Earth today is Wakanda. That is the country controlled by the superhero Panther. Because meteorites fell in Wakanda, turning it into one of the richest countries in the world. The Black Panther also threatened that all the vigilance belonged to Wakanda, and those who received it without his permission were illegal. Captain City's shield is made from Genjin and artificial Edmond alloys. However, Freenik only has 300 kilograms of gold, which is far from enough for Lin Fan to upgrade the Third Order Zerg base. Tony's hands should have enough vigor, but now the Stark building is protected by tens of thousands of mechanical core. If he wants to capture it, there will be heavy losses, and he will lose more than he gains. Lin Fan quickly thought. After possessing divine knowledge, his thinking ability became faster and faster. Although a forcible attack may not work, but Tony is now losing his soldiers, then the Zitterus without the cosmic cube will certainly not be able to reach through the gaps in space. Therefore, in the case that the evil Loki did not get the Rubik's Cube, the Zitteru people also took the long journey to the Earth. At that time, it will not be solved by a poached egg. Lin Fan's indulgence in Tony's construction of the machinery core was to create more firewalls. As a human being, Tony in the original book agreed that the Avengers Alliance proposed by General Ross was under the supervision of the United Nations and tortured with opponents such as Captain City, which also proved that Tony would inevitably sacrifice himself in the face of human survival. Now Lin Fan is forcing Tony to grow. He has made unmanned armor faster than before, and then a mechanical army appears. He is even preparing for the third generation upgrade. And the design of the prototype of Ultron. Tony has enough chips to sacrifice me, so Lin Fan doesn't need to break this firewall, it's just his pawn. The exit of S.H.I.E.L.D. from Queens is a very hard hit for survivors still trapped in it. While the Stark building is not carrying out any rescue operations, survivors' expectations of superheroes are diminishing. Standing on a larger angle, those superheroes know that the individual strength is extremely weak in front of the swarm and the corpse tide, so they need to wait and cannot act rashly. Too much evacuation of his forces during the rescue operation. Tony didn't know who would take advantage of this to attack the Stark building, but the survivors who would come together would be a bomb. A bomb that has been wiped out by a net, so it is not as good as survivors being scattered, or eventually more people can be saved. But now Tony also understands the military's intentions. General Rose ventilates him and allows him to withdraw from Queens as soon as possible, away from this right and wrong place. Tony has the prototype of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky Carrier, which was commissioned by S.H.I.E.L.D. for modification. However, at present, S.H.I.E.L.D. has fled here. He does not need to rebuild and arranges the facilities on the Stark building as much as possible to the Sky Carrier in. As the last life-saving card. The other side. The safe green zone was originally a wilderness mountain range, protected by a large number of troops stationed in the military, especially the SEAL and the Black Watch divisions. After the separation wall was broken, although there were still isolated yellow areas, and nearly 10 million people served as shields, the security work in the safe green areas was more stringent than usual. All kinds of huge searchlights swept over the black night. A sudden sharp alarm sounded. A large number of UFOs are approaching the safe green zone. According to the scans of multiple military-grade satellites, it is not possible to confirm the clear image, but the target is too huge and is not a human weapon. Request Tomahawk missile launch instructions. The report: the huge targets have been separated. The target point is a nearby military base, and a national satellite is being requested. The body of the king worm has a very high interference energy, up to a third-order spiritual energy and a spiritual connection that connects the swarm, giving it a natural anti-radar passive talent. However, military and national satellites can still find them at this stage. After Black Watch dispatched a national satellite to find the outline of Wang Zhe, Dr. Asa, who was originally in the safe green zone, almost didn't startle his jaw. What is this creature? Impossible. Call Umbrella and ask if these ghosts are theirs. If not, hit them immediately, don't let them spread again. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 53, General Rose and Abomination. Remember in 1 second www.ltnovel.com mobile visit, m.168kanshu.com. However, at this time, the body cavity of Wang Zhe opened, and a white silver tank dropped from it, and it slammed into the school ground of the military base. The tank fell into the air at a height of 2 to 3 kilometers and immediately turned into fragments, but the space spider, which had already woke up, was not so vulnerable. The Black Watch soldiers in the yard came to look at it, but in the broken tank, many shiny black spiders with black shells rushed out immediately. Even though the Black Watch's equipment belonged to the top of the army, with infrared goggles and light arms shock-proof and bulletproof jackets, the little spiders pierced through the gaps in their clothes and immediately sipped. After the venom was injected, the soldiers developed severe pain at the bite, accompanied by a local paralysis attack. The first few soldiers were immediately drowned by space spiders. They are the second-generation descendants of space spiders. They are refrigerated as soon as they are produced and transported back to Earth, so they are extremely violent when hatching is complete, looking for food to grow quickly. The soldiers sent them, paralyzed by their venom, and became swollen, and then countless small spiders drilled through any holes in their bodies to eat. Pain. The pain of being bitten by a million insects. But the paralyzing effects of the venom made their nerves sober, and they could hear the sound of choking in their ears, which was a nightmare and mental breakdown for any trained soldier. Dr. Ace's eyes widened. The space spider's plan was the work of his student Sabrina, so he had a detailed report of this terrible poisonous insect in his hand. Once they are allowed to reproduce in an uncontrollable range, it will inevitably cause great biochemical disasters. In just a few days, they can be expanded by 100 times or more through breeding. And if these space spiders are full and reach maturity, they will parasite any creature, which will have serious consequences. Their size will make a breakthrough based on the host's DNA decision. When this breakthrough is completed, breeding again is a new species of spider. On a quantitative basis, the greater the number of species, the more difficult it is to eliminate this existence. They were dropped in queens because of swarms and corpse tide, which can counter the speed at which space spiders can reproduce. However, now the safe green zone contains only human soldiers and important guards who have been evacuated. Thrower, quickly, burn these things to death, don't let them run away, otherwise this will be the end of humanity. Dr. Asa roared. The portable flamethrower was taken out of the arsenal, and the Black Watch soldiers began besieging the space spiders. But no one thought of this happening, so there was still a fish that escaped the net, and this was the opportunity for the space spider to resurrect. In the next few minutes, space spider attacks took place in and around the police station, Marines, SEALs, the gathering place of the rich, Black Watch, and the Gentech Institute. Even though there are telephones in this world, Dr. Asa is so anxious about his military base that as soon as it is processed, more space spider incidents occur around him, leaving him no time to worry about it. At most, the soldiers are required to report upwards, but once this is mistaken, corpses have been swept across the country, causing heavy casualties. Many of the country's most important rich have already died. Although there are still inheritors who can use their assets, it will inevitably cause many inconveniences. The State Council immediately held talks with the military and designated General Perak General Ross as the chief commander responsible for the accident, with Black Watch One-Armed Lieutenant General Errold as deputy commander. General Ross also went to bail in the National Special Crimes Prison. Having been dealing with the Hulk for a long time, General Ross has been conducting experimental projects of gamma radiation and Hulk serum. The last time he created an abomination, although it was out of control, it may not be a new direction. Abomination is the ace elite of the former British Royal Special Forces, Brinsky, strengthened by the Hulk serum. The in his heart is constantly expanding, his power is completely beyond his control. However, during his time in prison, the aversion had some experience in controlling his transformation ability, although he still wanted to compete with the Hulk again. The safe green zone was quickly blocked, a suppression pheromone was scattered by the helicopter in the safe green zone, and quickly spread to the periphery of Manhattan. This pheromone is a countermeasure that prevents space spiders from escaping. Otherwise, it is impossible to use such dangerous things in your own country. But now the situation of tens of millions of people in the Yellow Zone is very awkward. The Mother Elizabeth has passed through Empire Avenue, Brooklyn, and Chinatown, and is about to come to the isolated Yellow Zone. The denser the place, the faster the infection speed of black light virus. Although the military has carried out anti-black light mist in the air to sterilize the air infection, but how long can the military base stationed in the Yellow Zone resist the zombie army? On the only bridge to land, various heavy firepower was transported here. Here is the last gate for humans to stop this right and wrong place. However, the goddess of a month is about to be dropped by Wang Zone. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 54, Moon Goddess. The Picasso Bridge, with a total length of 6,185 meters, is fixed by 1,594 slings and is 100 meters wide, which can be cyclically carried with a weight of 120,000 tons. The Washington side sent 300,000 troops overnight to build camps on the Picasso Bridge, while providing air-to-air missiles and the use of Tomahawk missiles, and Red Alert heightened readiness. The military base in the safe green zone is rescuing all important people on the list and fleeing to the Picasso Bridge. However, at this time, the goddess of the moon was landed from the air, which was ugly, and there were many holes in the body, from which a terrible mutant zombie sprayed red mist. Wang Zone chose a crowded place to launch, and in order to ensure that the goddess of the moon would not fall to death, Lin Fan also provided it with an airdrop capsule. If there weren't too many air-to-air missile launchers on the Picasso Bridge, Lin Fan would definitely throw the goddess of the moon behind the assembled army. After the goddess of the moon fell, he immediately sprayed a lot of nerve gas. Not counting dozens of SEAL Commando soldiers who were killed, everyone within a radius of 100 meters of the goddess of the moon immediately mutated. Rage zombies are an unusual breed of zombies. They are because they do not have enough evolutionary nutrients to improve their physical fitness in an attempt to hunt food to a greater extent. The nerve gas of the goddess of the moon can instantly make living people into such violent zombies. And because these living people have some nutrients in their bodies, they are stronger and more agile than violent zombies that have been mutated by themselves. This type of zombies is characterized by blood-red eyes. All the humans near the goddess of the moon turned into violent zombies, and then the radiation bite around, causing local chaos. It is impossible for the SEAL to approach the goddess of the moon. Although the nerve gas will be rapidly diluted by the air after leaving the goddess of the moon, there will still be different degrees of infection if inhaled, and it will become a violent zombie after several minutes of delay. At this time only the Black Watch can attack the goddess of the moon. They are equipped with biochemical masks that can filter over 99% of biochemicals. However, the violent zombies are increasing at a geometrical speed. If Black Watch wants to break through and kill the goddess of the moon, it must first kill the violent zombies that block the road. The Regal convoy was originally well organized and gradually evacuated to the Picasso Bridge, but the appearance of violent zombies confused the team. Some people drive directly out of the driveway, but the vehicles in front are still in line and there is no way to escape. Instead, they gave the raging zombies a chance to crawl through the smashed window. But even if there is a lesson learned, those who have been scared are still stepping on the accelerator crazy, hoping to escape, but this is nothing more than pressing the shortcut key for them to die faster. Umbrella's helicopters flew through the sky. For the actual value of the goddess of the moon, they have already obtained very useful information, which will serve as a reference for many countries. For Umbrella, who has the highest interest, no matter how chaotic the world is, their knowledge of the Sun Ladder has long been unknown, and they have their hive all over the world. The preparations for the end of the day are long overdue. When the time comes, they will release the virus strains and let the world fall into the tide of zombies. When the old humans die, Umbrella will emerge as the of new humans, a new world, a new hegemony, and take control of the planet. The military is unaware of this long-planned plan, but some intelligence indicates that insiders are supporting Umbrella for a terrible thing. The military's troops behind the Picasso Bridge immediately rushed to rescue, equipped with biochemical masks and night vision devices, and must ensure that those on the important list survive. This night is destined to spend in chaos. Lin Fan also had a 2-month goddess in his hands, which was temporarily retained by him and sealed in the body of the king worm to sleep. After returning to the military base, Lin Fan made 2 marine armors to Boyka and Arthur, and asked them to recruit survivors to the base. Boyka, Arthur, the situation in Manhattan is very chaotic. You have to split the road. Before the Mother Elizabeth returns, we need more manpower to recruit survivors. Lin Fan handed over the Marines' armor to them. Lin Fan wanted to form his own human army, and he didn't worry about loyalty at all. All these technological weapons had smart locks. The rank promotion additional system will register users, and the subordinates cannot defy the superiors, otherwise all technological equipment will be locked, and if they want to advance, they will contribute to Lin Fan, the future marshal. When Lin Fan's soldiers are more and more, he can be promoted to rank without having to do anything. Although this is only an ancient training system in human science and technology, it is currently sufficient for Lin Fan as an auxiliary use. Arthur gladly took over the Marine's armor, and said, "Captain, it takes a lot of merit to exchange this thing, so give it to us? You want to make me owe you kindness again. Do more things and earn achievements, there will be a lot of powerful things in the future, don't be overtaken by the latecomers, otherwise you really live up to my expectations." Lin Fan said lightly. Arthur narrowed his eyes, "Captain, this achievement is too difficult to make. What rules are there in it? Can you tell us? Hint, if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat." Chapter 55, Cataclysm Enhanced Edition. Remember in 1 second www.ltnovel.com mobile visit, m.168kanshu.com. Lin Fan meaningfully patted Arthur's shoulder and said, "When you have your own soldiers under your hands, you will understand. There is more to learn from Boyka. His merit is higher than you, you're going to be a veteran, and you will be under his hands. I depend, Captain, I must earn more, how can I let Boyka step on my head? Absolutely not." Arthur ran out of the military base while wearing Marine's armor. Boyka touched the back of his head and gave a strange glance at Arthur who left, saying to Lin Fan, "Captain, I don't like these high-tech, if there is more serum, I am willing to change. Wearing this to rescue the survivors is this mission, you must wear it, but I will pay attention to more serums." Lin Fan still likes Boyka, this underground boxer from Russia, has a strong combat talent, this point has been taught many times. Boyka grinned broadly and said, "Thank you Captain, I'm going first, and you can't let Arthur's guy overtake me." After seeing Boyka leaving, Jessica came to Lin Fan's ear and said Gwen found it, hoping to meet him. When Lin Fan returned to the office, Gwen was holding a cup of hot coffee, and his expression was lost, which seemed to be a great blow. When Gwen saw Lin Fan, he immediately fell into his arms and cried, "Lin Fan, please save my family. What the is going on? You sit down and say slowly, don't worry." Lin Fan calmed Gwen down, and said, "What can make Spider-Woman want help? At least general things should be easy to solve." Gwen grabbed Lin Fan's palm and said with tears in his eyes, "Osborn is very concerned about the sample of the last study and has made great progress on many projects. They found a broad prospect other than blood orchids. They passed the black box, knew that you had very deep knowledge and a terrible mind to transform weapons, so they wanted me to invite you there and hold you secretly, but I didn't agree, and they sent my family to Amazon. How could it survive in the blood orchid ecosystem?" Lin Fan wiped the tears in the corner of Gwen's eyes with his fingers, and said, "Is Osborn going to be tired and crooked? Although there is a bad omen behind the scenes, is it really true that he is afraid he will not succeed? Don't cry Gwen. You stay with Jessica in the base first. I'll fix this. I promise your family will come back alive and give Osborne a lesson. Lin Fan said coldly. The initial Zerg base on the Mississippi River in the Amazon has been an important resource for Lin Fan, and the provision of biomass has continued to skyrocket through the expansion of the blood orchid ecosystem. The number of insurgents is up to more than 300,000, and tens of thousands of insurgents perform uninterrupted collection operations. It can be said that the Zerg is a terrible existence that cannot be overlooked here. Lin Fan searched Osborne's team through King Worm. In the river 314 kilometers away, Wang Zong saw a large number of mercenaries and researchers logging into the jungle. King Worm's retina is extremely special, and you can see the biological heat in it through the substance, which is also effective under the shallow soil layer within 200 meters. So Osborne's team that got into the jungle was locked by Wang Zong. Lin Fan opened his eyes and said, "Gwen, I have found your family. They are fine." "Really? Thank you so much, Lin Fan." Gwen stood up, grabbed Lin Fan's neck, and put the amount of milk on his body. Lin Fan thought, if Gwen was transformed into a worm mother, would the super spider blood in his body have the possibility to evolve again? Quest update, special, blood orchid ecosystem found anomalous order creatures. The excessive spread of blood orchids has attracted some terrible snake kings. Their presence prevents the development of the swarm. Reward, Supreme Zergura. Limited Hero Summon Card. Lin Fan handed over Gwen to Jessica and placed his attention on Amazon's initial Zerg base. Osborne's team is not a concern, but the abnormally ordered organisms mentioned in the system can hinder the development of the swarm. Needs attention. The original Zerg base in the blood orchid ecosystem, because the energy block is not sufficient, has not yet advanced. Therefore, there are no second-order arms available there, except that more than 300,000 insurgents can be targeted. Based on the creatures in the blood orchid ecosystem, the insurgency can proliferate to millions. Although this has a certain impact on long-term biomass collection, as long as the Snake King is killed, the tumors that limit the development of the swarm will be pulled out. 300-meter-long terrifying pythons confronted each other in the deep forest. One of them is a golden python with a body length of 120 meters. With a 6th-order physical ability and a 5th-order mental ability, she has a large variety of pythons over 80 meters in length behind her. Next to it is the Mori green Mori, water permeable, reaching 105 meters in length, second only to the golden python. Have 6th-order physical ability, 5th-order mental ability. Behind them are not only pythons, but also giant crocodile, electric eel, piranha, and other species. Finally, the bamboo leaf green, which is only 80 meters in length, is full of highly venomous snakes behind it, with a body length of 40 to 70 meters. It is the snake with the most snake species. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 56, Osborne. At this time, the golden python vomited a female voice, "King Mori, you and I have been practicing for hundreds of years. There are the bones of the dragons here, and they must be evenly distributed. Do you want to swallow them alone?" "Ha ha ha, after the golden python, my men are several times yours, and the dragon's bones are more than half in the water. You are not familiar with water, why do you compete with me?" King Mori issued a rough male voice. Zhu Yeqing raised her pupils for a moment, and said lightly, "King Mori, if you want to occupy this place exclusively, you will be surrounded by capable people. If the three of us work together to refine the dragon's bones, we will overcome the difficulties and turn into a dragon. No one can suppress it anymore. But with your own strength, don't want to fight against the monks, the dragon's bones must be precious treasures, and they are being fought by the forces of the world." Mori Wang hummed, "Behind the 10 Commandments is a friend of Lao Tzu. He is practicing peerless magic skills. As long as he pays tribute to the dragon's limbs, he will certainly be able to exchange his help, so I need to share this fat with you. After the bamboo leaves are green, this king of Mori has always been overbearing. You and my sisters joined forces to expel him, and it is not too late to discuss the issue of the distribution of the dragon bones. The Queen of the Golden Python suggested. Zhu Yeqing said, that's what I mean. King Mori opened his blood basin and yelled loudly, small boys, after 200 years of snake training, the essence and blood in the body are full, which is the top grade of the tonic. If you catch them, you will be rewarded when you are tired. I'll give you a taste. Lin Fan found that the negotiation of the 3 giant pythons failed through the king worm. He heard the 10 commandments and immediately thought of Manchu. Who is the Manchurian? He is Genghis Khan. The 10 commandments is his power. Why is the 10 commandments? Because the adult has 10 magic rings. Each ring has a different special role. It is rumored that 1 out of every 10 people in the world is the bloodline of the Manchurian. At that time, he almost ruled the Huaxia land and even laid down half of Russia. But suddenly the man disappeared. He left the bloodline to establish the 10 rings, waiting for the return of Manchu. They believed that the ancestors were only on the way to longevity and would rule the world when they returned. According to Lin Fan's understanding, the Manchurians in the movie are just fakes. In the Marvel short film, they were also taken away from prison by the 10 rings to see the real Manchurians. The Manchu manga in the comics has a pair of true dragon arms, practicing peerless magic, and the 10 commandments also created terrible biochemical warriors for him. It can be said that in terms of Huaxia, Lin Fan knows that the Manchurian is comparable to the powerful existence of Apocalypse. But what is the remains of Chen Long? But no matter what the dragon's bones are, there must be an estimable value, otherwise these snake kings cannot be so valued. Judging from the current situation, the Golden Queen and the Bamboo Leaf Queen are intended to deal with Mori King, but in addition to the pythons, there are many underwater creatures as helpers, and they can hide in the water, so that the 2 big snakes can't chase afterward. The purpose of Lin Fan is to develop the swarm, which is the most important, and the purpose of these snake kings and queens is the remains of the dragons below. Faced with these lowest third-order pythons, the insurgency must have no advantage in quality, but the swarm is not afraid of such pythons. However, Lin Fan is thinking. At this time, obviously helping the Golden Python Queen and the Bamboo Queen will make the negotiation much smoother, because the spleen nature of the Mori King must not be negotiated. However, icing on the cake, it is better to send charcoal in the snow. Lin Fan wants the swarm to stand in place and wait for the opportunity. 2,000 or 3,000 of Osborne's teams are international mercenaries. Because they are illegally crossing the border, they have extremely sufficient heavy firepower, including flamethrowers, rocket launchers, grenade launchers, biochemical insect repellent, and so on. However, the bad luck is unfortunate. The only way they must pass is the confrontation between the Emperor Mori, the Golden Python and the Bamboo Leaves. There are tens of thousands of large snakes here, the weakest of which are more than 20 meters long, with a huge mouth, and ordinary humans directly devour. If there are only a few, humans can still deal with thermal weapons, but which of the python venomous snakes is not a terrible existence? When humans come over, they immediately form a sea of snakes and crush them. The sea of snakes, consisting of hundreds of giant pythons, crushed Osborne's mercenary team like a mudslide. This is not a level at all. If there is a defensive structure, it can let humans breathe more, but this is the jungle, which is the home of these pythons. Uncovered mercenaries were crushed into mud by the sea of snakes. They didn't even have time to fire the rockets, they let the fierce snake waves come over, and then there was nothing. These international mercenaries are desperate, wanted by many countries, possessing several felonies, and are usually extremely fierce and overbearing elite soldiers. But now fragile, just snacks under the sea of snakes, not even plugging the teeth. Lin Fan's insurgency grabbed Gwen's parents and 2 younger brothers while in chaos, otherwise, with the momentum of the snake sea, it would be impossible to have a living. During the tumbling of the snake sea, the trees fell, the rocks collapsed, the plants were uprooted, and the human body had only a bright red mark. Osborne was destroyed by the sea of snakes within minutes. Killing these 2,000 or 3,000 humans has no impact on the golden python, the Emperor Mori, and the bamboo leaf younger. At this time, who cares about the fragile ants? Hint: if you think this article is good, please push recommend to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 57, King Mori and Ebo. Remember in 1 second www.ltnovel.com mobile visit, m.168kanshu.com. Gwen's father, George, thought he was going to die. But he didn't expect to be rescued by the terrible swarm. Then the swarm didn't kill them. Instead, they sent them to a safe place, which was Osborne's. Where the helicopter is. George pushed his wife and 2 sons into a helicopter, and then drove the helicopter away. It was very strange to him, but he finally managed to escape. Lin Fan teleported to the original Zerg base in the Blood Orchid ecosystem through the Cosmic Cube, and he also brought all the existing poisonous insects as killer puppets. After all, if it is too weak, the golden python and the bamboo leaf queen may not look at him squarely, let alone talk about negotiations. The 80 poisonous blasts brought by Lin Fan, if they explode at the same time, they can directly kill and destroy King Mori, which will cause Mori to doubt life. However, it is not so simple to focus on the continuous explosion of poisonous insects. Due to the emergence of human beings, the group of snakes fluttered, and the army of King Mori's corps dragged the golden python queen and the bamboo leaf young queen's army into the water, and the electric eels and piranhas attacked. In addition, King Mori had a giant crocodile to help. The queens of the golden python and the queen of the bamboo leaves are difficult to survive in the water. They are not water snakes, and they are not familiar with water. They are paralyzed by a large number of electric eels, bitten by piranhas, and stand up. However, the legion behind the bamboo snake and the green snake are extremely venomous: black mamba, 5-step snake, golden ring, horn knife, rattlesnake, etc. As long as they are bitten by them, the strength of the venom is enough to make King Mori's men pain. The legions behind the golden python are all large snakes, with thick skin and thick flesh, with sharp fangs and solid scale armor, which can disintegrate the army of King Mori. However, as the general, no one has taken the lead in attacking. The 3 ranks are the same, and their respective skills are clear. The eyes of the Emperor Mori drew the blood from the golden python and bamboo leaves. He was just an ordinary snake species. He had only practiced it by chance, and possessed such practices. But here it is no longer easy. However, if he can replenish the golden python and bamboo leaves, he will certainly reach the 7th order height, refining the dragon bones, practice for hundreds of years, and he will have a bright future in the millennium. Lin Fan was sitting in Wang Worm's body at this moment. In his mind, tens of thousands of pythons tumbling underneath, cascading, colorful, poisonous mist, extremely terrifying. Linking the consciousness to the minds of the Queen of the Bamboo Leaves and the Queen of the Golden Python, Lin Fan preached, "You are evenly matched, so if you confront each other, you must lose to the other because of the number of legions. Capture the king." The Queen of Golden Python and Queen of Bamboo Leaf flashed in shock. Who was the voice in my head? Why is this knowing nothingness, being extremely tolerant, seemingly terrible without a pit, but looking extremely weak? Is this person strong or weak? Difficult to judge. Lin Fan's consciousness has the ability to devour 3 souls and 7 souls, and if others want to attack him with consciousness, spirit, or soul secrets, he will inevitably be attacked, unless the attacker's spirit is more powerful than the Zerg collective consciousness. So now the Golden Pythons and Bamboo Leaves young queens find Lin Fan's consciousness. If not, it looks weak and weak, but there are hidden dangers in it, making the 2 women unpredictable. After seeing the Golden Python Queen distracted from the Bamboo Leaf Green Queen, the Forest King opened his mouth wide, and Mori's fangs bit the golden python and shook his tail away from the head. Ha ha ha, you should disregard the enemy and get distracted. If I get the first move, I must be suppressed, tonic and blood humiliated. King Mori was so proud that the snake's body was in a roll and he immediately grasped the golden python. Zhu Yeking was injured, sprayed a poisonous mist toward the Mori king, and quickly approached the golden python, and a tail pierced into the eyes of the Mori king. King Mori is not afraid of the poisonous mist of the Queen of the Bamboo Leaves. He is full of treasures and is not invaded by poison. Otherwise, how can he catch up with the distinguished snake species such as the Queen of Bamboo Leaves and the Queen of Golden Pythons by ordinary blood? However, the poisonous mist affects the vision of King Mori, plus the bamboo leaves are very fast type. King Mori immediately loses an eye after being proud. The golden python was rescued, and the snake body, which was larger than King Mori, was rolled up, and then released in an instant on King Mori's head. King Mori was severely wounded, and his life was dying, but he sneered. After the golden python, after the bamboo leaves are green, my body is full of jealousy, my life is tyrannical, and it will be restored without any invasion by virtue of it, but you will be injured for my injury, and there is no chance of winning. If things happen too quickly, Lin Fan within Wang Zone would be stunned. This is not a confrontation of the same order. If he goes on, he will definitely be crushed. At this point, the Queen of the Golden Python and the Queen of the Bamboo Leaves have fallen into a slump. Seeing that Mori's injuries are quickly recovering, the situation will soon turn down, or fight again for 2 or 3 rounds, and Mori will be able to win. Lin Fan scanned King Mori with the eye of God. King Mori, an ordinary Mori, which devours blood fragments of different treasures to mutate. It can absorb biological essences and quickly recover from their injuries without poison. You need to take the splatter to kill it. At this point, King Mori has recovered his injuries, and once again rushed to the golden python and bamboo leaves. But Lin Fan did not summon the insurgency, otherwise he would just die in vain, and would support King Mori to get more essence. But Lin Fan already knew how to deal with King Mori. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 58, Opportunity for Evolution. Through the eyes of God, blood bead shards should be a magic weapon for magical repairs, which can be swallowed by King Mori and change his life against the sky. He can fight against golden pythons and bamboo leaves. However, as long as he took the pieces of bleeding beads, Lin Fan could combine the golden python and bamboo leaves to kill the Mori king. After the golden python, let Mori king be trapped for 5 seconds. Lin Fan contacted again with a sense of God. After the bamboo leaves are green, the poisonous mist is sprayed again, so that Mori king can't see anything. The Queen of Golden Pythons and the Queen of Bamboo Leaves are being blamed for Lin Fan's obscurity before him, and they even doubt whether Lin Fan is in the same camp as King Mori, so they did not immediately cooperate with Lin Fan. Lin Fan knew that the Golden Python and the Bamboo Leaf Queen were already afraid of being attacked again by the King of the Forest, and even had a serious alert to him. After the Golden Python, the Bamboo Leaves and the Green Leaves, before you were distracted by yourself, unexpectedly, King Mori's sneak attack, but only unity at this time, and now the troops behind you are less than half, and Mori's cannon fodder is still several times yours. Lin Fan used the consciousness to explain the Tao. The Queen of Golden Python and Queen of Bamboo Leaf looked at each other, their eyes flashed firm, and left and right separated. Although the 2 women did not respond to Lin Fan, they planned to cooperate with him for the final fight. After seeing the 2 snakes, King Mori would attack, and he immediately opened his mouth and laughed, "You have no chance of winning. If you want less suffering, please obey the king to make up for it, or you can survive." After the bamboo leaves are green, the green mist of forest green is spit out, covering the forest king. Immediately after the golden python came, he seized King Mori's body. Both the bamboo leaves and the golden pythons have maximum output. If this time is unsuccessful, there is no chance of success in the next round, but what should the mysterious person who is doing the transmission do? Wang Mori just wanted to laugh at the poisonous mist of the bamboo leaf green queen, but he immediately bound the golden python, and could not move for the time being. After the golden python, you are just dying and struggling. You can quickly recover even if you unload the king's body by 8 pieces. Your defeat has long been settled. King Mori growled, although now suppressed by the golden python, but he has no fear at all. However, at this moment Lin Fan stepped on Jian Guang and plunged into the mouth of King Mori. Thanks to Zhu Yeking's blinding of the left eye of King Mori, his eyes have not recovered and a blind spot has appeared, otherwise Lin Fan could not get into his body so easily. King Mori felt something came into his body, closed his mouth with blood, surprised, and broke the golden python, and shouted, "What are you two stinky women doing to this king?" But whatever it is, this king, there are countless bone buds and gastric fluids in the body, enough to digest the fine iron. After the golden python and the bamboo leaf queen found that the mysterious vocalist just jumped into King Mori's throat, his expression was immediately lost and defeated, and he even saw his miserable fate had arrived. Lin Fan came to King Mori's belly. The sword was heavy and there were more than 30 swords. He blocked the bone spurs in Mori's body. At the same time, he used the motive power to isolate the acidic gastric juice. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fan summoned all the poisonous explosives in the space backpack, and immediately the stomach fluid in King Mori's body was boiling. On the outside, King Mori jumped up and down, and his body was continuously exploded by 80 poisonous explosives. The skin was fleshed, and the protective film that blocked the gastric juice was exploded. Lin Fan used his eyes to lock the blood shards and his claws in his right hand. He cut off the flesh hidden in the bottom of the gastric juice. Then Lin Fan came out through the gap in King Mori's body. King Mori hadn't realized that the blood beads of his body had disappeared, and arrogantly cried, "Queen of golden pythons and queen of bamboo leaves, is this your last killer? I told you, even if you unload the king by 8 can restore. My king's body, what did you do to my king?" The golden python and the bamboo leaf queen were already desperate, but the arrogance of King Mori suddenly disappeared, but panicked. My body, why won't he recover? My king doesn't want to die yet." King Mori's body was exploded by poisonous blasts, and even his stomach exploded, causing the loss of gastric juice. Corrupted flesh and blood and suffered severe injuries. Originally, the blood bead fragment would immediately repair King Mori's injury, but now the blood bead fragment is in Lin Fan's hands, and the mortal king's injury can no longer be repaired by this magic piece of magic. After the golden python, after the bamboo leaves are green, now King Mori has died, and he is seriously dying. It is not a concern. Hurry up to compile his forces and stop the greater casualties. Lin Fan returned to the body of the king insect again, with a red bloodstone the shards radiate bright blood. The queen of the golden pythons and the queen of the bamboo leaves didn't expect victory to come so suddenly. How did the mysterious voiceman do it? Prevent King Mori from recovering any more. With unknown aspirations, the queen of the golden python and the queen of the green leaves took awe of Lin Fan, thinking of him as a great monk with supernatural powers. Lin Fan mastered the blood beads fragments, and you can feel how rich the essence is, but after centuries of integration with the Mori King, there is more than half of Mori King's essence. Lin Fan's body has to devour this piece of strange treasure. Instinct tells him that as long as he eats this piece of strange treasure, he can get evolution. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Share too. An enjoyment. Chapter 59, Parasitic Special Armed. Remember in 1 second www.ltnovel.com mobile visit, m.168kanshu.com. Although the magic weapon fragments are alienated and sublimated through the blood of King Mori, they still belong to the apparatus. Unlike flesh and blood, ordinary people only get the apparatus to use, but Lin Fan can directly devour. Black light virus assimilation is extremely tolerant. In this regard, even Zergs will not allow fusion to exist except for gene sequences. The claws of his right hand turned, Lin Fan clenched the blood bead fragments, assimilated the essence and blood, and set the blood bead fragments into the flesh. Amazing things happened. On the back of Lin Fan's claws, a ring-shaped totem with black circles and red edges appeared, and the blood bead fragments merged with the claws. On the original black and white claws, the lines abnormally proliferated, turning the white and silver blades of the claws into black and red blood coagulation. The claws themselves are degraded in shape, but they are thicker and more in line with the human body. Specifications. Ding. Absorbing the shards of Yubeo's blood beads, the claws evolved into blood demon claws. This alienation arm has reached the second stage, development. Next stage, awakening. Reward: due to the development of the second phase of the autonomous evolutionary bleeding system, the database is being matched. Unlocking the special arm of the insurgency, Trinity. Special armed, parasitic, Trinity of insurgency, through incubation, 2 incarnations with the same physical quality and mental energy can be cultivated, and they have all their bloodlines and skills. The avatar has only basic instincts and requires manipulation by the host. When the host dies, the avatar will not be able to survive, and the cultivation requires the same amount of essence. The insurgency is a variant branch of the fast worm. The special armed scalpel prepared by the insurgency is very comparable. But now the special armed forces of the insurgency are more relevant. As long as they are cultivated, they are equal to 3 themselves. In the case of 1-to-1, they immediately become 3-to-1, which is simply impossible. Ordering the modulation of the Trinity to equip, Lin Fan pulled his eyes back to the Blood Devil's claws. This alienation armed reached the second stage. The development: I don't know what special skills are hidden. Driven by instinct, Lin Fan opened his palm and immediately appeared 3 exquisite daggers made of blood. Blood Explosion Dagger. It can be released only through the Blood Demon Claw. It can track the target within a 3000 radius. When it hits the target, it will detonate the blood in its body, causing extremely serious damage. Lin Fan looked at the blood-burst dagger with the eyes of God, and the corners of his mouth drew a dangerous arc, which was much better than the simple skills of only stabbing and smashing. But Lin Fan found that this was not all. The Eye of God showed a message again. Blood Emperor's Arm Guards. Based on the base of Blood Demon's claws, the Blood Emperor's arm guards can be realized through blood. It has extremely defensive effects and incredible destructive power. Lin Fan launched the Blood Emperor's armor. On the outside of his Blood Demon claws, a 2-meter-long strong horizontal arm virtualized, and on the back of the arm was a red plate-connected armor. In addition, the shape followed the Blood Demon. The claws are almost the same. Such skills remind Lin Fan of the devil arms of the Devil May Cry series. At this time, the Trinity had been prepared and was sent to the King Worm in the air. Lin Fan picked up this special arm similar to a white chocolate bar. It was learned that as long as it was eaten, the split chicks could be obtained. Lin Fan immediately stuffed this white chocolate into his mouth, which tasted slightly sweet and bitter. Lin Fan's consciousness swept through the body and found 2 miniature hearts appearing outside the heart, which circulated through his blood. Now Lin Fan knows that as long as he wants to use the Trinity, he can immediately create a split chrysanthemum, but to make the helper as strong as him, he must have sufficient essence. Now that there are so many dead bodies of snakes on the ground, Lin Fan has enough essence to train his helpers. At this time, the Queen of the Golden Pythons and the Queen of the Bamboo Leaves have already compiled the troops of King Mori. As for those underwater creatures, they fled because of the defeat of King Mori. Lin Fan stepped on the Void Sword Shadow, his body more than 30 Void Sword Shadows reciprocating back and forth, bright light and shadow. After the Golden Python, after the Bamboo Leaves are green, this King of Mori has already ambush. You quickly retreat. Do not perch on this site. The dragon's bones are not something you can possess. His honor, this dragon's bone is very important to us, and I hope I can give alms. Zhu Yeking said in a gesture of surrender and begged. The golden python explained, "Honor, you are a monk, you must know the millennium reincarnation. The Huaxia land is about to usher in the cultivation of the true world. At that time, the earth is just a training ground. You are gracious." Lin Fan had previously killed King Mori, so that the golden python and the bamboo leaf young queen were in awe of him. However, at this time, the secret was revealed, but it was not expected by Lin Fan. "The dragon's bones can't be given to you, but there are some magic weapons in this seat that can increase your strength by 2 or 3 times. Would you like to drive this seat in the future?" Type: as long as the golden python and bamboo leaves are obtained, then Lin Fan is equivalent to 2 more high-end pets, and also tens of thousands of mad python legions. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Sharing is also a treat. Chapter 60, Thousands of Meters Incarnation. The Zerg's Special Armed Forces, after hard work, absorbed the advantages of not knowing how many civilizations, and finally adjusted the stereotypes. Special Armed Forces have 3 major categories: prop type, parasitic type, and summoning type. Most specialized weapons appear as props. Parasitic is one of the rarest armed types. And the parasitic common armed feature is binding. DNA binding allows users to betray all the essence when they betray and die. At the same time, the Zerg have obtained many civilizations by releasing these parasitic arms, and boiling frogs in warm water is more profitable than directly capturing them. Therefore, as long as the golden python queen and the bamboo leaf queen are parasitized by the Trinity, it is impossible to betray it, unless the 2 snakes do not want to live. Zhu Yeking said, "Sir, can you take this seriously? If it really can increase the strength of the little girl by 2 or 3 times, I am willing to give you a drive." Lin Fan looked behind the golden python. "Queen of the golden python. I'd like to do that too, Supreme." The golden python bit his teeth. After receiving the promise from the 2 snakes, Lin Fan ordered the initial Zerg base to send to Trinity. But it will take some time. Lin Fan also took out the badge of the space backpack, which contained 100 scalpels. It was manipulated by mind power and fell towards the python body below. As soon as these scalpels fell on the body of the python, they immediately devoured their essence, and then returned to Lin Fan to submit it. The Queen of Golden Pythons and Queen of Bamboo Leaves horrified Lin Fan. The python's body was turned into ashes immediately after being sucked up by a scalpel. It is not necessary for Lin Fan to explain to others what to do. When the scalpel collected the essence, Lin Fan evolved the split chick into a helper. At this time, 3 Lin Fans were standing in the air, stepping on the vanity sword shadow, and there were more than 30 vanity sword shadows around their bodies. This can frighten the golden python and bamboo leaves. Because Lin Fan's deity is too special, no one can find Lin Fan's roots without engaging. Originally, Lin Fan single-handedly went to the Mori King's body, and the Mori King was abolished in less than half a minute, but now there are 2 such terrible existences. The Queen of the Bamboo Leaves and the Queen of the Golden Pythons are worried. If these powers want to suppress themselves, it is obvious that the 3-on-2 cannot have any chance of winning. Seeing the horror of the Golden Python and the Bamboo Leaf Green, Lin Fan merged the helpers into the body again. You can see that this is the magic weapon of this seat, the Trinity. As long as you carefully support, you can have the same magical power as this seat. Lin Fan faintly pretended. The Queen of the Golden Python and the Queen of the Bamboo Leaves were shocked and delighted, thanking again and again. Soon the 2 Trinity were transported over, Lin Fan to the Queen of the Golden Python and the Queen of the Bamboo Leaves. Then the Golden Queen and Bamboo Leaf Queen withdrew the Python army to leave the Amazon jungle, and assured Lin Fan that if there is any call, he must come quickly. Lin Fan next ordered the excavator to dig out the dragon's bones, intending to study it carefully to see what articles there were. However, this dragon's remains are 10,000 meters long, which is really a huge existence. All excavators need 1,000 to work. Ding! The excavator detected a small energy block mineral deposit under the dragon's bones. Initial scanning is expected to collect 145,683 energy blocks. The dragon's bones have super strong interference waves. If it was not found by the Golden Python and others, Lin Fan would have to collect it here to obtain it. Now that there is this small energy block mine, the power of the swarm will be greatly improved, especially the arms unlocked by the second-order Zerg base can quickly hatch. Lin Fan immediately promoted the original Zerg base of the Blood Orchid ecosystem. The excavated bone dragon remains were placed on the open space. The pressure of the bone dragon made the air extremely depressed. Even if it died for thousands of years, its bones were still intact, the same as white jade crystals. King Mori was seriously wounded, and Husky growled, "This is the bone of the dragon that belongs to the king. You, the despicable monk, conceived the king, and stole the king's different treasures. After the Lord knew it, he would certainly the king avenged blood and hate. Well, the winner is king, the loser is cow, who will be merciful to your life and death. Now you are just a prisoner of this seat, and you dare to be arrogant." Lin Fan stepped on King Mori's eyes. King Mori hurts, but his body no longer listens, and struggles and rebellions are all foolish dreams, only screaming and roaring. Ding! There are new documents in the database, please check it. New literature, lay the foundation with the bones of the tyrannical, fill it with sufficient essence, and after refining the secret method, you can practice the art of change, win the heavens and fortune, and change your life against the sky. Silver Civilization, Martial Arts Collection. The content of this document is to use the remains of the dragon as the foundation, fill enough essence, and then fuse itself with it, using the secret technique of change. However, Lin Fan found that many steps can be omitted, because the assimilation of black light virus does not need to be so cumbersome, as long as the dragon bones and the king of forest dragons are fused in the body through the secret method. The majesty of dragons can be reproduced at that time, when he will incarnate 10,000 meters Chen long. Hint: if you think this article is good, please recommend it to more friends. Minute. Enjoyment is also a kind of enjoyment.